mind.
Sorry, that combo there. The spy cam into the wallbang with the operator was so close to getting the kill on Brams.
Theory, pretty nasty. But again, keep in mind towards Loki, he's the kind of danger man here. He's the one who could be the instigator to change. The rest, okay, Vax got his ult coming out. Shalby does have his, but I want to see how much they are willing to invest if anything starts going their way. Instantly, it has been equalized already. Back down to that 4v4. Post-plant comes in, and the ult becomes slightly harder to find that value for. And again, how much are you willing to risk here? Let's see if they find anything else with these maybe sheriffs. And actually a big investment. They're going to put the utility in. The ultimate's going to come down. Shalby's going to try and create the space for it. Chihuahua's in trouble. Bit of a glass cannon now, but still just fine. JD eats that.
JD.
What? That's so filthy. He is just so on today. And now Brams outdone, outgunned. No problem for NIP. 4-1. I thought there could have been a bit of a threat at the end, but no, it was well contained, well controlled. So no worries.
Interesting to throw the Seekers out there as well. I mean, yes, a couple of sheriffs, but yeah, I don't know. It seemed a little desperate, if you ask me.
I mean, for me, when I'm thinking about the Seekers as well, especially with that kind of lead-up time to the site, it's not like you're going to be able to instantly push into that, right? It's like that little cubby,
it's so
that
deep.
little corner.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just not as usable. You know, this map is tricky for Sky in that aspect. I would say the ult can be a little difficult, especially towards A, because you can't capitalize on it quickly. But speaking of ults, Viper's got to put up, well, pretty much the pit towards B. I don't think that's going to be an easy access point anymore.
Again, completely zoning off that a choke that leads into B, and Loki actually now does have the Blade Storm online. You can see he's the one without a weapon here, so going to ride that through on this purchase, as I was saying earlier. NIP will freeze momentarily if anything else is given away. Paranoia actually sent through a little preemptively. Look at this, actually. This could go terribly for NIP because Vitality actually leaning towards B here. Loki has seen nothing on A site, and you can see the drift already happening.
Ball seems to have a good inclination as to where Loki may be. Ooh, no.
I hate that.
Loki, look how brave he is. Hold on. Look at this. He's re-aggressing. I love it. Barrel now. Korea! You absolute heartbreaker, you. Loki had such an opportunity, and now they lean back. Now, the big difference maker is there's still a player on the site. How much can Brams do, potentially, to hold this all by himself? He's got support in CT, but Vac might as well be on another island right now, as here comes the hit. Flash now to hand. High flash comes in, curves towards CT. Information, but it catches Rhyme more than anything. So now Bram's able to get away with murder. It's a murder scene on the site, and look at this. It's just Chihuahua now, who had that little bit of a tricky exchange earlier on. 4 seconds, just wants to keep the up, but be a little more aggressive about the posturing. But that got kind of out of check real quick.
Hey, I mean, most of that actually recovered on the back of Brams. Yes, a little bit of a team fight. Vac actually finds Chihuahua at the end there, so the operator will be lost out. Yeah, I mean, I love the use of the Hunter's Fury there just to cut off that double door. Again, Brams left on an island on site here, and you can see actually after smoking off main, he has nothing left in terms of utility. So it relies on him going big and at least drawing a little bit of attention away so that his teammates can pinch through. Vitality put their second on the board now. Again, fragile in terms of the economy. And NLP still sitting on a little bit of a buff up. Couple of key ultimates coming online though. Viper's Pit nearly online for Korea, and actually going to take this orb and will be available in this round. Also, Chihuahua and Eccles. Not too far off. JD actually close to the neural theft as well. Now, previously, the way the last 2 rounds have gone, Lauren, you can see Vitality pretty much tapped out now. Bram's the only one with his ultimate available.
So they've shown intention towards A. They've got kind of, I guess, the Omen and the Sova lean. Maybe now trying to re-aggress towards B, which isn't a bad shout. They're trying to pull the additional man, basically, which I don't mind. Now the TP comes out. Brams, that's bold. Did he get much for that, though? I don't think he saw anything. So he's still going to be paranoid about middle. He's still going to be considering that A piece coming through. There's still a chance of it, so they can't read into this just yet. Now, this could be a pop flash through the extras back in for Eccles. They have basically a 5v1, make it 5v2, as Loki is on the way over, playing through from Connector. Chihuahua down a little lower, but will build back up, and Sender just trying to play set. Oh, that's a freebie you'll take every day of the week. Eccles now down. That's a big loss there. That's a spike having to be recovered. It is, but look at Sender playing this so perfectly. He has no idea that JD is here. Walks into the trap, loses his life. Wall goes back up. They need the spike down, and they've got it.
The spike cam actually spotted the information as well. This elbow flank coming through. He will eat that first flash, but what? He found Shalabi through the Viper's pit here. Bram's going to slip on through, but the pressure building. JD cannot miss.
That's 2 kills. He couldn't see the player twice. The pure intuition just working perfectly, and Loki now presented with a 1v3, and Kriya's been the nuisance that he was meant to be, but he does lose his life. Ult now down, but JD is there, and JD's had a tear this round.
I mean, so far through this game, that's his, what is his second 4K?
Something like that.
Another insane round on the back of JD. Again, the spy cam positioning, spots out, perfect timing for it to find this first kill here on Sender after he made it very difficult. See there just instantly. And he's ready, poised and waiting. Eats that flash, but yeah, if you're Shalabi, that's look, this is purely off audio. So well played. So well played.
And don't get me wrong, yeah, Brams was kind of like flush to the wall, so he just kind of followed along that line, and again, just crushed it. Now, NIP have identified that mid's, I don't want to say available, but it's optional. Chihuahua's there with Eccles, they pressured it. Now they know that, okay, Sky's leaning towards A, careful, could be a flash that's kind of fall away from this. There it is. They're expecting this very well. They're predicting the plays, but Shalabi's re-aggressed on it and actually taken that space back, so kind of reaffirming control. Flash comes out. I think that got denied potentially, or simply didn't find Shalabi, so should be still okay to go. Still good to get one going. Not bad trade. I have to see if now Eccles is aware that there's another. It doesn't matter. Kriya's got his back. And none of those cheeky little quirky angles really work out much here.
Just Sender and Vac left standing, and the neural theft going to reveal all the information. That's why we see NRP going to hightail it towards A site. And brute force on with this numbers advantage, but Vac will find one. Kriya responds elsewhere. The shock dart decent for a little bit of damage, but
this is
no
doable.
kill just yet. Look at Vac right now. What?
He made it into 1v1s. The initial flash made them almost kind of in a false sense of security, right? They didn't get any sort of ping on it. He was sat down, tucked in by those stairs, found the sky, turns it. I mean, those kills were so quick before the communication could even come in. Look at this again. So the flash came in, didn't see anything. So now Vac now gets away with one for free. Tries to deal with the site, does some damage, but now looks to isolate towards the double doors. Catches off Kriya. The aim's just gorgeous. But then there was Rhyme, who's kind of been the back line of this, but that was close as hell.
I mean, this is, again, one of the most exciting, I'd say, byproducts of that No Penky roster, right, was Vac. Yeah. And it's a little bit of that magic that we haven't seen in a while, I'll be honest. But it's still there. Vitality, put the brakes on now, call attack timeout. We just try and reset a little bit. Again, economy, not looking too comfortable. It's... Again, just previously with that Viper's pit round, you can see straight away the orb retrieval. Don't even want to mess with A. The plan is let's hit B. Let's get that Viper's pit down. It's a lot more considered in approach from an IP. That's what I'm saying. And then again, it's no surprise really. This is a roster. Once again, we're talking about the structure, right?
Yeah.
How well planned out things are with Eccles coming online. Actually, for an IP, you could say that only gets stronger really to have somebody like a Kukos in the background and then Eccles in game.
It's actually, and this is the thing, I don't even want to really bring this discussion into real practice, but just as a thought experiment, the concept of those two working in tandem is a very, very interesting idea.
Yes,
now,
yeah.
As said, I don't even want to kind of discuss it before it's even a thing or if it's ever going to be a thing, but it's a nice, as said, little experiment to consider. Now, again, damage is going to be key here, doing a bit of work, maybe getting a rifle away, but it's going to be a set piece towards B. He got noted. I don't know if he got tagged. Well, he is now.
Yeah, now he is.
Rhyme's gonna be like, yeah, have a bit of that. No worries. And the site's theirs. Again, this site take that NIP have been doing either against it's kind of their anti-eco, I guess. It's worked very well for them. It's very clean. It seems very considered.
The thing is as well, and B site's an interesting discussion on Breeze, but it's so easy to get overwhelmed because your Viper playing up close. Yes, they've got the snake bites, but ultimately, I mean, by the time they're both invested, a team can still just get in, right? That Sober drone and the recon bolt, the site's for free. I mean, because Sender has to play deep enough. He plays behind wall. He can just get spammed out of there. It becomes so difficult to stop this kind of push.
And they've secured CT as an exit point as well, so they can easily filter away. Like this is actually a really nice round from NIP. I do want to highlight that. I love a good clean anti-eco, and it sounds and it sounds easy, right? Like all the Papagas are like, of course the Rifles will win against it. What's so impressive? But again, keeping things clean, kind of good approaches, and I don't think we've seen a team yet, to an extent at least. Oh God, why? I genuinely thought I was NIP dying then. Holy, I almost swore. I was like, don't do this to me. It took me a second. It's fine. And again, I want to talk about teams who have that ability to run clean anti-ecos. In games like Counter-Strike, for example, you got a couple more rounds to play with, right? It's not, it's imperative, sure, but it's not the end of the world. M12 is brutal. If you can convert these cleanly, you keep their money humbled, you're going to kind of deny bits and pieces of utility, keep yours building nicely. And speaking of money, they're sitting on like 5.5k here. They're pretty much golden, and it's again showing this B piece, and it's almost rinse and repeat. They've got the look to it. I want to see the counter to it. What do Vitality have in store? This looks like their answer. Pop the ults and hope for the best. Well, they found one and Shalaby's found a second. That's the man we want to be seeing. Is the superstar that came across the court everyone's eye over at that Red Bull event, and now he's looking pretty tasty here. And LAP are down in pieces.
Actually, immediately stopped in their tracks on the back of that ultimate from Vac. A couple of kills to follow up. Shalaby here. JD might actually just catch him, and he's sharp today. Vac will fall and actually opens things up. Look at that, JD from the top rope. The neural theft not available though. Did try spamming out. Give me the corpse.
I actually really like it. I don't know why. It kind of makes me happy when I hear it.
I'm sad we don't hear it from the observer, Pov, though. Like you only hear that from like the. Did Chihuahua just spot the barrel? The timing there is actually brutal as well because Loki drifted back from behind pillar.
NA と E は基本女の人がこうやって解説か実況みたいなのやってるんだよ。
It is down to a 1v1. It's super favorable to Brams. But JD's
not.
Oh, JD. He's so smart in checking this as well. He took the time on it. Yeah, and look at the mid position coming out. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. They've been nutmegged on this round, and Sender's feeling a little silly here. A 1v2, and he's going to have to retake in the dark.
4対2だったよな。
That's perfect. What a read. Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually.
Sender knows it. As soon as you start just, you know, thudding on in, you know you're in danger. There's the trade.
4K.
Bloody hell, JD.
Was that a 2v5?
It might have been.
I don't want to know, but I guess we should probably check that because it felt like a 2v5.
あ、2対5だったか。
So let's again. This was
perfect setup, right? People in the right place. The pinch comes through from mid.
It was a 2v5.
It was a 2v5.
And then actually at that point, like they just sit, they freeze for a second. Chihuahua and JD basically go off solo, right? They split. It's an interesting approach to try and play out the latter half of that round, but it's absolutely clinical from JD.
You don't get to see that often. That's lovely. I could watch that sort of thing all day long. That was real nice. Brams, what are you up to? Is aggression the answer that you want?
あれだね、どっちもどのゲームのタイトルでもだいたいいいとこまで行くような名門って感じだね、e スポーツのチームの。
Okay, falls away. So information found. But they've been caught by this before. They overly read into this A piece. NIP backed away and then hit that B side. But I guess with the ult in there, Loki needs it, gets it. Good work. Good adjust there towards Chihuahua. Dips into the smoke, gives himself some safety. Flash comes out to maybe slow down the piece. But NIP, they're not actually fully committed yet.
Well, they're not. Damage done, I guess, initially. Actually, the recon bolt going to tag as well, but I'll be doing a really good job of slowing this down, but no flashes left, and NIP will creep closer and closer on the back of that.
Loki. And get a nice combination with the Sky there. Flash up in 15. That's a lifetime at this point, but great work to turn the flash. Dips through as Shalaby looking gorgeous with this work, and Vaxgol is back. Absolutely no problem that time around. You can see this man's diligence. I want to see what he can keep bringing to this. Again, first time myself getting to cast this guy, see him firsthand, and he looks solid so far.
Again, I mean, we can talk confidence builders, right? In terms of a new addition, that's what we want to see, especially with the scoreline like this. You can see actually elated to close that round out. Now, financially won't mean an awful lot here. Chihuahua actually got enough to throw the operator into the last round if he sees fit. Neural Theft and the Viper's Pit available, and we'll see if NIP once again lean towards that B execute. Retrieve this orb. Nice, at least give away some of the audio cues, and 2 players spotted actually here. Again, we'll show a little presence, a little chip damage done. JD actually in position to potentially pinch. Shalaby gets the better of him.
Finally got a bit of hope this round. Dig their heels in now. Rams, the line. Oh, he had two dead to rights. Back just trying to buy some time on this potential B piece. I'm looking at the lurk from Sky as well. There it is. Eccles finds Shalaby, so that's already going to be a big cutoff. Okay, and now Loki on the flank. Oh, he's got Kriya.
Thank God for that. The first 2 bullets went astray there.
Do they know where Eccles is? Hold on. No, they don't. Hold on. He's actually gone away with this. He's seen Loki as well. He knows where he is. He's got 30 seconds still to play with right now. He's going to lose track of Loki to an extent. He has another flash in 7 seconds. Clears down towards main. He's predicting this. He's predicting this so well off the back of that flash, but it's down to the aim now. By his side, Loki gets him first, saving Vitality from another nightmare.
Oh. And that's a big round. In terms of the score, the way that half played out, Lauren, the fact we're looking at an A4 scoreline is nothing short of a miracle for Vitality. But it's the foundation. It's the building block to potentially come back in the second half. Now, Pistol in the round 2, we're looking at a 2-round deficit. That's a lot to ask for, though. Everything leaning in NIP's favor initially, and again on the flip side of that, Pistol in a round 2's double digits. And that's a terrifying prospect. With the way JD's been playing on attack, I mean, it's got to be all in pieces here from Vitality. I dare to say, if it comes to the mid and late round, JD I feel is going to run rampant in that lurk role.
Correct read. 3 players
B 多いな、守ってん
his
の。
position, ready and waiting. Flashed up, sure, but he's going to be able to deal with Loki, fall into that little cubby spot as well. Stays alive, but they did lose Kriya. There is still an additional man, but JD's got his back. He's got 2. Dragging him to the grave. Going to see it all coming through. Eats the flash, doesn't matter. He's got the spike. He knows that they're somewhat safe here. But numbers being chipped away at. Now, the HP is a little low on Chihuahua. Working through towards mid. It's Vac and Sender. Utility. Vac's got a little, not a lot. Sender's all out. Pops up the wall to give them maybe a little bit of a clear towards the close angles, but you know NIP are playing that spike. Clears out by the wall, looking down towards CT. There's the dip through. Chihuahua puts his life on the line. We'll lose it, but for a 1-for-1 trade. And now both of them stacked up at pillar. That's nasty.
ハンドガンラウンドならワンチャンあるな。
They will. I've gone through, and Eccles, I'm pretty sure, is due a flash in the next couple of seconds. They will hang tight for the time being. They're going to actually double swing this. Look at that. Again, completely offbeat. Don't want to even give him the opportunity. Build back into that round. And NIP put the pistol up, and that's the 9th on the board for them. Everybody in the right place for that. And again, it's JD from backside. It does absolute wonders for them. Chihuahua actually, again, spotted out by the drone. You could argue should have fallen there first. I think an unfortunate flash. I'm not sure if it was a team flash or what, but Chihuahua was actually able to survive for way longer than he should have.
And JD playing it well. I mean, keeping himself somewhat safe and kind of playing smart around it. And I like how Echoes is approaching this on the defensive side. You saw him over towards double doors in the first round. Now he's over towards B. Gonna just kind of give early info and then peel away. It looks like he wants to be kind of quick to rotate, try and find those early bits of information. He's going to find a fair amount towards Brams. That's one player noted. Gonna at least kind of deny middle as a rotation route if wanted. But if anything, it might confirm this suspicion towards this A piece coming in. Already 3 players leaning this side. It's going to be Jet kind of playing towards Tube, so not a complete lean, but it is a mid-take thus far from the attacking side. 4 players trying to work through towards those double doors.
Well, early on, and again, we can look at what Vitality were trying at a similar time on the timeline, right? Is they were way more proactive. They were trying to walk mid as 3, for example. And NIP now, I mean, with the
なんか
pressure
こ
on
こが静
Vitality,
止画だと面白いな。
NIP don't need to. They can sit and wait for Vitality to have to push through one of these choke points. And it's looking like double doors is going to be the preferred option. Now, Rhyme, put that recon bolt right above. Nobody entering through just yet. So it's not going to actually get a bit. There we go. Perfectly positioned. And it will garner him 2 kills on the way in.
It was a Sophie's choice, right? We either sit here and wait and die, or we push forward, get revealed, and die. There's no good way out of it. Such great work from Rhyme. He reaps the rewards. What a brilliant round from Rhyme there. I love that.
And again, it's that point as well. There's so much that round has just ticked away in terms of the clock that he can sit there. Again, the recon bolt play is perfect. It's like, yes, you either sit in that choke, allow us to absolutely suffocate you, or you walk out and I'm going to shoot you through your own wall. It's perfect.
It's that sort of thing. Just you can't love it enough. I'll take that every day of the week. And again, keeps his composure. You can see him very aware of the pressure coming in from several of the angles, still isolating the correct fights, buying the time, no overextension. Oh, can't get enough of that.
Nice as well, which is something we touched on very early on this map, but actually come back to that as Loki going to open things up.
スキルの使い方がやっぱうまいな。
Falling elbow, Korea going to have to retreat, put that wall up, try and slow things down a little bit. Vitality strike first. And second and third, I guess. Yeah, down to just Korea and Chihuahua now.
I mean, it's bonus round time. Bit of a supermarket sweep, go around, grab all the goodies. Used to hate that show sometimes. Like, why didn't you get the expensive items? They're like picking up tins of soup. You know what I mean? Did you ever watch Supermarket Sweep?
Of course I did.
Of course you did. I used to think, why wouldn't you just like get your arm as like a little scoop and just, you know, across?
It did used to upset me, yeah, because some people are just really bad at shopping.
Yeah, I didn't realize that TV was obviously slightly scripted, but you know, at the time I was like,
名前が違うんだな。
sorry to break it to you.
チワワって名前で登録してんだけど。
I know. But this is the bonus round. This was NIP bringing over the lighter weaponry. No real. I don't know, not too much to write home about. I mean, taking down Loki, I guess, is one part of it.
Just to come back, and again, we touched on this kind of stylistic difference between Shalabi and Eccles, right? And that previous round with Rhyme is a perfect example, right? Especially on defense, where, again, that initiator role isn't necessarily frontline. Eccles can sit on bridge and basically, like, it's like chess master, right? So I'm sending a flash through for you, hide behind the boxes. Rhyme timed it perfectly as well, but it's kind of that epitomizing that support role, right? And it's two very different approaches. We say if you put a duelist on Sky, they're self-sufficient, right? They flash themselves in. They can do things like that. You put a player like Eccles on, who is support-oriented. It's actually beautiful to see some of the set pieces you can come together with.
It's super nice. I mean, I like to think I'm the Shalabi Sky, but I'm pretty sure I'm the Eccles Sky. Like, I play with people who are way better than me mechanically these days, so I'm like, you know what? I'll let you know what, you have the spotlight. Go off.
綺麗だな、エイムが。もう顔出した時にはここの角に合ってるもんな。フリーエイムって言うんだけど。やっぱトップレベルのプロはレベルが違えわ。
A great deal of facts this time around to work with. They can't instantly have the correct rotation, and interesting approach from the Viper as well. I want to see what Korea does here. He's kind of playing slightly blind, but there goes the wall, so he's got a good idea. But look how this is sliced up, almost into quarters. And there go now the Seekers. Gonna force him away. Great response from Loki. I was waiting to see if he'd actually push on it, but Korea still alive. Needs to take one more with him. That would be ideal. Able to only get one at this point, but the site's now gonna be swarmed. This should be Vitality walking away with this, unless Eccles does something more. But that was a great site take.
Really nice hit, actually. And Yeah, Korea's done well to even find Loki on the first, but again, it's a diversion play for
やっ
them
ぱ
to
バンダルなん
flip
か
through
な。
main. Yes, on the toxin cooldown and with no snake bites left available. Oh, who's that in the background?
Oh, a little crab.
Yeah.
See, is that? It's not Heather doing that though. Who's doing the free cam? By the way, we do have Sapphire being an incredible observer today, if I'm not mistaken, which is always a joy, always a pleasure. I don't know who's doing the free cam. Who found the crab? Who's been doing the homework? Whoever you are.
I need an
great
answer
work.
immediately.
Yeah, can we get that
chat.
in the Discord? Let us know. I love a good observer. Can't go wrong with them.
Why has Mel not shown us the crab before? That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm saying. Mel's been slacking. Like, yeah, she catches like every kill and stuff.
Put
but
that in the feedback channel. Just a
yeah,
sec.
we'll put it in. We'll have a meeting about it, and we're talking nonsense because, as you can see, apart from Chihuahua, this is a very light round, and oh, it's gone very poorly, hasn't it?
It's not off to a good start. I think Vitality well equipped to deal with this push through. As I say that, Eccles is going to respond with a kill. That wall dropping. ADL able to get any damage through just yet, but two members of Vitality actually tagged up. If NIP can do any further damage with these pistols, and now with Eccles getting a Vandal on board.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. Loki was a little lower, 61 HP still to play. This feels horrible. This doesn't feel clean at all.
Get out of there.
It's feeling nasty. Can they do any more? Can they deny the defuse? Can they do everything they need? Let's have a little look here. Any more damage is good. If you take it away from 3, that's not bad. But you can see the post plants pretty decent, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pretty
Shock
alright.
Dart and the Snake Bite combo. Korea will actually find a constellation and again, talk bigger picture.
やっぱ
Only
攻
two
めマップや
rifles
な、ここ
saved
は。
together on the side of Vitality. Now we'll have to see what dent that leaves on the economy. I'm thinking actually, yeah, that previous it was what the one Marshall, then the Bladestorm invested from NIP. So
84だったからな、全然あるよ。
and well, yeah,
Vitality.
Sender on a massive buffer. I was going to say it potentially leaves them with only one round in hand, but looking
俺はあんま
fairly
りやり
flush
た
for
く
the
ないけ
time
どね。
being. Viper's Pit available, Bladestorm online for Vitality. Actually, Korea will pop his Viper's Pit off the rip.
このマップはね、割と
Close off this
ガチ
entry
で
towards A site.
スナイパーうまい味
See
方
if
引いたら
Vitality
勝
try
て
and
る。
pivot away from this now. Set pretty deep in this default, actually, anticipating maybe a little bit of aggression coming across from
ス
elbow,
ナイパ
maybe
ーうま
JD
い人がい
drifting
たら
out here, but
守りでも何本か取れるか
Yeah,
ら
Vitality
そこから
actually
攻めで
going to set up
取れるように
towards
なるけ
Tube
ど
and mid here, and maybe still challenge through the Viper's Pit.
It looks like that's the play. I mean, if they cancelled this, then sure.
スナイパー
but
いないと見るとこ多すぎ
given
て
a lot of
守るの
freedom
難しいんだよな。
There's a little bit of utility that might make it tricky to go forward. And now with the Seekers, that's kind of just
あとこの
trash
ブ
the
リ
kind
え
of,
なん
I
だっ
guess,
けな
quieter play that was coming through from Tube. Flash goes in, doesn't find anything for it. I don't think I didn't hear the pop.
バイパ
But they're
ー
going
か
to be on the back of it. Shalabi's going to find Korea. There's a trade out though. Let's keep in mind how this goes. And suddenly there go the Seekers on the other side. Right now, going to get headshots galore, but only going to find
こ
one
の
of them.
毒
Eccles
使う
has
キャラ
his
は
back
いない
to
と
the
まず勝て
bridge
ない
for
ね。
that. What a shot from him. And now down to the 1v2. It's Sender with it all to do.
The neural theft popped as well. Yes, Sender gets his Viper's Pit online to replace Korea's as he falls, but
Toxin screen down.
NIP with a lot of time left in this retake here. Sender going to try and take matters into his own hands. Chihuahua just charging through. The run and gun will shut him down. He was only down to one shot, and NIP will put their 11th on the board and say everything building back in NIP's favor there on the retake, and a lot of time left to dig him out of that hole.
Chat just caught up with the crab and someone started spamming, the lads want crabs.
Which lads are these then? I need to have a word with them.
I don't know at this point. I really
It
don't.
sounds like some Magaluf chant from 2007.
めっちゃ笑っとるやん。
Down at MAGA.
Yeah.
Oh, outstanding. Oh, it does bring me such joy. 11-7. We go back in, and it is a build back for Vitality to an extent, but how much can it last? Now, you mentioned it, Sender did have the big old bank, but Chihuahua He's getting peaky on it. Yeah, that's nasty. That's confidence play from Chihuahua there to find Vac to start with as well. That's an ult now removed from this round that they could have potentially depended on in that post plant if they could get there. But Loki wants to utilize his as best he can, slicing up through middle, takes Eccles' head as a trophy, gonna dash through towards the doors, gets denied by JD with the trade there. Brams could have done with that double, but no, denied it. And now the 2v2, but Kriya's heard all of this. He's heard these steps. He's got to know what they're doing. Now he waits. The barrel might show first. But the time he's Sender! He's absolutely done him.
Rhyme.
Spike planted.
Got decent timing on this flank here, but he has to find Sender.
Man.
Yeah, 5 HP. He cannot make a sound before finding Sender.
Do you check on this? And how much do you check on this? You might give it a quick
No, he's
glance,
walking back
but...
elbow. Oh, no. No, he gets it. Yeah.
Toast.
Free beat.
Absolute toast.
Yep. Again, initially, I mean, it's a little bit awkward when you see Loki try and make a play like that to close the distance on the owl drone, but recovered nonetheless on the side of Vitality. They do find themselves actually ending up on B, where NIP were the first to strike.
This is the interesting one. They've broken the back of the money. This could be a decent
you know
run.
what? I was about to say, now if you look at it, that buffer's still there for Vitality, right? They could they could play numbers here, play trades. It come down to even just 2 surviving. They still have a round in hand, and they've closed the distance now. It's only 3 rounds to separate them here. NIP on 11. This is potentially Vitality bringing it to 2.
It's a gateway back, isn't it? This is the big one. This could do so much for them. They get this right. 9 obviously on the board. Money's still good. They get all of the wibbly bibblies, all the goodies coming through. Been around Alex too much. I can't even describe what that means to people. You know what I mean? There's just no chance of it.
It's a non-starter.
It's a non-starter, you're right.
てか猫のアレルギーかなと思ったけど、
5 stars
花
down.
粉症
Which
か
see,
もわからんな。
again, look, I love a team who keeps a clean
目が痒くて
anti-eco.
鼻水がやばい
This
わ。
isn't even really an eco. It's a bit of a Shiko out there. I heard an NA caster trying to claim that. Absolutely.
Not happening.
Absolutely not happening. And it's not as clean as we'd like to see it kept. Kriya. Good work towards Loki, but a lovely answer back from Brams. And a good closer. So, clean enough. More than clean enough at this point. You've still got 4 alive. If it gets below 3, then we start questioning, really. But where's the crab? Any other crabs? There he is. Hey, crabs for life.
Did you just say crabs for life? Oh, that's a chant, yeah.
Yeah, that's one. Add it to the book.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well, thank God we're in attack timeout.
timeout.
Yeah, we love to really dwell on those moments.
Yeah.
ちょっと薬飲んでくるわ。
Nowhere to
Swiftly on. This is the important round now for me. You look back at the timeline here and you can see Vitality striking back after that round 18 loss actually to find another 2 in succession, and this is going to be everything.
What is that? Is that a bear?
Uh,
It is.
I'm very disturbed by the color filter that we're looking at it on though.
Yeah, it being in the kind
It's
of
a-
black and white thing, it's not great. It's like
Yeah.
my old webcam days on MySpace, you know? It's not pretty. You think you're doing something, but you ain't.
But this is the one that could turn the entire game, because potentially this victory will tie the game up, right? It's Vitality
On my way.
then putting NIP back down to a reset,
On my way.
and it'll be Vitality going to double digits and only 1 round
Right here.
left to tie things up.
Right here.
I have to see. Vitality want to, again, keep up with this pace. The pressure's on for NIP now, right? Vitality can be the ones to force the issue.
Take flight.
Dog at least saw. I know it's like the Tasmanian tiger. I call it dog. I don't, you know. I'm pretty sure it saw enough. And yeah, Vax found Kriya. Oh, that's horrible news. But Brams on those back lines. NIP aren't getting an inch back towards his site. This is straight up Vitalities at this point. Spike can be planted. There is an ult pop on the other side. Can it deny the plant? I think it has. A matter of how long. Flank comes in, Sender catching. Yeah, everything's just crossed off right now. This is a perfect round from Vitality at this point.
That is so disciplined there. Again, the Hunter's Fury, yes, to deny the plant, but it's also to buy them, 3 to 5 seconds on that flank, right? And Sender posted just perfectly to greet it. It's such a good read. Things like that are often things that go underappreciated in Valorant, but just such a fantastic decision to just sit there and say, guys, hold up a second. Let's deal with the other threats right now. Sender finds the flank.
Yep.
They can take a comfortable plant once again. And I want to take a look back at this because that TP from Brams, probably one of the ballsiest TPs you'll see from an Omen. It's on the back end of where the Viper walls cross on B site. So it's such a weird timing for it. Again, you are so hyper focused on that choke coming into B site that one TP just completely throws around off kilter. And he gets in, and I'm not sure if he finds 2 or just the 1 initially, but it's enough to just draw attention away and allow Vitality to throw bodies on site.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to be Brams catching the flank there, but as you said, the TP came out and then Sender kind of took over that role. That definitely changed things up. Now, look at this approach coming back in from NIP. They've just gone, now we're stacking, boys. Put 3 on B and let's get Aggie. They're actually going to invest the blades towards it too. Doggo goes out. Gonna at least reveal Shalabi there, but you can see the swing from the window is going to be trying to dissuade or kind of neuter what that hit could have done, and it's weathered the storm perfectly. And they've run through a decent amount of utility on NIP, not everything in the stock, but a fair amount.
I mean, I've got to say, Vitality have looked so good at handling some of what NIP are trying to pull off in these lesser purchases. Now, JD positioned to hear all this information back through mid-rotation, but unable to find that one. Loki actually get the better of him there. Sender once again posted up. This is so well considered from Vitality and so clean once again. 5 alive. He spotted another player on the flank. Look at this from Sender right now. Another round where he's yeah, that contingency plan, that safety net for them will allow NIP to get away with any of that cheekiness.
It's now, I always want a tactical timeout for NIP here. I don't know if they've already used it. They might have done. If I'm honest, I haven't been keeping track. And, oops. But just to get a grip on how they want to answer this, and overall kind of maybe consideration as to what the plan is now, because their money's still kind of scuffed, right? Like, look at it. It ain't nice. And what they've got, Eccles is ult. It's not really enough to instigate much. It can give you late round information, but look at the early play from Rhyme there. He just dipped in towards A main, had a little look, didn't see much, and kind of fell away from it. So I'm interested to see what they do with this now, as it is going to be, so far at least, as it stands, Vitality leaning towards that B site once again.
Yeah, Korea under a lot of pressure, and saying that Loki actually going to find the opening onto Chihuahua here. Once again, Vitality with a man advantage. And NIP, 3 sheriffs and a marshal here. Korea.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, it's not long. You get spotted on B side like that, it's not long until you just flushed out with utility like that. And again, that combo absolutely deadly. The shock dart and the snake bite.
Oh, the flank. If Loki wins that, yeah, I think that one's now been cut off for the knees. I thought there was a bit of a chance for JD getting this far ahead. They seem aware of the chance of it. The swing, the check, didn't go deep enough from Vac to fully commit to it yet. JD's been able to creep a little closer. Hearing all of this finally reveals position, but Sender's spot is... it's not normal head height, but if you take the fight, he's gonna... What? This makes it possible. It's not ideal.
Okay.
Oh. Loki keeps it safe. 12 to 11. I got nervous there.
Not even close. Yeah.
Match point.
This is not where I thought we were going with this one. It's map point, in favor of Vitality here. If we dial this back to like round 10, we were looking at 8-2, 8-1 the scoreline initially.
逆転してんじゃん。
Look at it. Yeah,
Huge.
7-1 we started off it.
やっぱ攻めマップやな、ここは。
Ult as well.
A testament to how well Vitality are playing right now, honestly, Lauren.
It truly is. And when you're staring down a scoreline like that, it's very easy to get overwhelmed, to kind of get in your own head, but they stabilized. Now let's see, 12 to 11.
Toxins going up.
OT on map 1.
Toxin screen down.
And on IP, I'm sure, are livid at this. And somewhat of a default to begin with. No investment yet of the Viper Wall. At least for the attacking side. And the double face, they're gonna face through this. It looks like they want to. You can see Shalabi. Oh, he was so aware of the chance of it, but Rhyme beats him to the punch. No trade for Vac available. Falls away slightly from this now, but are they gonna keep going this way? I mean, they've just lost Brams as well towards Tube. It's the first time we're really seeing
こ
this
れはオーバータイ
come
ムや
out
な。
this late in the game, and it's working through the ult.
That's a
I don't
big win.
like this for Vitality. It's great for an IP, but this feels like Vitality just ran out of steam in this round.
Yeah, Vac does actually slip away from the Viper's
30
pit,
seconds
but
left.
only 2 left standing. This is 5 and 20 seconds left on the clock. This is when the desperation, the paranoia starts building. Rhyme hits that one tap through the wall before it drops. Loki can't find a headshot, but we'll get the reset on Chihuahua, actually. 13 seconds left now, and it's looking like we're starting the day off with an overtime.
Yeah, you know, like, okay,
Do you know what
so
I've been
there's
avoiding saying? Just that one word, overtime,
I
for the
know,
last
I know.
like 6 rounds, but here we are. Who'd have
I
thought?
know. Yeah. Well, the thing is, right, and this is if you've been watching a lot of the kind of lead up to this part, you know, we normally say that we always get given the OTs, the 3 maps, you know, the crazy long series, the technical timeouts. We get all of it, right? We get the messier end of the stick, as people like to say, I think. However, we decided that actually it was Mel who had the curse, who was the observer we worked with, because then it obviously went
It
towards
did.
Mitch and Tom.
It did, yeah, it did. Who are usually actually part-timers. They were about half as many hours as us, right, in terms of the series. The actual number of hours put into
Yeah.
the broadcast. But
Yeah,
here we
obviously.
are. Here we
Here we
are. NIP. Obviously, with that side change, going to be on their attack. No initial play for the orb outside A. Now, again, going to be a fast piece towards B. We're going to have a look. Actually, yeah, a little... Utility, the wall will go up, so give some of the information away. No way did Loki... Gets tagged there and actually manages to escape once again. He gets double tagged by the same Aldron here. He's got it back over the other smoke. He's a madman. He's tagged by the recon bolt.
Is he okay?
He should
Is he
not
just-
be alive right now. That's a little bit of a whiff on the side of NIP, honestly. That's you got to
Opportunity.
take those. You got to take those.
Yeah.
Poison ore emitting.
The opportunity is knocking.
Toxins going up.
No, okay.
Poison's off.
Now, seeing nothing there might give away this concept that they're going back maybe through spawn, but it's a mid lean thus far. 4 players in middle. Dog reveals at least one of them, but that's not the full picture. You still have Chihuahua waiting on the sides here. This is still going to be that pinch towards B, or so it seems. I want to keep my eyes towards it. A lot of intention shown here in Sender. The timing could be everything to catch him on the heel.
He slipped behind him.
He's heard the steps. Oh, Chihuahua, it's a freebie every day of the week. Now, do they cancel? They're so far into this, they've got to commit, right? Shilabi's now on the back of the side waiting. He's going to lose the teammates around him, but he's still standing tall. Flash comes in, takes the fight, wins the fight. And Vitality hold the line. As Chihuahua took down 1, but the rest all stood their ground. A brave fight from Shilabi there, maybe feeling himself. 2 of them in a line. Do not do that. Do not do that.
Switching
What are the
sides.
odds on that actually happening there? They literally lined up perfectly.
Yep.
Okay.
You play to the whistle, boys. We don't.
全く同じなんだな。21、
We don't
16、
do that
8。
sort of thing. I don't love the Charlie that
Again,
was just in the middle of the open.
I got to say this as well. I was talking about confidence boosters. That obviously
Yeah.
Shalabi stepping into this, and again a high pressure scenario, right? In terms of elimination looming, it's good to see him find rounds like that, man. Be the rock in place on A site for Vitality.
I think he's been that the whole time, though. I mean, he's been really solid. He's always bails them out with like 2 kills, maybe even 3. Buys a great deal of
He's
time.
good for his. He's good for his.
Exactly. We haven't seen much beyond that yet, but as a plug-in play player, that's exactly what you need. This is the position you're going to play in. do some damage. Wonderful. Right, that's good enough. Now, let's have a look as to what we see here from the attacking side. Now, Spike is towards B for now, and a heavy rotation coming out from NIP. 4 players leaning to the B side.
This is it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. NIP looking like they might want to walk it and actually send out a probe. Oh no.
This could be a disaster in the making. Loki gonna see one loses the fight. Rhymes there, but the trade comes in. Sender, excellent play with 2. But what is this absolute madness that just went on? It's Vac now left in a 1v2. Wrong site, wrong time. Spike not to hand. Chihuahua and Kriya like, all right, if that's how we get going again, no problem.
And the problem being, Vac obviously sent out the recon bolt to start the round, so they know exactly where it's coming from. So Kriya has all the time in the world to hit this rotate. 20 seconds left. He has to end B, and both members of NIP set up here. Operator in hand for Chihuahua. The jump spot come through. Imagine doing something like that in overtime. I mean, it's just so unorthodox, but Vitality are even set up to greet that aggression, but everything goes in IP's way. What a beautiful round.
Let's watch this back. Sender. It's impressive to see. I mean, Sender almost saved that.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, he really did, and it would have been him once again to kind of be that, like I said, the contingency, the safety net for Vitality in that scenario. But it was not to be. NIP back on the attacking side, and we go again.
Take flight. Enemy tag.
A little bit of info found. Didn't quite dig out the sky on sight, but that's gonna be great work from Chihuahua. Finds Vac, and that's gonna just kind of slice off those rotations. It's kind of a 2v4 on the site, pretty much. Shelby is still alive here. Unnoted, he does finally get revealed, gets found, but he's still finding space. This man
There's
knows
so
his
much
lines.
pressure. There's so much pressure on him.
Truly. Bram's trying to come on in.
めっちゃいい勝負してるわ。裏いるんだよな。そこの
brattiest
上。
of positions, making this
あ、
very
ある
difficult.
あるある。
Right now being removed is a big scalp to be claiming, but NIP in the post plant, what do they have left in this? Kriya's still there. Utility now invested. He knows
There's no
he's trying to buy
snake
the time on this.
They could just, I don't even think they can spam. Chihuahua actually going to get a kill on the diffuser.
いや、時間ない
They get all
な。
the damage as well. The kill's coming through for NIP. Look at this, Lauren.
I'm looking at the diffuser right now. Loki is sitting on this one. He's not going to get off it for love nor money.
お、あー、解除成功したわ。
It's so unfortunate, the timing of the smoke. Just a half a second either direction. And that sight line opens up for them.
全員倒したけど解除
That's
成
a
功されたな。
heartbreaking round to lose. Look at this as well. I mean, it's the domino effect, right? It's one thing after another. JD on the reload, back on the reload here. Like I said, half a second either way.
So close.
Oh no.
いや、今流れが悪いね、
Now
これ
I'm。worried. That's a rattler in overtime.
Absolutely is.
Nip-
NIP's
Nip
defensive
やばいよ。
side has brought question
お、
marks to us, but that
あるわ。
could be a game changer. Early picks. Gonna help out and then some. That's Loki removed. Rams wants one back, walking straight up tube here, but you can already see that on the other side, Chihuahua is watching this. Now, does he expect to play it close just yet? Not too much. He's still kind of focusing towards that end of tube side. Holding for now. They hear
確か
the
この
owl
ニ
drone
ップは
coming through. They'll
ね、
know
なんて名前
that's
だったかな。
intention
忍
again.
者ズ、
Utility shown all the time
忍
for
者ズ
Rams.
なんたらかんたらみたいな名前だった気がするんだよ
Hearing
ね
these。steps. Can he get the punish? No, Chihuahua quicker on the trigger. Bram's gonna be made to feel silly about it. And now 5 still stand. Make it 4 this time. Shalaby is not gonna lose that fight against the other Sky and opens up a chance. Ooh.
Oh, this is disastrous. Again,
It's not
throwing
done
out.
anything.
Nope, they throw out the flash. No info on the back of it. But NIP are walking through. Shotbeer Rhyme opens things up onto Vac, and that might stop Sender and Shalabi in rotation here.
30 seconds
Or
left.
I guess, yeah, maybe not.
いや、HP ないな。あ、回
Kriya
復ある
didn't
か。
need to face that open on it. Quick flash comes in. No one's close. So not too worried about that close box on the left, but there's still that face coming out that could be an issue. JD watching for this. Tries to get the timing, doesn't get the tag. 10 seconds on the board now. Timing is going to be a key factor. JD finds Sender, and now Shelby, last one alive, put down 14-14.
続くね。
Switching sides. Overtime.
Okay. I mean, those of you who haven't consulted the script, obviously we know overtime doesn't end after the single or the double.
No.
海外のスポンサーはレイザーなんだ
So,
な。
Well, yeah, look, sometimes you do get triples.
日本は割とロジクールだけど。
what around though? Again, I love the intention there, but the fact that again, NIP are they're not afraid to just flip the script, be unorthodox in overtime, and it's so difficult to make reads on this because it takes so much in terms of investment, in terms of risk, to figure out these sorts of setups. And like I said, to run them in overtime, we didn't even see NIP do this in regulation.
Rams forced away. They're putting a lot of pressure down towards Chew right now. Two players having to respond accordingly. Chewy blind as a bat, falling away from it. 3 players were here from NIP.
No real damage done on the way in though, so it will reset back. And look how deep Vitality are happy to sit right now. Other than Shalabi, really. Sender going to hit that rotate towards Loki once again with the operator. No armor available. We know how much pressure he was under previously. But the spike will remain on A side.
あんまこの人、オペ上手くないよな。
That's interesting because it's
さっ
drawn
きか
the
ら割
third
と当ててない
player.
気がす
The
る。
flash is going to come through.
30 seconds left.
And you can see Bram's considering it. Meanwhile, Rhyme walk up will actually backfill
What a
Shalabi.
fake.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, this is gonna be a retake 5v5 sort of scenario. Oh.
Enemy down.
Oh! How is he
Revealing area.
that confident to sit there and just fully commit that no one would have walked maybe up towards triple box? But that's an issue neither here nor there now, as Vitality have to work this back in with 4. And
Wow,
then look
いい
at the
ラー
flank
ク
here.
してんな、
Look
こ
at
れ。
this timing coming
刺
out.
さる
Let's
わ。
see how it works through for Eccles. He sees the gun barrel. He knows what's happening. So many of these kills are just well positioned, well timed, and a little unfortunate, you might say, for Vitality as Loki, Vac, and Brams. What are you meant to do with this?
うわー、これは。
Also, for good measure, makes his way up tube. The backstab from Bridge will not note Loki's position, but down to 31 HP and just a formality now. The time ticking away for him. Not even a consolation. Eccles will stamp this out. NIP will convert their attacking
Switching
round here.
sides. Match point.
What's the response from Vitality? What's left in the tank? It's so exhausting to do this on map 1 of a series as well, Lauren.
Yeah.
It's so strenuous on these players.
It is. And shout out to the Observer for going this far out of the map this early on to get this lovely
Speaking of strenuous, look at this dinner party. Really building into the tone there.
Yep. My mental well-being after the OT in map 1.
My 4 brain cells when we're in triple overtime.
It truly do be like that. And Vitality are putting up a fight here, but I need to see what else I've got. Viper being used.
いや、あれなんだよ。こ
for
れ
the
カスタム
smokes
ゲー
at
ム
this
で
point. Oh dear, too
マップ
noted.
を
Big info
ゴー
JD's
ストってい
now.
うモードで通り抜けると、ああいう風に隠しの場所が用意されてんだよ。
Plays back in Sender.
イースターエッグみたい
Gets
な
him
感
off the
じ
back
で
of。that ping. Rhyme tries to catch him on the cross, not going to get it, but Sender on the punish. Good play forward from Sender. Expecting the flash, tucked himself into the
世界
corner.
大会の時は
Eccles up on the bridge.
世界大会の
Peaks advantage and
な
then
んか
some. Man's been
対戦
swinging.
ルームみたいなのが作られてたよ、ちゃんと。
Yeah, and 20 seconds left on that flash, which is a big Loki takes his eyes off that angle for just a moment here. He will escape for the time being. And up here, got to find something. They've got to find it fast here, Lauren.
They really do. They've got to get a move on, otherwise this might be done for. It's looking like it's already a little cooked at this point. Good work between the two, but time. Keep that in the back of your mind. They do not have a great deal of it. Flash goes in, catches nothing. One's
時
on
間
the
がない
side,
な
one's in the
時
smoke.
間ないわ
Korea can't dig him out of it. Shalaby's right there. Eccles does well, but at this point, keep your eye on the spike. It's about to go up, and we
また振
continue
り
to
出し
move forward. 15-15 now.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Switching sides.
The response
Overtime.
straight back in from Vitality, and now NIP back on the attacking side, and it's grayed out. I think the pressure is building here,
Yeah.
100ポイントまでいけ
unsurprisingly
る
so.
いや
Vitality
あれだよ終わるまで無限に続くよマジで
getting a little back and forth even in the overtime, right? You'd expect really with
多分いくつまでみたいな
way
規
the
定は
first
ないと
half
思
of
うよ
this went, NIP to look way more comfortable, at least on their attacking sides, but
だ変な話
so yeah, that's leaning a little more in
2ポイン
favor
ト
of
つくまで
Vitality for me, at least in these
だから
overtime rounds here.
そんな有名じゃないチーム同士が変な話オーバータイムいったらこうしようぜみたいな談合しちゃえば50対50とかでもありえる
We'll see.
わざ
How
と
far do NIP
勝
go
てない
with
ふ
this
りし
kind
て
of, like I said, getting unorthodox
Yeah.
and getting a little bit weird with it.
I mean, how much do they have? If you've got someone like
まあ
Eccles
特に
joining
こ
the
のゲー
roster,
ム
how
って
much
一瞬で死
do
ぬ
you
か
have in
ら
the tank of these weird rounds?
エイム外したふりなんかしたって別
Like,
に
you know, you're slotting
人間だからミスるなぐらいで終わるしな
like Shalaby, I'd say fits in easier, right? You want to bring in some firepower, a bit of a fragger. They still fulfill a similar role, right? Yeah, of course they have to learn, you know, a couple of bits and pieces, the looks of the team, maybe the set pieces that come through, because, you know, again, you'll be facilitating some of that play, especially as a Sky, but
カメラマンがいろいろ
look
見
at
つけとん
Eccles,
だ
who's more of your utility man, your kind of IGL, that's a big change up hold up.
Ah,
Loki gets away with his
本当下手だなこの
life,
人
didn't land the tag that he wanted, or at least ideally the kill, didn't get anything really for that.
見とる限り当たってないねスナイパー
Plays, they know where Loki has to go for a heal, and NIP look like they're about to punish that, Lauren. Very quickly encroaching towards B's side. That's drawn the rotation. They know it has to happen. Aldrone going to stop things initially. It's actually Shalaby that's going to backfill Loki on B's side. I think the window of opportunity is passed here. This is a mistake from NIP, but Chihuahua finds the entry.
Pausing for thought, maybe seeing if they'll get over aggressive somewhere, but for now this is quite fine. They've crossed towards the side, but look how many players are in towards CT. 3 of them all lined up there, playing towards the wall too. 1 deeper towards CT, which is Loki, and then Brams playing towards more middle. How is this going to work out? 5v4 post-plant, utility... Shelby's got a fair amount. Keep that in mind. So he might be able to facilitate something. There's that first flash gone, catching towards the back side. Chihuahua's going to receive it, but it's fine. NIP have several other angles to work on. Shelby can't do enough with this.
This is such a beautiful round. When you think about the knock-on effect and all the little things, if we talk about conditioning as a factor here, the knowledge there from NIP, they know exactly where Shalaby plays. They know that it's an operator that Loki's purchased. Those tags are going to put him so low on HP. They read it perfectly. And in my eyes, like I said, they almost missed that window of opportunity, but it came down to a half second, and the fact that they find that entry on Sender gifted them the round on the back of, what, 2 or 3 Vandal shots. Just that damage done to Loki in the early round. What an amazing way to
さ
punish
す
a
が
play
バイ
like
タリテ
that.
ィだな
Yeah. At this point, tack timeout comes in because that might...
椅
As
子に
much as these are
自分とこの
tactical,
チームのマークちゃん
probably
と入っ
more
てる
just
わ
to get your head in the right place because you just had a bit of a kicker thrown to you there. That's
Oh, yeah, it can be really deflating to try and get aggressive at this stage of the game and it be stamped out and then be punished. That, I guess, relentlessly. I mean, that harshly. You got to say it. Just that one peak alone effectively lost Vitality that round. Honestly, it created such a huge opportunity for NIP, and
もう疲れ
unfortunately,
たるやんみんな
they
そうだ
capitalized
よ
on it.
これでもまだ1マップだから1マップ目だから
And I'm fine
最
with
大
it. Like I
3
said,
マップ目まであ
I've
るから
accredited the same thing to NRP, right? You got to get weird. You got to
まだ
get
これ
funky in overtime. You've got
始
to
まったばっ
try
かだ
and,
からね
you know,
is
find.
Brams opping weird enough for you?
It's a little weird. I'm going to be honest.
BO3 だから
Is
日本選
is
手
that weird enough?
I like weird. That's all I'll say.
4 play stack towards a weird?
We're walking it. Why not?
Have a walk.
Why would
オー
we
バータイムっ
walk
て
cave
一番疲れるか
at
らな
16, 15?
I love
But
it.
let's talk about the information here. They've spotted one player. Vitality now noted this aggression.
Who did they see
A4 だ
then?
な
They saw
Who took the
Sender.
fight? No, on the other side. Who was it that got contact? I actually don't know. Because that could be kind of big information on either side, that if it was a player that kind of maybe sits deep swing towards B or one of the first rotations towards B, you'd be like, well, no one's here. What?
終わったな、
It's
多
a really
分。さすがに
weird
このファーストブラッドは終わっ
start
た
to a
な。
round because there's not been a big response. Yeah, Loki's been lost, but that was towards middle. That would have happened, I feel, either way. I just want to see what happens now. The rotation. Look how deep they're sitting on B. This is a full retake.
いや、でも微妙だな。まだ
We're never going to be
一番活躍できてないローキーが死んだだけだから。
didn't go so well.
The important thing is the
One
setup's
child
been here
now.
from the start, though. Look at this retake wall that's already set up. Korea has aligned this along both pillars, right?
Planted.
They pretty much can't play. They can play sight, but they're not going to have any information, Lauren. Look at this. This wall is
interesting.
perfect.
That's such a unique way to do it. Very much
刺さる
aware
か
of the
この
possibilities.
裏取り
I wonder how
この
this plays out.
裏取り
Keep in
刺され
mind
ば
that
ある
last retake from the other team didn't go so well, but look at this flank coming in through middle as well. Sender around the back. He holds. He waits. Korea's found two.
終わったわ
JD's found
ない
another.
わ
Sender, this has to be the
あ
flank
終わ
the
った
whole time, and he's just about whiffed it as bad as he could there. That's not gone well. And yeah, there you go. This is going to be just icing on the cake. There's nothing more to be said nor done. Sender, a good attempt to deny, does it down Eccles. He can't do any more. Too many bodies simply put in the way. And NIP break Vitality's
やべえ、
comeback.
しょぼーん。
Hey,
裏取りがちょっと遅かったな。あと3、あの3秒早けりゃ。あ、エース行ったらあったな。確かに。
That's incredible to see. JD had an
いつもこの
insane
人だな。
game there,
有名な
by the
人
way.
なんだろうな、向こうで
Well,
は。
just fantastic performance all round.
目が綺麗
I
だな
mean,。it's things like that we talk about with Eccles stepping into this roster. Those are the sorts of things that are big positives to see. Remaining calm under pressure and having the playbook and having the, I gotta say it, the balls to do that in such a high pressure scenario and it pay off in such a huge way for them. And this is only map one. Like I said, it's so exhausting to have that as the first map of a series, but I'm all for it. Roll out a couple more.
Yeah, I'm interested that NIP actually had the depth to get that fruity.
Yes.
That's what I was worried
Yeah.
if they actually had it there, and they did. So credit to them. OT, of course, map one, that is going to be exhausting for the players. They're going to take a second, I'm sure, to kind of still themselves, take some fresh air, and we're going to do the same. We're going to go out, touch some grass, I don't know, do what normal people do. But the desk will be there in a moment's time to bring you through everything we just saw and what to expect in the next map.
この女はどんくらいすげん。
わからんな、海外のキャスター事情は一切。日本はそもそもキャスター不足だからな。まあでも海外で選ばれるってことはやっぱすごいんだろうね。しかもちょっと待って、あんだけ激戦繰り広げてもう3分後に試合やらされる選手たち大変やろ。あれでも1-1になってんな。ああ、1-0-1か。負けてるってことだもん。
運慶の時間派。
なんにもないな。今頃マリファナでも吸って落ち着いてるかもよ。日本とはまた、使ってる音楽が違うんだな。ええやん、ええやん。海外コメント2期はどうなってんだろう。次スプリットなんだ。 守りが強すぎるって言ってたクソマップだね。へえ。ピカチュウおるやん。ポケモンで、ポケモンかポキモンか知らんけど、女の人のとこのスタンプだな、多分。
Welcome back to the closed qualifiers of a VCT Challengers, where
あれ
NIP
変わった。
have taken down Team of Vitality in quadruple overtime. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm joined back on the desk by Milosh and
あ、変わった。
Jess. Welcome back, you guys. What a fantastic start to this lower
この
bracket
人らは
match.
見たことないな。さっきの
Everything
女の人はね、
we asked
何
for,
回
we
か見たことあ
got.
った
It
け
was
ど。
really, really close, Jess, but for NIP, they showed up when it mattered, and they do now
誰や
have
こい
an
つ。
advantage in this elimination.
And it's really, really important that they showed up here on Breeze. We did speculate in the pre-desk that if they do not win one of their best maps here of Breeze, at least in the short term, in short history that we were going over, that they are unlikely to win this
さっ
series.
きの
I
人
know
は
it's
ちょ
a
っと目が
huge
綺麗だっ
statement
た
to
から
throw
な。
out there, but that was something I was really adamant. If they don't win Breeze, they've got to go up against Vitality's best map in map number 2, and as a result, them taking into quadruple overtime. I know Milosh has said this 20 times, but this just seems to be their forte. Going into OT, bringing people into their, depth of play. Maybe stamina is something they love to run.
力入るんだな。見るとわかるけど、エイムするときめっちゃ力入れてるわ。
NIP and overtimes. They've had it over the past couple of days. They have it now in map 1.
力むタイプだね。
Honestly, I think the whole story is why did they just not finish it earlier? They had such an advantage in the first half of the map and regulation time, and we were expecting, okay, NIP are really rolling.
近い近い近い。
They're looking very comfortable.
目悪くなる。
And then
カメラ見た。
Vitality just came into their own. Maybe they needed a moment to warm up. Shalabi also on the team took a moment to warm up, but in the end, NIP took it. It took OT, but yeah, I'm gonna say impressed, but I expected a bit better from them.
I feel like Pansy and Hypok and overtime is the slightly more iconic duo, because these two are blessed with overtime every single time they cast. But 17-15, do you feel like, Jess, that Vitality let this slip through their fingers?
ほら、
A little bit as well, because when you come back in the
ロー
second
キーだ
half,
け
and I did
ち
say
ょっと
before,
待って、
and I
へっ
had
しょ
it
り
in my notes coming
30%
into
超えて
this
るわ。
particular map, that Vitality, where they're actually a defensive-sided team, and their last time they played Breeze, they were actually a defensive-sided team, which is pretty unnatural for Breeze as a map. So I did expect Vitality to come in on their second half and go, okay, this is something we can put together. Rounds are going pretty well in the first half here for NIP. But again, that's one of the things you look forward to when you're getting into the OTs. They were putting a lot of defensive rounds on the board that they could have put on earlier as well. So I think it's just that stress of the first map here in this best of 3 that has really been pushing Vitality. And of course, maybe in the next map, we'll discuss a couple of the agents and the roles that I don't think we're really clicking with Vitality.
The Cypher, 100%. That he was so good. JD on that lurk role was so incredible. The man was sitting around every single corner, and it looked like every time Vitality would try to enter into a site, or even when they're on the defense, they would get completely isolated. The one player that's on site that's kind of trying to survive as long as possible, immediately shut down. And then what does JD do? Sit in a corner and wait. And even we saw it in pistols. I think in the second pistol was very clear. He also sat just behind the walls, popping up to take some pop shots every now and then with the ghost. And the man is just incredible. I think there is more that he could show, but this is what we expected to be the best map from NIP.
スポンサーがレイザーだから、多分レイザーのイヤホン使ってんだろうな。
I'm getting a bit, nervous about the rest of the series because NIP and OT is a great thing to see, but I still want to see more. And I think Vitality, like Jess was mentioning earlier in the pre-match, they're going to be so much more comfortable in split.
Well, let's talk about JD real quick, because we are in these make or break situations. We want players to step up. And Jess, this is exactly what he did today.
I was really surprised as well because there was a possibility that they don't take the Cypher. Because some teams don't take a Cypher on Breeze, fair enough, you know, whatever composition works best for you. But JD on the Cypher, it wasn't the agent itself. Okay, Trapwires was said, he was really good with the cages, so on and so forth. But it was more that lurking
しかしローキー弱かったな。
from Milosh to bring up. And round
ジェットがあんだけ活躍できないと
JD almost
やっ
hit
ぱ
a
勝てん
nice
わ
little
な。
post-plant clutch there as well. 0.5 of a second was left on the defuse there from Vitality when they were defending over towards Pyramids. I mean,
でもジェット使ってるってことは多分エースの選手だからすげえ調子が悪かったんだろうね。もしくはそのローキーを抑え込むための対策を取られてたか。
And I mean, a man that can do something like that, keep cool, calm, collected, mid and late
こういう動
round,
きをするって
that's a
メタ
player
られ
that
て
you're gonna
て
look
やられ
forward
た
to
かの
in
どっちかだ
multiple
ね。
maps in this series.
Yeah, and what about the side of Vitality too, Milosh? Was there someone that impressed you? Because this was too close to call. It really could have gone either way.
I definitely had some impressive plays. I think Sender watching flanks on the attacking side of Vitality was very impressive. We had a highlight play from him, just sitting in spawn and waiting for those late round rotations from NIP on their defensive side. Shalaby took a while, but honestly, as he warmed up, I know, Jess, we're going to start renaming her to something else to include Shalaby in it because he was so good and I am sold on it. It took him a while. Once he got the hang of things, you know, really in an official game, he was able to flash around corners perfectly around Pyramid. The man just could not be pulled out of that position and it was very impressive, I have to say, to watch from him. Honestly, Vitality have so much talent. It's incredible that they pulled it so close on Breeze, given that they've only played it 2 times versus the 4 of NIP. Not too dissimilar in the win rate that they've had also. I just don't know how it could have been done so a tiny bit better. There were some tiny moments from Vitality where once we got into overtime, nerves started to show a bit, and NIP were able to decisively commit against that. I'm just curious. I really am, because Vitality defense, they just mentioned it a bit earlier. They usually are stronger than that on Breeze, but they could never really get it started. Come OT, they had a bit more comfort on it, but NIP just kept swinging on their defense as well.
Well, Vitality will get another chance to get themselves back into this game. We are going to head to a quick break now, but don't go anywhere because map 2 is on the way.
Hmm.
まあニップが選んだマップだけどオーバータイムまで持ってったバイタリティはよくやったみたいなことを顔から感じ取ったわ。あ、また3分待つの今の実況のための3分だったの。はめられたわ。
さすがに3分ですぐ試合はきついやろ。
まあしかもこれもうステージ3だから結構先まで行ってるからだいぶ重要なとこ戦ってるよこれ。しかも相手がどっちもクソ強いからニップもバイタリティもクソ強いはずだからだいたい有名どころっていい選手しか入れないからさその分高いしねきっちり支払うからうち来てくれっていうのがもう当たり前になってるからさ向こうではだからこういうところは多分強くない。もうチームの柄を持ってないじゃんね。自分とこのチームの柄じゃなくてこのゲームの大会のロゴ使ってるぐらい画像を持ってないチームだからアマチュアチームみたいなとこで強いんだろうけどここに出てるってことは けど多分この上の2つと当たったら勝てないとかそんなんだと思うわ。あれもそうだからね。日本のロシア人いるチーム、あれもアマチュアチームだから、ああいうチームだね。日本はもう8チームまで決まってるから、そこから上の2チームが、そう、スミスがいるところはあれアマチュアチームだからね。いや本当はスミスはこの NA とか EU のリージョンに引き抜かれればいいんだけどね。日本からこっちへ引き抜かれるってことはまずないからな。はい。
But things are just getting started in this best of 3 lower bracket. Damage, I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Jess and Milosh.
またお前らかい。
Freeze is out the way, but Milosh Split is up next. You had
よし。誰が一番フォロワー数多いか調べるか。Twitter で
左あんま好きやないんやけど、しょぼん。
ヤンス・ホーリンズ。あー、1万人やね。左は1万人。あんまり戦闘力高くないね。です、さ、ご、と、あ、うん。真ん中 2.8 万人やね。右はあ、やばいやばい右見れんかった。まあいいでしょう。多分右もそんな強くないわ。ここ守り圧倒的。さっきの目綺麗な人でも結婚してたな。左手薬指ついてたから。
右派3万人やな。
お、マジか。あ、そういうこと 1と 2.8 って増えてるから。
Jess, what did you make of the role allocation we've seen? Do you feel like Shalabi on the sky in the previous map was the best choice?
だからあんまり有名じゃないってことだろうな。それぐらいのフォロワー数ってことは。日本のちょっとでも見てみるか。岸大が。
今調べた。
あ、マジか。あ、岸大が 5.8 万。強いじゃん。日本人強いじゃん。おー、
I feel like even though Shalaby did warm into playing Sky, it took him almost an entire half to warm into playing it and utilize the flashes appropriately. Why not get one of the best Jet and Raze players inside of all of MENA and then put them on the Jet and Raze?
あ、ゆきしろさんでも 1.8 万。とはいえ 1.8 万いますね。
Because he's the new guy on the block and you can push him around a little bit easier. I don't think that's the right decision. Put the man on a role that he is best in, and I think Vitality will have a better showing.
子供の写真上げてるけど、ツイッターに。
We expect, but Milosh, really quickly, KO, is he going to be played here? You feel like for NIP because they have tried to here.
That's exactly what I want to talk about. Actually, KO they tried him a couple times over the past few days.
1万人。
I am not sure if it will
3万。一応一番右の人が強いな。
Bring him on might be something that will work out for him. Now they had a bit of trouble in shutting down util usage from Vitality, which is exactly what the KO will be there for, especially when you're in defense, when you can shine.
てかこの男の人もめっちゃ目綺麗だよね。この鼻から上の目元めちゃくちゃイケメンだよな。
Always able to catch off 3 or 4 players around male, for example. It can really shut down your opponents before they can react to you and force them into gunfights. Though, can NIP win the gunfights? that is the
なんか
question that we'll have to talk about.
3人並ぶ
Well,
と
we shall see.
右の目が
Because we're gonna head into
輝いてるわ。
agent select, and now we've talked about a little bit about some of the roles already. Jess,
で、多
I
分
don't
意外と
expect
若いだろうし
Shalabi
な
to be on something
25、
like
6とかじゃない
the
右の
sky
人
here. We've seen them play this map
お、
already
来た来た来た
twice
来た
yesterday, actually, and they switched up their team composition in between the two games that they had played. Okay, so no
お、
KO
夜来る
here. Ryan
夜
back on
No
the raise
ないね
and on the side of
使用率
Vitality.
多
They
分
haven't
最下位じゃ
chosen
ないか
yet.
な、夜。
But Loki, once again on the jet, are you a fan of this, given that Shalabi's going to be on the raise?
You know what? Shalabi on the raise is great because some of his
いい
blast
ね
pack maneuvers are incredible. So if I
お、
had
ミラ
to
あ、
pick
違う
on
な
split who plays the raise from Vitality, I say
キル
Shalabi
ジョイ
9
と
times
サイファー
out
が
of
違
10
うんだ
every
な
day of the week.
他4
You
人は
have
ミ
to
ラー
put
だ
a man
ね
on the raise. On another map where you're not going to bring a raise, I want
ここ
him
サイ
on
ファ
the
ー
jet.
強いから
Loki's going to
な
be on the jet again. He has an opportunity to redeem himself here. Bit of killjoy as well. But on the other side of the coin, I mean, I know that Milosh is going to deep dive into it just a little bit more, but no KO, that hurts my heart a little bit.
I love the cipher to
Milosh,
come
no
out.
KO.
Yeah, having the cipher is going to give you a lot of information, intel to use. But as Jess said, yes, not having the KO, I think with how, what's the right word for it in this case? Dealing with utility usage in general from Vitality, very effective.
し
We talked
白いん
about,
だ
you
よ
know,
な
right
ちょこの
plays
人
maybe in the past
背
round,
景
but or the past map, sorry, but KO would have been incredible to have here. You're going to
もっと
rely
目
on
に
the
優
cipher
しい
to give you some information rather than shutting down utility. Yes, but having the cipher means that you're going to need to win out in gunfights. And I don't know, after
なん
that
か
last map, NIP looked shaky. They
宇
should
宙
have
の背
closed
景
it
とか
much
にしといてほ
earlier.
しいな
Maybe gunfights would not be their right play on map 2 come split. Vitality we saw in the second half of Breeze, they really started rolling, they started warming up. And I don't think that NIP would be able to really survive against that. But map 3, potentially, after this first one on Breeze, I think we're definitely going to see it.
Well, no KO for us just yet. Ryan back on that raise, though. You love to see it. Vitality, however, are on the blink of elimination, so split is a must win for them. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you. And there's a couple of
I
things
picked up.
that have caught our eye here. Yes,
Yeah.
the lack of KO is certainly one of them. I mean, I think that's a little bit of preference. Hearing the players talk about how viable they think it is, there's still
よし戦闘力調べるかこの人だな、多分。ああ、強いな。7.8 もあるわ、左の人。約8万いるね。
sort of, I guess, flash they want to
右は
instigate some
1.5
of
万
these
だな。
rounds now. Is it the sky? Is it going to be... I mean, Phoenix always felt like it was here and there in Europe especially, but, you know, Breach coming back through is looking pretty tasty.
やっぱあの人が一番多いね、圧倒的。7.8 万。
Well, Vac actually looking deadly on the breach previously on this map in particular. Now, having Loki to kind of back that up, we know what this duo can be capable of, right? In terms of the agents alone. But again, it's going to be interesting to see the double duelist. And actually, straight away, look at that. The flash dash up towards ramp. Rhyme got to back away and respect this for the time being. The blast pack will buy him a little bit of breathing space. Spike not committed just yet, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm keeping my eye on. If you
誰も
post
スパイク
up
持っ
your
てきてねえ
jet
じゃん。
towards this, it's a bit of a nuisance. It keeps players dedicated towards the side. So if they could feel out that there's 3 players here for the defending side, I'm sure they could punish that kind of flex player, right? That rotation. But let's see what they do with this. Vitality maybe just trying to get the feel of things for now. Taking their time. There's no big hit off the back. There's no overextension from the defenders either. They're playing pretty patient on this. Got JD tucked on side, Korea down towards kind of the flower bed, and Ryan playing back towards CT. So looks like Vitality are now going to commit towards the A side. Just as you saw those rotations starting to peel away, they actually did drag out Korea. So I want to see how he looks in this one already. You can see Shalabi finding Korea. We did say we get to see him on that raise.
Oh,
JD gives back through. That could have been a double there. I felt it for a second, but no. Denied by Brams. Now Rhyme Playing by pillar. Now, does he get to isolate the one here? He's been getting away scot-free with this. They have no idea where he is. Eccles just has to live. Sets up Rhyme so well. The shot doesn't land. Shalabi's doing brilliantly here. 3 kills for him. And now a 1v3 presented for Chihuahua. Now,
これでかい。あ。
Oh my god.
How's he got away with it?
時間ない。
How is he getting away with this? 30 HP. Almost catching one on the cross there. Dips back through
No
Loki
way.
now.
Ah, さすがに。
First off, Chihuahua's the only thing bigger than his brain is his balls. To come out and know that they're going to try and plant for heaven there, and then to double dip with the exact same play once again. Oh my word. I mean, the first is fantastic. The read of this situation is brilliant to come through and try and
Oh,
find
yo,
the
やめたな。
exact same kill again. Loki's almost like, there's no way he's going to do it again. Zero chance. What an interesting pistol round that was.
Truly, so many takeaways from that.
もう
as well.
ローキー
there was
調子悪いから
several things that
ピストル持たされてんのか。
kind of happened that caught both of us by surprise. We've got a rifle coming out. Sender feeling big and brave here. Gonna pop himself up on the van.
意外弱そうだもんな。
See what he can do with it. And I want to see what happens on the other side now. This mid
ローキー応援したくなるわ。ここまで
huge amounts of space.
雑な使われ方してると。
However, spike plant will come down. And it's damage is the name of the game. Sender is looking to just free farm this. Spike in, 4 through heaven, 1 on the flank.
お、ローキーいいじゃん。
Loki's found Eccles. So
え、ローキーいい
that's
じゃん。
all good. Loki.
ナイスナイス。
Game's looking nice today. Not too upset if he goes down. Chihuahua now noted as well. 2 players going to mark their man. They're trying to lock them towards a site, it looks like, at this point. See if they can maybe keep them pinned into the spike. But
いい
I
ね。
doubt they're going to get away with this. Chihuahua's looking already low HP. Korea would have to do some sort of miracle work. He does find Sender. And now see if they can recover that rifle.
Yeah, this is all.
はい、爆発巻き込まれる。
Tries to recover the Vandal. I think he will get away
バンダルが。
just about. Maybe?
Just.
Yeah, he's safe.
Yeah,
he's
he's
safe.
alright.
I was going to say, the
Oh.
worst weapon to be left there on the site for them to lose out that, because we know it was Spectres and Loki had the Ghost, which makes me feel as if he may be trying to bank a little bit of an economy for a
この次
purchase.
取れたらでかいけ
It'll
ど
be an interesting one because
ここ
what I
守り
wanna
マップ
see
だ
is
から
more of what I
な
saw in the pistol round, right? The old flash and dash. I don't want to see Loki
うまっ
on that operator on the attack. See him get down and dirty, get in the thick of it. Yeah, he's actually on the Vandal
あ
here.
ジャ
So
ッジ出さないんだな
okay, again, no real progress. I mean, Sender, yeah, making good progress towards the lockdown. Shalabi as well on that showstopper, which we know costs an absolute fortune nowadays. A decent, really, here on the first, and the flash and dash comes through. But look at this, playing anti-flash here from Chihuahua.
ああロッキー弱い
Find the first and get away. JD will double dip. That's a 2-man
that.
advantage.
I love that backup. It allowed so much more freedom because, of course, they wanted to get in towards Chihuahua. It gets called out, hey, he's low HP. Let's try and get in on this. And instantly, JD is right
い
there.
や
by
ロー
his
キーも
side.
絶対何かいいとこがあるはず
What a beautiful round. And this, if this is flawless, which it will be, that's a massive, massive win for NIP.
All rifles now.
Yeah, full rifles. Again, everybody now with that buffer. Obviously, no Vitality are going to be sitting pretty comfortably to purchase back in, but there's questions are raised. Yes, 3 survived previously, right, with that round on B, but against the layers to this. Again, Chihuahua dashes away. They think they have a good opportunity to re-swing in that, and JD just comes out.
ああでもやっぱバンダル持ってんな
Like we said, actually in the previous round, that flash and dash is fine, but the difference here being the spike was committed. Previously, it was left outside sewers.
ローキーだけまた武器弱いわ
Early info
か
plays
わい
over
そうに
towards B site as well. Don't miss it. That's a player noted. That's one. And that's the cam noted
It's
too.
the
But
double glance is like, oh, there's a camera there, isn't it?
bloody hell.
He's seen me.
He's only got a bloody seen me, hasn't he? But they have taken RAM control now. It is a bit of a stack
なんで
towards
ジェ
the
ッ
side.
ト
They've
なんだ
kind
ろう
of
な
given
もう
this
本当に
freedom
ただただエントリー
of
役なん
access
か
to an
な
extent. They did go for
タンクとして使ってんのかもしんない
stack towards B. And then with that early information play, found out it is
前に
absolutely
出てヘイト
scot-free.
買っ
But playing
て
that through is gonna be the
的に
interesting
なっても
part.
らうみたいな
Spike still left towards the back of sight.
使い方かも
Well,
な
as I said, the paranoia comes through, and actually the paint shell as well. It's going to force Loki
Ah,
into a very
Loki.
tricky position. That gets caught with the fault line on the way out as well, and everything going in IP's favor right here, other than the fact
Sender.
Sender has managed to thread his way Rhyme here's the TP, tries to throw out that showstopper, but a little bit of a rover
あえな
on that
動
one.
き
The
が。
sender will find Eccles.
Yeah, Sender's position is golden now. Rhyme slipped the net though. That could be a little bit of a problem, but no, Vax got his back, and now already we're seeing this down to a 2v2. Far more feasible. Ice towards a spike being herded in by Brams. Vac wants to be proactive, play towards CT, almost copped a fair crack of damage as Chihuahua leans out through the rafters. Might play into that smoke for a second, clear down, sees nothing instantly.
うまっ
Vac's
ワンウェイ
position
か
could be real nasty. Let's see the timing on this too. Brams has been found.
No
Vac
way.
goes around the world. He needs to play this calm and collected. He's gonna see one. He pulls the trigger. He dips back into the smoke. Hits the reload. Goes back through before he actually had the mag in the gun. But he's playing the time well here. But he has to still
Wow,
have the
it's
shot.
me.
HP is just enough, and Vitality stabilize in a way I didn't expect. Sender found so much space for them then.
なんかローキーの加護があったんかな
Just ratting his way back into that smoke on the rope, and a little bit of chaos created actually. All three smokes on site, just making some really awkward pockets for players to play inside, and
わあ
Vac finally comes out on top in that 1v1. It came down to it. It's a big win really. Again, kind of puts NIP back in a position where they're reset. Chihuahua, operator in hand now.
Let's see what you
can
got.
get done.
Oh, this could be so good. That's 4 players coming this way. Do have a bit of maybe a mid lurk on the other side, but I'm not too worried about that just yet. Does have TP, so I want to see if maybe Brams does utilize that. Turret's gonna keep Chihuahua at least off the angle for now. And KJ ult invested what does he do with this? How late can he stick around on this one, and where does he go off the back of it? Because they've got to know that at least backside is available. There's the TP to backside, takes control of it. Very well considered piece. Everything cut off. Sight is theirs.
Yeah, gonna actually test the waters here, but it's perfect just to bait out this utility once again. But this window of opportunity is closing rapidly for Vitality, especially with Chihuahua posted up here. With this angle, the paranoia gonna force him off for just long enough to potentially get this plant once again. Chihuahua dips in, finds the first, gets away with his life.
Chihuahua's being a real threat here from CT, but they have been able to somewhat navigate around only losing 1 after so much utility was put down just to keep him at bay. And 4 players in a post plant, no easy way back through. This double kind of play back in through B main is still a little way off, so time is going to be a factor. Vac waiting, I think utility in hand, and does he get that? The internal clock's ticked. He now knows there could be a problem. He's going to invest the utility, loses life. There's the ult pop off the back, and now it's game time. Shalabi's found Eccles quickly, pops out the ult, sends it in, hopes for the best, and NIP just crunched them down.
So well structured. And again, it's the paranoia is building there. You can see as well, like you said, that internal clock in terms of Vac holding that fault line, right? It's they've got something set up to hold on to B site in that post plant. JD comes through, rips that away from them. Again, actually, Shalabi responded straight away with a kill onto Eccles. Throws out the showstopper to actually come and try and re-aggress onto site. There's JD that punishes from the back lines once again, and I mean, it looked comfortable, right? To say that they sat there in that retake for like 15 seconds or so, it was all just so well coordinated.
It's always scary, like it's such a double-edged sword, right? When you have the op against like pistols,
yeah,
so easily overwhelmed. But Chihuahua's fine. He's got his buddies by his side to bail him out, and no quick kill to be found for Vitality. Right place as well. 3 of them, even 4, you could argue, with the Cypher lean towards heaven, towards the B side. Does put a lot of pressure. And the one sitting towards A, but they have the utility there in support. And again, have to see what sort of damage can be achieved here. Light armor invested on towards Brams and Loki, so still a little bit of presence to be had if noted.
Oh,
Loki gonna try and build up towards a correct read. Not an easy way to do it. This is all still a bit of a ruse. Keep your eyes on that spike. They ain't rotating at all, and I love it.
Yeah, just not biting the bait.
Pretty smart. This is really smart play coming from NIP. Very
30
patient.
seconds left.
Yeah, lovely. That's confirmed it as well. That's going to make NIP feel good about this read. Avoiding the pain shells. Going to play in Korea if Chewy... Nah, he wants it all himself. Why not? Does die to Sender. That's a shot and a half, but that is going to be pretty much all she wrote. So that's going to be the op recovered, but I love the patience. And let's talk about not over-rotating kind of after a very pretty frustrating OT that just happened in that previous map. No over-rotations, no overzealous plays. That was just well done by NIP.
Yeah, you can kind of accredit that to the prioritization of what information they're getting, right? It's like, yeah, okay, cool. We've noted one piece of utility or one agent, right? And if it's somebody like Loki on the jet, if you see him kind of, you know, jumping around, hopping around, giving away audio cues, and there's no flash to follow it up, there's no smoke from Brams, it kind of gives the game away, right? You can lean a little further away from it.
Uh-oh. That's all right.
Loki, エース取ってくれ。1回でいいから。
Vitality maybe had the idea towards middle.
いやー、うめえわ、こっちは。千葉はうめえ。
Welcome to the big leagues. Labby already going to lose his life here as this mid take does eventually start forming. They've been able to kind of force their way through, but it's still a bit of a stack out towards events. The timing's still pretty favorable as well. They just about slip away now.
Gonna hear this though. They can backfill
Yeah,
him.
hold on. Let's see if JD's aware of the chance they're this close. Oh yeah, he's super aware. He's super
think
aware.
he knows.
Tootsie's shown. Yeah, a little bit of info found there. Just slips away from it, can fall away. And keep in mind, look at the versatility of Chihuahua here. Playing now towards the back pillar. Spike and Dart all comes in. All the information's being found. Everything's been noted. But an overstep from Chihuahua. Punished by Loki, and now there's a chance. And it's a slim 130 seconds, but they've got to make the site hit count. Brams to find JD. It's game on. They have to get through. Eccles falls. Vitality sticking the landing on this site take.
And somehow actually come out with the upper hand here. Two-man advantage, Rhyme and Kriya left to try and recover something in this round.
Cover going out.
Actually, Vac going to be close enough on the other side of Rafters here.
海外版のオーメンの声かっこいいな。日本のも普通にかっこいいけど。
And it's just Rhyme. A little bit of damage potentially, but
セーブだな。
I doubt Vitality. Given the pleasure of
いや、
doing
戻り
so.
狩りだな、これ。
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the recovery there. In terms of the information gathered, it's so well played by Vitality. Again, everything kind of goes right for an IP, right? That spy cam is the second layer to... Oh, hang on. Vac will fall. Brams up and down and through.
Oh, nice.
Straight out. So 3 survive. Armor repurchase required for Brams, though. But yeah, I mean, on the back of that spy cam, the reposition, NIP can set up, right? They send one over to screens, they send one towards elbow. But actually, the execution from Vitality is almost is just like, yeah, screw your setup. We're still coming. You know we're coming. We're just going to beat you to the mark.
If Chihuahua had found a little bit more impact from sight, I think that would have been over.
Yeah,
you know, that one kill could have made the difference, but it's the way it goes. You take that brave fight, you're playing a dangerous game, and it looks like he's going to be doing it again. Yeah, straight up 1-1 with Loki, and the punish is perfect. Loki gets away with murder, Chihuahua's gone. And now Eccles in his place, who's yet to get building in this game, in this map. Does have support towards ramp. The timing is going to be a key factor. Look at the crunch coming in as well, through the vents as well, down by the ropes. You're going to have them playing up perfectly together. This could isolate those two players on ramp. This is a full commitment on this turn, but they can still back away with that spike technically. And mid's now been garnered, so the rotations are going to take a moment.
Well, and not subtle about it for the time being.
誰もいねえ。
Just keep your eyes on that mini-map. Trapwire goes now, and yeah, you can see face the other direction, and it's on a platter for them. Wide open.
B に4人いるもん。
Full view of heaven, so no real reason to play more than one body on site here, and
もうセーブか。
Hold on to these weapons, because Grower does have the Blade Storm. Now, whether or not there's going to be the possibility to get a weapon across or anything else for him.
もう5対4でリテイクしないんだね。
around like this could be completely I guess
One pick.
Abandoned. Yeah, on the back of First Blood.
Yeah, and again, I think the economy being pretty punishing these days, you have to play to the sweatier extent. And look, I casted CS during, you know, the Na'Vi era and Jame time. It's fine. I'm used to the saves. Don't worry about it. I'm all aboard. Less casting for me. I get to sit back. I don't get paid by the word. So 5-3. We do see the save come in. I do want to see
この
what they
攻めマ
do
ッ
for
プ
the
で
additional player
こ
who
んだけ
was
取れるってやっ
down
ぱ
in that one. See if he goes for
よっ
the
ぽど
blade
自
storm.
信あっ
He
た
does
攻め
get
じゃね
back
守りか
towards him.
守りマップで
And is this a... Oh, don't be technical. Don't you dare be technical. Tactical, we love to see
こ
it.
んな取れるんだな
We do love to see those. Now, money-wise, I think I just
ショ
saw
ットガン
it
出すんじゃないか
before,
な
everything disappeared, which gives me immense anxiety. But it looks like Chihuahua sat on about 1750 after an armor purchase. So they are going to try and just roll through with the Blade Storm. I don't know, somebody will throw a sheriff his way or something. But yeah, I mean, Rhyme the most concerning down at 1200. I wouldn't say that's a full buy in hand.
Right.
They definitely have the opportunity for to throw something at the next round, but this is pivotal in terms of the round score overall. Potentially NRP lose this, it's 6-3, and then back on a weird buy, and that's when you start getting worried, right? Because you're looking at a 4 or 5 round deficit with only 4 rounds left to play.
Also, quick note. Hey, production, I really like that we have player cams now.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. We love to see it. Now they don't turn them on. There we go. They're like, screw you. But no, I absolutely love it. It's
例え
good
ば
to see
相
some of
場
the
入れ
faces
て
put
ないいや
the
その代わり
face
サ
to
イ
the
ファー
name
か
that we've been learning so much of.
It's funny because Chihuahua's doing his best scene where he just doesn't move. I
ま
don't
た
think
オー
he's
バー
moved
タイ
since
ム
the
やる
start
つ
of
も
map
り
1,
か
so...
Nope.
いや
No
これは
blinking.
多分ね
No,
バイタ
never.
リティ取っちゃう
The
ね
cold Zera just
さすが
blinks
に
one eye.
ほら
Oh, they've
ローキー
waited
が
this one
目
out.
覚ま
I
した
wonder
か
if
ら
this
な
works for him though, because they're going to be going on that side take. There he is, Chihuahua. An
いや
absolute observer.
いやいやいやいやいや
His vitalities.
Yeah.
No one expected the timing to work so well. Even Sapphire was caught off guard.
オーバータイ
That's
ム
a
やなまた
rarity. So you could see it. Like, surely you expect one player to keep that just in the back of their mind. Maybe there's a chance someone's on ramp. Maybe. But no, he gets away with absolute murder. They all line up for it. Let's have a watch back of this. The timing's everything. And as they just go on that hit, everything plays out well. The utility at the back of the Omen too.
気
Chihuahua
づいたら
got
ナイ
set
フで
up for
壊されたわ
success.
Yeah. Doesn't even crack a smile the whole way through.
No.
ジェット
Actually,
は
that's on the back of this time.
うまくいくと
I mean,
ナイフで
just
ゲーム
looking at
壊せるから
previously,
な
the first blood comes through, but actually, hold that thought. Set piece coming through toward B main. Korea will slip away from that fault line and the nano swarm combo. NIP looking like they want to fight to the death for this orb. Ryan will retrieve it. Try and slip back away, but just coming back to that again. Let's look at that previous round. Loki once again finds the first blood.
なるほど壊し
On
て
the
下が
back
る
of Chihuahua just repositioning with that blade storm, and we talked about it being
し
potentially
かしバイタリティのゲーミングハウスは
pivotal in that round for NIP.
日当たりがいいん
It's
だ
the one
な
thing that wins that round. Loki.
ロキ
Right.
ロキー
Wise to it though. Look at
Loki.
that. Digs him out of mail. Sender good for the trade.
Where do they take? They're just pausing. They're pausing to see if there's anyone willing to just re-peek it, have a little look, see if there's another punish potential on it, but no. And now Chihuahua. How much can you do?
Yeah,
Swift
いいとこい
now,
ん
no
な
dip flash comes in, blind still. Falls out of it now, but worried about that main push as well. Chihuahua is above them. Oh, Chihuahua's just absolutely
何が起こってる
Brams is baffled, and Chihuahua can just be a nuisance. Oh,
いい
Chihuahua!
My
This
God.
is sick stuff from Chihuahua.
30 seconds
Playing
left.
like an absolute demon right now.
うま
Shilani's
す
trying
ぎ
to
だ
play
ろ
through towards CT. Has a look, looks the wrong way, but JD
やっ
actually
て
doesn't hit the first. He hits the second time of it. NIP.
い
How have you gotten away with a
や
round like that?
こうなると攻めれんくなんのよこのマップって
I love seeing people make plays
攻め
like
方
that.
が
It's
分かんなくな
like,
る
yeah, there might be somebody in the smoke. I'm gonna updraft over it, and then
チワ
I'm
は
gonna dash into
15キ
their
ル
spawn and
一
just
人だけ
hide behind them with no fear of actually getting pushed from attacker spawn. It's like, yeah, the
Yeah.
pitch is coming through from ropes. I'm fairly confident. That wasn't even a
ど
quick
んな
scope.
エイム
That was almost like he shot partway through the animation of the operator scoping in. Just sick stuff. And
Unreal.
look at the finances now. We're talking about 2 rounds ago. how disastrous it was.
ああ、
Now
配
we're
信
minus 5 and a
配
big,
信外の
big
試合が終わったって
buffer.
ことか。
And speaking of that, big as well, they're playing over on the other stream going on the
Huge.
same time here, so do check in on that if you do have two monitors, pop it up on the other screen. But again, production, what are you doing treating us like this? Ooh. We do have the ult
Caught
coming
me
out
off
from
guard.
KJ. Nothing really to come from it. Ryan's just going to be absolutely precise as a surgeon with that. Just scalpel in hand, taking off everybody's head so far. Brams finally puts him down. JD's got his back, but it is
Yeah,
down to 1v2. Sender, what's in the tank now? Spike to hand, he wants this kill. If he can get
た
a
だ
message,
チワワ
that
残ってっ
changes
からな。
completely. He's done him. He's absolutely nutmegged him. 50 seconds now.
So ahead of the beat here, and Eccles wants to get a good
チワワが
position
外したらチ
to
ワ
at
ワの
least
負けやね。
hold information on Sender. Don't allow him to slip through the net. But now the
He's
pressure's
pausing.
on.
I love it.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Knowing that it's Chihuahua, knowing that he's got the operator, right?
Yep.
It's almost like it relies on Chihuahua being the one to find the information. But the post up here, 30 seconds left. Plenty of time for Sender to actually head over towards
お互い読み合あ、アラームボット
Alarm
置いた
point
音が聞こえ
heaven,
たな。
and the turret set up here.
Audio cue's got to be noted now. Spike goes in. Chihuahua's
早い
already
ぞチワ
just
ワ。
clearing
ド
through
ー
the
ン。
sights.
お、おい。
Sender's got him.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Lovely 1v2. Bit of a mistake, I feel, from Eccles there. You know, as you
Yeah.
said, overly wanting to try
この
and
一本は
do
で
the
かい
right
な。
thing, but too much of a risk.
反応速度で負けたね。
Yeah, again, I understand it. It's getting to the point where it wants to be in a position where Sender can't
Wow.
slip through to a spot that's maybe overlooked, but it's just ahead of the beat. Chihuahua way too deep in spawn.
これはでか
To
い
be able to trade
攻め
that.
で6
And
本取れてる
Sender,
なん
I
て
mean, good use of utility as well.
なかなかない
The
からな。
turret cover in two different angles. He resets back towards new box and
正直
ultimately it's the
8-4
one
で
angle that Chihuahua can come through under
十分な
second,
ぐ
right?
らいなマップだから2本余分に
Now,
取れて
what
ん
do
ね
they do
今
with this? 6 to 5. And again, something that the desk was highlighting, that they see this as a vitality favored map. This is still not about performance from NIP, but we still have to see how this closes out. It's the halfway mark. No one remembers the halfway. They remember the end. Korea, though, does find Brams, and now we're going to see the TP back. Korea needs some safety. Get away from danger. Sender wants to punish this, and he's going to do so, but actually finds Eccles. It's Vac that finds Korea. And vitality on the site take, punishing the heaven presence from NIP, as Chihuahua left in somewhat of a unfathomable scenario. Loki removes all doubt. 7 to 5.
That's big to come out.
Switching sides.
Again, with the advantage, we were attacking half, and again, whether or not we see a little heavier emphasis on this reach jet combo from NIP at least, because it wasn't really there on defense.
これは
And
バイタリ
I
ティ
gotta
取っ
say,
た
if
な
you're
さ
gonna
すが
run
に
a comp like this, for me, I always look towards finding value on the defense, because the attack's sort of a given.
カバー
If
が
you're
す
not
げえ
gonna lean on it, then it's a major oversight. But to come through here and not see an awful lot of it from NIP, be lying if I said I wasn't concerned.
NIP now.
Cover going up.
ここもバイタリティが取ったら勝ちやねさすがに
Vitality throwing caution to the wind to take that B main control.
え
Vac
当たっ
and
とるわ
Brams both
お
got a
互い
bit of it, but this, if anything, will spur on that heaven take.
Oh, should that be
Ah, yeah.
in terms of damage there, but Chihuahua quick with the trade. A 1-for-1. Rhyme got to be careful with the
Turned
flash
it.
through from B main. Look at this, is beautiful, but Brams will actually fall here. Vac down to 3 HP, but escapes with a ghost. Now, huge health advantage and positional advantage here for NIP as the spike
But-
will go down on B side.
Spike planted.
Exactly. I'm so glad that Chihuahua quickly took over B main control to remove that potential threat and keep site space. That retake could have been nasty if he had left that open. They'd been so paranoid about it, they wouldn't be able to hold completely towards heaven, maybe CT. But here we go, already the play back through. Chihuahua turns his attention
Oh,
towards it. It's all
Loki.
3 players up
強い
there.
じゃ
They
ん
know that no one else is coming on that flank anymore. And JD waiting so well, does get the headshot. It's Vac though in the 1v1. The HP so
Wow.
low. And Eccles does the job required. NIP getting the pistol on the board.
I don't know if that was the one going up there is how many kills from the first half of this map. But Eccles up on 4 now after the pistol round, so I guess we can laugh it off. NIP in a position now to tie things up. See if actually we get a... It did come down to just one left standing. So Vitality gonna ride this out. Maybe a couple of Sheriffs invested, but nothing else to see from them. Again, NIP back on the other side of the map now, and looking like we want to get on towards A site very quickly.
Loki 頑張れ。うまー。
Loki. All right. It's not. I mean, it is a Shiko.
Turret out.
We
リー
did
ル
say
がないよな、
3
で
and
も。
up. So
逃げろ。
you got to see it. It's not going so well. The walking wounded as it stands. HP's all over the
当
place.
てたね、
but,
今。
you know, we said damage is the name of the game. Anything,
Spike
if you
down
damage,
A.
if you take down, let's say, as said, more than 2 players, I'd put that into a decent category. And oh, the timing could not have been better for Rhyme there. Catching back turn to him. Bram's trying to fill the gap, see if he can maybe get away with something. Yes, he can. Quick one towards JD there, and now we're down to
HP
JD.
100人
This
武
is
器
where
渡した方が
things actually become a bit of a problem for NIP. He's starting to sweat a little here. Spotted trying to defend that B rotation to try and buy time, but the mid fight's the one that I'm curious about. And now there's problems galore. Let's see if Shabby can do this. Let's see what this young gun can do.
Korea again, just disciplined.
Oh, right.
Shroud and
30
step
seconds
across because
left.
he is only one shot to the Sheriff, and they both face at the same time.
Ah.
Well handled, well recovered,
武器さえ
I should say.
武器さえ持ってりゃ勝ってたな。
Well, they're a little scary. Again, we gave them credit for how they
Terrifying.
handled
Nothing
their...
short of terrifying, actually.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I mean, we gave them a lot of credit on Breeze with how they handled their anti-ecos. Obviously, a bit different here because it is still Sheriffs against Spectres. It's not like it's, you know, again, a rifle against a classic, but they did keep it somewhat safe in the end. It got pretty close, though. Now, the bonus round's going to sting because there ain't much of a bonus at this point. We just don't want to break our money. So, at 7-7, rifles coming out. This should be Vitality getting themselves back in the lead here.
Watching here.
I'm going to stack up and try and make use of this. Again, Rhyme going to be the tip of the spear here for NIP. Oh, Loki goes hunting, actually. We'll find Chihuahua in mid, but no damage exchanged just yet. And NIP actually drifting towards us. Loki puts himself in a very awkward spot with no dash left. Lauren, this is...
強気や
You
ね。
call it a one and done. Should I be here to back him
あ
up?
あ、
Which
なる
is,
ほどね。
We're going to keep him safe for the time being, but
No more charges left.
again, with just the one player noted, NIP now drift back towards B garage.
All 3 in there. They're going to pop this smoke. They've got to. There it is in combination. A little bit of a set piece. You can see the race flying on in, but Vitality
ああ、
just keep
強い
the
わ。
door.
海外だとパーフェクトじゃなくてフローレンスなんだよね。
Credit it when we see it. 5 stand rifles maintain. You're good. You're golden. That's a big tick in the box. Your money can now start to build a little. And on the other side, we have to see what the buy's going to look like coming back in.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'll just play a little bit deeper inside the smoke there. Gives you the opportunity to play anti-flash. Again, I think with the weaponry involved and how that round had played out in the early round, Vitality have made a really good read. Stack up and play a little deeper, but now the Vandals come out for NIP. Back got his Rolling Thunder online. Eccles does too, but nothing else really in combination here.
いや、でも勉強になるな、その木の炊き方とかがね。
Preemptively here into garage.
どっちも多めいるから。
Will garner nothing on the back of that.
Yeah.
A little bit of map control, and they're gonna send one player over towards A now on the back of Loki drifting through, but
EU でもトップの方のチームだからな。
Sold with that, but I want to see how the handling happens on the side. The 1-1 trade out so far. Ramp is now open and available. Send is the next line of defense as Loki encroaching slowly but surely.
ぶつかってた。
Gets past Chihuahua. 28 HP, but still alive and still kicking, just buying the time.
お互いにあれ前出れんってなったな。
It is a 3v3, still plenty of room for opportunity.
Yeah,
That's
para
a
ume.
problem now. Loki and Vac feeling a little.
Eh?
What? Korea turns back through that, punishing Vac, and now this flank that was built
Yeah,
for so
what
long
da
has
na.
to come in, but it's a 1v3. Has
Smoke
to give away the
plus-
game. That instantly makes you feel a little less spicy about it. Ramp the first test and he fails it. JD's got him, and NIP didn't look phased by any of what Vitality invested into that.
No, they didn't. And the important thing, I mean, I was talking about a couple of plays previously on
コメントも
Breeze
多分
where
VAC ってなってるだろ
NIP identify this window of opportunity and it becomes so close to letting it slip through. But right there again, just 2 or 3
スロー
seconds
だから
more. And I think
コメントが流れ
Vitality
るも
got
ん
the people in place to stop that push onto A side. Shalabi actually, again, hops up for that info, goes 1-for-1 on ramp, and at that point, it's got to be the green light, surely.
Yep.
Right? But it just doesn't come through for
VAC.
Vitality in time.
Now Loki looks like he changed his op skin,
あら
and it's not gone well.
It's not gone well.
No, it's not
Swap
gone
off
well.
that infantry right now.
やらかしたな
Hey, look, he already changed onto it to try and help him out. Leave him alone. I like that gun, okay? It's as said, it's for the OAPs. Thank you, Valorant, for catering to us older folks. But it is now down to 3, so this rifle round's kind of gone to absolute dog water. Vac, Sender, and Brams, you're just feeling spread so thin, you know? It's not pretty. You have to get a little proactive, it looks like. Vac's answer is to
Vac.
walk mid. This actually could
He's
be
heard
good
it.
timing.
He's heard Ryan
Oh,
repositioning
Izo.
here, and he's heard the weapon drop. Sender's up in heaven, and again,
いい裏取りあるぞこれ
numbers dwindling for Vitality here, and again, they have to get here fast. NIP once again have created a window.
バック
The door is open on B site, and they get in for free. No damage done by
あれどこ
Sender
行
on
っ
the
た
way in here. It's going to be so tough
あ見られてる
Yeah,
in here.
He's gonna have to be a hero about this. There is an op available if he wants it. He might just grab it and run. Surprised he didn't try and filter that out somewhere safer potentially.
いい
And yeah, now you're seeing the problem starting to build. Vac's found a way in, showing his value with not only the rifle but the op as
ウルトがあんの
well.
か
And now he's gonna actually go for this one. Here we go. Let's see what he can get out of it. One spot towards backside, 30 HP is so well done. Vac finds JD. Sender's lost his life.
い
This
や
would
こ
have
れ
to be
はオペ拾ってセーブや
a
ろ
effort from Vac, and he's desperately trying it.
あーセーブしないん
But
だ
Chihuahua is having none of what he's trying to sell. Look at that man, ice cold. Doesn't blink, doesn't move, doesn't smile, does not care. And well, at this point, that's going to start stinging a little.
Will indeed. And again, just a little whiff of that magic we've seen from Vac previously. Again, shame on me for writing them out. Still did some damage. Still made it interesting. The play with the aftershock is actually perfect. The fault line comes through.
お金ないよな、
clear
やっ
the
ぱ。
angle, potentially puts JD out in the open, or he forces into the aftershock.
まあオペ
right?
1本持っててもってとこあるけど
But then full-on body swings it. The first tag comes through onto JD. He actually gets finished off by the utility. NIP here going to set up in a 3-2 split. Vac actually walking, but Paint Shell will force him off. Spike not committed yet, but it's outside garage, and that is the lighter side of the setup on the side of Vitality. It's all on Vac with a judge in hand. Should this commitment come through?
Easy peasy.
I forgot it's the best gun in the game, actually. What am I talking about?
Idiot. Iron caster. No mid take. Don't mind a slow around here. Just take your time on it. Don't need to rush things. Try and get the feel out if maybe there's a stack, something going on. You know the money's in a weird spot, so why not try and be
うーんちゃんと A 寄ってんな A4 ただ武器持ってる人が B 残っちゃってるから
Can still sets up, and I think NIP have
This is
potentially
this is what I
misread
hate
this.
though.
Yeah.
There's,
Because
there's
it's
a
20
fine
seconds
balance.
left. If
And
they
it can
just
go
trade
so
it,
wrong.
あショーストッパーあんな
Hold on, the nade could still be pretty decent. Let's have a look. Keep your eyes on it. 16 seconds. Shabby's found Korea. This is where it gets problematic. The more damage it gets, the worse this gets because suddenly those pistols become a problem. Like this. Already Rhyme's gone down. Echoes is there. JD, great work coming back in. But Spike now going down. 4 seconds left. It should be okay. Chihuahua making things look a little bit harder than they have to be. JD keeping back. slipped on in.
おお、あらあら。
Not quick enough.
あらららららら
This
ら。
has just suddenly gone to absolute madness. Chihuahua called upon. He needs to find this. Dashes towards the side, tries to pull the player off, and he's going to believe in it. He's going to bank on it. And now the timing's everything. Vac using all that utility.
おお。
Wow.
He knows the
Chihuahua
timing
強えわ。
so well.
Blink twice if you're okay. Because what a round that was from him. I mean, like you said, an absolute disaster for Vitality to even get close enough to fight back in there. The last thing I'm just like, don't let Vac onto site. Do not let him get close enough with the judge. But this here, the mind games, the dash comes through. He knows that Vac's low HP, so the pressure is on Vac to get the half defuse here or to push Chihuahua.
ここから。
いやー、これ取られるか。
And it's always such a funny
まあ、
discussion
こっから
to
武器
have
揃うけど、
around,
あ
how
ー
you
ロ
play
ーキーに
out
スナイ
against
パー
your
持たせんでもいい
anti-heroes,
気が
how
す
you
る
play
け
it.
ど
But it's that fine
な。
balance of obviously you want to kind of play it to an extent of, you know, being meticulous and trying to not
日当た
go
り
into
部
a
屋
stack.
や
You don't want to
な
leave it so late that there's no room for recovery because, as said, let's say you get a couple of tags, right? Let's say someone's got, I don't know, a marshal or someone's got a sheriff.
ニップもやっぱゲーミングハウスめっちゃ綺麗だな。背景でわかるぐらい。
with even just a classic, it can suddenly kind of mount together. So you saw it there pretty well. Even just the paint shells coming out, chipped away. Actually, I think got a kill as well. So it's like,
Yeah.
It's that fine balance of, well, we have to commit here. No, you know, we can't really just freely go into these sites now with full facts found because they did go technically in towards a stack. So it is a very tricky balance. But as it stands, we are at 10 to 8 double digits now achieved for NIP, and this is problems for Vitality. This is meant to be the map that they're solid at. They have all their ultimates come online. They need to find a bit of room to utilize them.
Yeah, I mean, if we peel away the layers here, I'm a little concerned, but face value.
A ラッシュじゃないこれ。
Everything available for them.
A ラッシュやろこれ。
Say that. We're gonna pop his just to create a little bit of paranoia in the back.
A ラッシュだ。
I mean, yes, they can reset
これはあかんな。
lockdown. A site's on a platter
しかも
right
チワワ
now.
が
RP are able to set up accordingly.
Chihuahua again still showing presence towards ramp being a problem for the retake. And you can see Ryan then applying pressure towards CT, and that's interesting. So KJ ult comes in, they got to do the damage right about now. You can see them trying to get a little proactive with it. Loki's found Ryan. Korea wants it, can't get it. JD there though. JD has been the raid boss of this team. No players getting detained, and here comes Eccles. Back of the site, here's the step coming in. Shalabi needs it, gets it, and now here we go. Chihuahua. What can you do? That smoke is being...
いや、それ抜くんかい。
was being watched. But it's fine. It's fine.
ここ日本語なんだよね。プラザとかさ。
That's
ここ
a-
日本
a
のマッ
big
プっぽい
way.
ね。
Like I said, initially I was very concerned that
ほら、ハ
NIP
ッ
were
ピー
able
ストア
to
とかさ。
not be contested at all. Initially, and I'm looking at two entry points, right? You look at A main, you look at ramps, right? And it's what they do with the ramps control, whether or not they're able to get deep enough into heaven to really cause problems. Because yeah, you can play retake with that lockdown, but you lose heaven, you got to fight your way back in to even set up for that retake.
That's 10. Now, Vitality need to continue sort of form here.
行くね、強気に。
Steps made. They know where they're coming
お
from. Already presence now. Oh, I
Oh,
love this
shit.
counter push coming out. That's lovely. Room now garnered, but this might spur on that mid take if anything. But luckily, the spike remains safe in the hands of JD.
You see them try and, I guess, pivot in towards mid on the back of this. The alarm bot is here to give away this information. Vac actually going to send out the fault line for Sender to swing on.
何の音パチパチ。パチ
PC
パチ。
utility removed here.
パチパチ言ってるけど、これ何の音
Really weird setup in the mid round here. The counter fast's going to stop any follow up on the rolling thunder. And it's just a
あ、
trade off
女の人なんか
abilities
美容
here.
グッズかなんかやってない
No damage exchanged. No real map control garnered. They're actually going to swing back towards ropes here.
Yeah, and Brams has two ways of playing. Okay, he actually falls away. So he's going to sit deep on the side. They're going to
a
reaggress
double
towards
pump.
B, so they've pulled the rotation.
Oh,
It is
each.
indeed the double pump, but it's only going to be one so far. Sender's held it. Shalabi from the side's a little bit paranoid as well from main, and he's right to be as such, but he needs the shot and he can't get it. 12 seconds now. Time is dwindling, and this is the spike being planted. Vac wants to deny. Gets the spike down, though. JD can't grab one with him, and now it's down to
い
just
やー
Rhyme.
ブリーチのスキルの使い方うめえな。ブリーチじゃねえか。なんだったっ
This
け
would
これ
need
こ
some
いつ。
miracle work here, and he's not going to get it. Miracles do not come true, and Vac's around. 3 for him, and the defuse to come out as well. We're going to be tied up in any second.
And I think actually, yeah, we'll have to take a look at exactly how they end up. But looking at what came through for NIP in terms of the weaponry, Eccles went into that with a Spectre. Whether or not that was a partial buy to mean they can come back in and this will be their last full purchase, I have to wait and see. JD unfortunately just caught with that after. He has to reposition.
Nothing to be done.
Yeah. Yeah, look at it. Eesh.
On the money.
しかしレベルが一緒なんだな、本当に。トップってのは。
Yeah, with a dash of Freako, I guess, on the end of it.
Oh, no Freako, damn. Damn. Only 5 in the afternoon for me. Calm it down. At this point, though, let's see what they can get out of it.
うわ、バイタリティやらしい
See if
とこい
they've
る
got
な
something。in mind. Oh, Loki, this could be nice. Death from above. Flash goes in for
わざとやってるんこいつら。
a little bit of that, but they didn't account
団子して、う
for
わー、
Rams.
いい位置。
Three is beautiful for him. And, well, that's not how you wanted to go down, I guess, but you'll
おお、
take it
お
at
尻
this。point. Clean
お尻打った
as they
ね。
can be. Vitality do get 11.
いやいや、オーバータイムまた行くか、これ。いや、ないな。多分バイタリティ取ると思うよ。
Now,
マネー的にもきついし、
everything on the line here for NIP financially.
ここ落としたらバイタリ
Not
ティや
sure
ね。
what we have in terms of ultimates, Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft.
うん、バイタリティ
Rhyme
次
two
も
away
余
from
裕
the
で
showstopper. She
買える
got
か
one
ら
off the Blade Storm, so a couple of big
さすがに落とさんとも。
in terms of this ultimate cycle at least. Whether or not they can get it online here, Rhymes.
ただここまでショットガンなしなんだよな。
I think actually that boombot should.
They're pushing it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to see them push this, but I was going to say should give away Loki's position at least, or the possibility that somebody's playing close, but he goes unchecked once again.
He's gone away with this. I'm amazed he's gone away with this. He's barely alive, just dazed and confused, blinded by the lights, and at this point a 4v4. Now information can start being filtered through. They know where these players are for Vitality, but what are they going to do against them? Brams is still gunning this one out against Korea. Shalabi's got a little bit of danger on his plate, but they're going to peek after that fact. He's got 4 bullets to play with, but he's got Brams by his
Nice
side.
cover.
And what more would you need? Brams denies so much
いやー、終わったな。
space.
これは
12
終わった
achieved
わ
for。Vitality.
Big round. Again, Loki happy to throw himself in the mix there and at least
いや、
slow
ローキ
things
ー
down,
うまかっ
right?
た
Allow
な。
that rotation to come through. At least a couple more bodies in heaven, a couple more coming through from spawn. And it pays
笑顔が戻ったわ。
dividends for them.
まだわからん。
いやー、こ
And
れ
the
は
ability to just sit back. It's Bram's actually the one that gotta say from
た
the
だ
backline
そう
really
ロー
stops
キー
that
白い
kind
歯
of
見したから
reaggress
な
after the initial trade-off. The rolling thunder comes through. Loki
白い歯見せるのはまだ早かったかもしれんなこれ
right? He gets taken off that angle by a fault line. It's actually Brams that protects him from that. Really, really
ほら
nice
武器が
setup
弱え
there
も
for
ん
Vitality.
スペクタ
And look at the
ー
Vico
ス
back
ペ
in
ク
on
タ
this.
ーブルドッ
I mean,
ク
Bulldog, Spectre,
アーマー
Spectre,
25、
Joel
25、
luckily can at least kind
25、25
of levy that with the knives coming
ハー
out,
フアーマー
but
しか書いてない
a 1-3-1.
さすがに決ま
Oh,
ったよ
nice. Taking Vents control, sure, but where's the next step? That's been the problem. The post plants have been a problem. Getting that spike down has been the real issue. They've taken mid control a couple of times, but you know what? Funnily enough, there is no spike site in mid. So you can see on the other side that really Vitality don't seem to care that much. They're going to sit deep towards A, very deep towards H, both in CT here.
うーん
And the
わ、食らっ
pressure
てる
building now. For an
40
IP
食ら
to
って
be
る
the
わ
ones to make a move. Jalabi gonna at least be aware of Rhyme's presence. And IP on the back of that trade-off are gonna creep back into mail. This smoke will drop.
さこのレイズ大事だぞもう
Look
戦
at
闘止めたら
Brams.
勝
He's
ち
actually coming away from this.
It's not bad. They forced him away at least from being able to hold towards heaven, so it's going to be a little bit of a deeper one towards sight. Chihuahua. Oh, straight on in. That's brutality.
あちゃ
And a
ー
fatality for vitality this
ローキ
round.
白い
So
歯
back
見せたから
in center, left alive. We saw how deep they were holding towards A. They didn't really have much step back towards this. I don't really know how they're going to deny this. It's
Gotta
probably
be a
just
save.
save the guns, get
Gotta
out.
be.
Yeah.
Can't recover the operator. Now, again, I didn't take a very good look at the economy. See whether they can get Loki back on that.
油断。
だな、確実に。
This will be NIP.
ジェットに壊されて、チワワが強かったわ。
Themselves on 11 rounds.
まあ、削りに行くしかないからな、
Gonna be
こうな
done
った
on
ら
the。way out, and that's the important thing here.
あちゃ
Perfect timing on that mid pinch.
Acha.
Shot to deal with Vac. And a flawless
ー。
round.
リコ相手に、
NIP bring it. Once
リコ
again,
ハーフアーマー相
touching
手に、
distance of overtime.
パーフェクト食らっちまったわ。流れ変わったな、完全に。
Who'd have thought?
I know. Wild, isn't it? And this from Chihuahua is everything you'd want from him. Powerful play coming in. First
エ
potential
コ
is
で勝っ
huge.
たのかよ。
Do you have a timeout? No, don't blame him.
Again,
This
it's
is
just-
a
しかも
needed
パーフェクト
round.
でな。
Just quickly there, the
これは
paranoia
あかん
sent
わ。
through from Korea actually covers Loki stood on top of wood outside B main. I only just realized that because he dashes away. Whether or not he just catches it with his dash, I'm not sure, but the paranoia actually invested to force him off. I'm assuming that angle on the close box and then on top of wood. That's just, it's so diligent to be aware of the possibility of both of those, and then the pinch coming through from Jarrell, like you said, perfectly timed on the other half of that. But just the paranoia happened off screen that I just noticed there.
ただね、
It
さっきからバイタリ
catches
ティ、
Brams as well behind
タイムアウト
default.
取った後、取れてないんだよね。
バック完全にイラついとる。
Mm. Now I want to see the buy coming back in from NIP. Most looking at Korea here.
ほら、バックキル取れてるし
What's he
な
gonna。do?
あるで。
あるな、これオーバータイムまた、オーバータイム入ったら、毎回前後こう、攻守交代するから、長なるで、これ。
On the other side, of course, full
あ
purchase.、
ミスったな、今。あ、ロキ
Oh,
ロ
that's
キ
a
銃
barrel.
見えてる。あー
They've
ち
seen it.
ゃ
They've
ー
seen at least two players. They've got to hit
いっ
those
ぱいいるいっぱいいる
rotations
って言ってるわ、
so
今
quickly as well. 。
VC
There's
で
gonna be。the TP coming out from the Omen. They have four players
いっ
instantly.
ぱい来てるって。
It's a big response, but that's a big site take as well. Already NIP have plenty of players here, but it's Sender to find Korea. And now they're down to 4. Sight's not particularly into hand. Rhyme has no idea. There's 2 players to his right.
あー、これ
Vitality
は
with the punish. This looks like it's going to a third
さ
map.
すがに
I've never
3
seen
号は
it.
決まった
Unless
ろ
the 3 alive can pull off a miracle. Chihuahua, Eccles, and JD are going to need something mad for this one. It's given back the angle too. He is
おバッ
buying
クが
time
いい時間
like
稼
a
ぎして
champion.
Perfect. Wrong done to just use to stall things out. Allow
シ
Sender
ン
to
ダーここにいるから
reposition
大丈夫だ
behind
ろう。さっきから強えもん。このキルジョイ。
What are you going to do now, NIP?
あ、ここ
How
抜
you
け
dig
る。
yourselves out of this situation. Shalabi posted deep
Ah.
up. We'll find Cherry
あ、
on the platter. JD for the second, and Eccles the last man standing for
Ah.
NIP here. He falls. Vitality
Hey.
goes out, split 13-11. What a performance. Again, just a
一人カメラ止まってて動いてね。
to play out the second map in a similar fashion to
まあ
the first
次のマッ
one.
プやな。
A real
あ
testament.
ーん。
ちょっとトイレ行ってこよう。
Truly, it got incredibly close. And this is the thing, though, I do want to highlight this was, I'd say, a favorable map
確か
for
に。
Vitality, and a 13-11 is still pretty close, right? Am I overly reading into that, I guess, favored map, or do we actually feel as though NIP played quite well, but obviously not quite to Vitality standard?
I think there's definitely an argument to be made for that case. I think more so, you know, we think back to, and I know the desk alluded to this, there was an opportunity for NIP to close out Breeze a lot earlier than it was, but I think this is more of a big positive that we talked about before this series started, right? Both of these teams have been here before. Roster changes aside, let's leave that alone. The names themselves to be showing this level of resilience, because we've seen them fall short and crumble so many times. This is shaping up. We're going the distance here, and in my eyes, those are the two biggest concerns, right? When you talk about teams that have been on the journey that they have, to be kind of going blow for blow and having two very, very close fought out map 1 and 2, I'm intrigued.
Look, I want to see how this goes now. Ascent's going to be coming up as the final map, if I'm not mistaken. But before we get there, we do have a little treat for you guys at home. We get to listen to a new song by Kashmir called Ready to Love. So guys, stick around. We'll be back with the desk after this.
just a phase. Your smile brings me out the darkness. You are all I need tonight. I hope this will last forever. Cause I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready, love. I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love. Flowers hanging in the window match the color of your eyes. Dancing in a bonfire, each move with no compromise. I can't live the same without you. Your heart makes me come alive. You bring joy through all the sadness. Let's not do it unless it's the right. Cause I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready, love. I'm so ready, 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 love, ready, 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 love, ready, ready,
Welcome back to the closed qualifiers of the VCT Challenges, where Team Vitality have leveled things up against NIP. I'm Yingsu, and I'm joined on the desk again by Jess and Milosh. Welcome back, you two. Now, no overtime this time, Jess, but it was too close for comfort.
It was, and in a map that I expected Vitality to take pretty comfortably, they were walking on eggshells when it got into the second half. My sort of picturesque moment of that was that they were going to walk away quite comfortably, as I said. Split being one of their best maps over the past month and a half, and to jump into this one and have Nip make them run for their money, I think that was a really good showing from Nip. I even turned to Milosh at one point and I said, you know what, if Nip bring this to double digits, I actually think Vitality don't deserve to win the entire series, because if you can't confidently win your best map against the team, then you're going to struggle on a map that might not be your best.
You could say the same though. If we
あと1マップや
compare
な
to Greece, that was the one that we said, okay, NIP should be pretty comfy on it, and then we went to quad
あ、何また実況変わってる
maybe things equalize here, but like you said, NIP have to feel really good about themselves, pushing it so close to OT. It barely went at Vitality side in regulation, and really NIP in long games work so well.
ローキ
Vitality's best
0.9
map
じゃん
still went to their side, but should have been much more comfortable. And the impressive thing was NIP got so heavy on Vitality that it forced Vitality to time out in round 24 just to kind of relax and understand what's happening, because they got flawless in the round just before it, and that's not a good mindset to have once you go into the next round. At least they took the time for it. Vitality got back into it, but now they set the rise of map 3.
You saw that match summary graphic just coming up before, and of course now we had that 13-11 on your screen. The one thing I want to highlight there was Vac on the breach, really stepping up. I had said he was one of the lowest rated players out of the entire team coming into this particular matchup. For him to step up and have one of the best games that he's had almost the entire past month has been really, really good from him. Do I want to put it down to the fact that he was on the
いや
breach? that he was popping
BO3
out
だ
some
から
nasty
次
flashes
取った方
and
が
whatnot?
勝ち。
Okay, maybe, but I don't think it's agent specific. I just felt that he was really
日
feeling
本選
himself.
手は
And there
ね、
was a couple of other players who
今
weren't
1対1だか
really
ら。
hitting the same strides as Vac.
Yeah, I mean, he did this exact same thing on Split
なる
yesterday
ほど。
as well. I think
そう。
it's you can tell that he used to be a duelist. You
ち
can
なみ
tell
に
that
どっちのチーム
Vac played
が
a lot of Jet,
日
you know,
本
he
のリー
played
グ
some
来て
Grace and
も
Brainer, he's done it all.
余裕で優
The
勝するだ
meanwhile,
ろう
the
な。
battle
Vac
breach has been very impressive.
It definitely has been, and
そ
Vac being comfortable enough to take those
う。どっちも日
gunfights,
本の
as
ト
you
ップ
say,
の
this comes down to
チームより間
what
違いなく
Vitality,
強い
what
か
I just talked
ら、
about Vitality earlier, is that if it really comes down to all of them being entries or being those gunners that are necessary, they are able to shine in those situations. Gunfights for Vitality were so good. Now, back on Breach specifically, I was very impressed by his fault lines. So good in predicting where his opponents will be. There was, I think, one of the last 3 rounds that happened. There's a plant coming in from NIP that was on B site. You know exactly that your opponent's planting by box because you had the info that he had dropped down from heaven. Instantly going for the fault line stun, pushing him back, going for the gunfight, forcing the 1v1, and that takes a lot of balls, really. There's no 2 ways around it. Vac being able to do that is impressive, and if you could translate that to map 3, then it's going to be a rough time for Nip.
まあまあ、長いから、あれやな。と。トルザムジェット。そう。トルザムジェットでも見て。そう。どういうことこれちなみにやってんのランクの一番上のランクだからね。決して敵が弱いことないんだよ。トップのランク帯でこれやってるから。てかなんならソルダム大会でこういうことやるから。なるほど、そうやってフラッシュ使うんか。なるほどね。スカイの使い方勉強になります。いや。ユニ噛み殺されたな。えいや、今のはラッキーだったな。ああ。 いや、エントリーがマジで綺麗だな。ほら、これ。この間いた。対戦相手普通に GTS の侵略者だよ。だからランクの上位帯だと、普通に日本の大会のリーグ出てる連中相手にこういうことやってるってことで。今やられたのが侵略者だね。だからそのレベル帯で、こんだけゲーム壊してんだよ。ナイフ。この選手が日本のリーグにいるからな。8月の15から17にやるとこに出るノーセプションっていうチームに所属してるわ。いやいやいや、ハンドガン。珍しい。KO 使ってんじゃん。イエーイ。いやー、いやいやいや。150円のゴミみたいな武器で4キルしてるわ。マジ？今のこの最後に倒したこの CR ミンティってのは今の現日本チャンピオンのメンバーだね。だからそのレベル相手でこれだからな。いや、マジか。今 GTS のリアがやられてたな。これ今の大会やね。
One enemy remaining.
マジかよ。あ、嘘でしょ。いや、これ絶対止めれんよな。
オッケー。
やばすぎだって。あと3発。マジか。わざと音出したね。ほら、シューって言ったから相手下がったと思ったんだよね。だからその頭脳プレーもうまいんだよね、この人。今のシーンさ、相手が強いから音で分かってんだよね。
駆け引き。
そうだってスモーク焚いてシューって落としたらこっちに下がったと思うんだよね、普通の人は。でこの横かこっちの裏にいるって思っちゃうんだよね。絶対こんなとこクリアリングしないんだよ。だからこんだけエイム良くてこんだけ頭脳プレイできたら強えわ。殴り殺した。ウルト使うぞ。あ、ラストラウンドだからな。まだ
I'm
喋っ
also
てた。
curious. First time I actually get to officially cast it. I've been running it myself, which is always a bit of fun. Look, anyone who's played CS went, "Oh, it's KO. Fantastic. I'll give that a go. Why not? You know, same flashes, and then you flash yourself with the right click." So, it's been good
ちょうどいい
fun
タイミング
kind
で
of
戻っ
looking
てきた
that
な。
up and learning as we go. But we are going to be jumping into this, and of course, the scoreline if you are just tuning in here.
最後はア
was
セント
1-1,
か
one apiece.
アセント
First
かな。
map, Breeze did go quite close. It was plenty of OT as per usual. Wouldn't be any other way. And then obviously we saw Vitality fight back
完
in
璧
the
な
first
タイミング
split.
だった
So
わ。
we end up here in Ascent. Now, hopefully Hypok will rejoin me at some point. You all good to go? He's coming back soon. You know, it's Hypok, it's Pansy, and of course there's some sort of issue where I'm solo casting. Thanks Hypok once again. Nah, don't even bother coming back now. Don't even bother. The round started. It's a 4-1 split. They're walking cat Hypok. What do you make of it?
Something. Yeah, I make something of it.
KO なんだな。
I'm gonna go force. Yeah,
Whoa.
actually,
He got
yeah,
three and still swung?
Actually, he got 3 off that knife and still swung. Yeah.
ローキーよ
I guess if
弱くね。
Okay, we'll break that in a second. We've got a 2v2 and that's horrible. That was nasty. That was... Whoa. Oh,
Oh,
this
no, don't turn
round's
your back.
horrible.
Okay.
The high pot.
一発も当たってなかった
Take
よ
the round away. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Really interesting. The decision making initially, I mean, great information garnered on the back of the
なん
knife
か
there, but
一人電
Swing
波
on
も悪い
top
し
of- yes, there's no, I guess, definitive positional information, but still swings onto the back of this. Yeah.
I mean, if you get a ping on 3, like if you've got a ping on 1, maybe fair enough. That's that could be someone on tree, that could be someone tucked up by the door, maybe. But 3, you're kind of feeling like, oh, maybe they're stacking, maybe they're being proactive. But I mean, I felt like they did that without the intention of
カメラが
getting that much information. They were already halfway around that corner, regardless of what was going to come off the back of that. So
カメラも疲れてるわ
we look into how KO's looking beyond that.
さすがにこのハイレベルな試合
underway.
ぶっ続けてやってるから3試合目はちょっと
And once again, Hypoc is leaving me. Absolutely disgusting behavior from Hypoc, just dipping out again.
パフォーマンス落ちるだろうな
Faking technical issues to go to bed faster is what I've heard happens. But again, luckily for you, Hypoc, they've taken their time here. This has been a very
ね
methodical and slow play
なん
down.
か頭だけ映ってんなと思ったら
Basically, it's a bit of
最
a
後
lie-up. There's a little bit of pieces in here and there. We've got
首
3
折れたな
sheriffs, so it is a Shiko. What are your thoughts on a Shiko, Hypoc?
I have positive thoughts about Shiko. Well, no, I'm screaming
大丈
into
夫
the
か
abyss right
ロ
now.
ーキー一人に任せて大丈夫
Anyone
か
can actually hear me, but,
お
I-
やっ
Shit, Chihuahua
た
gonna find a killer all the way over on B side. The alarm bot gonna give away JD's position in mid.
Chihuahua just put
お
an
ナイス
air
武器回収
conditioning unit as his picture now. Come on. Come on. I know you're ice cold. But no, I hate myself too, don't worry. Spike's on the way, so Spike's doing pretty good, and JD's actually done so well here to find another. Untradeable too, so he gets to dip away and live.
エコ取られちゃうかこれ
He's still showing presence, he's still holding a fair
ローキー次第だぞ
amount,
これ
but now a 3v3.
ローキー
Loki
Loki, やれるよな
feeling a little bashful after this as JD again is delivering. This guy is maintaining so
ロ
much
ーキー
control
相手の
here.
HP26 とかだった
Just
ぞ
can't find a way forward just yet. He's going to find one towards the back of sight, looks down towards market, but at this point Sender's already in. He needs some help on site. You got to get in towards this one. They're going to try and get this to halfway. Rhyme still at the back by Bohouse. Gets a lovely shot by Brams towards Rhyme, and now JD, the miracle worker from before, can't do it again.
A little damage
ローキーは
done
みんな
with
に
the
笑顔を
wall
も
bang,
たらして
but
くれるな
will not recover that round. And damage done. As we do have a little bit of an error with the scoreboard because I just thought I was in some alternate universe there where the rosters had swapped over. We'll get that fixed as quickly as possible. I honestly, I've just got back. I just showed up. I'm 10 minutes late to the map, and I come in, I look at the scoreboard, and I'm like, well,
That's interesting.
something's happened whilst I've been away. We will try and get that swapped over as quickly as possible for you guys.
あマウス落とした
Production are on it. Don't worry, we'll get it done.
See if obviously coming back into this now with the rifles and on the side of Vitality. 2 Spectres.
うわ
Shalabi not going to get much done with his sheriff there. Will fall and leave. This opportunity actually for NRP to come through. Loki unnoted
ローキー頑張れ
as of yet, but now he will try and try
Nice.
to backstab, and Bram's there
Nice.
with a pinch, and he will find
How is this?
a kill either side. How has that come off in
こ
favor
こ
of
取れたら
Vitality?
めちゃくちゃでかい
I
ぞ
don't know. Stick on the sheriff's boys. They're mad right now. Don't worry about those rifles. This game just feels a bit out there
あれ
right now.
上これ
I
逆ちゃ
heard
う
your mic was great, by the way. Apparently, people loved it.
Oh, really?
あれ
Yeah,
Spike
really
planted.
nice.
バイタリティが取ってるよな
Spike planted, post plant, retake
2
time.
本
Let's look what we've got on both sides. So, actually, a relatively even scenario to an extent. Eccles low
ちょっとスタッ
HP,
フ
Loki low HP, rifles on either side. JD, the value is insurmountable as ever, just being a constant.
Loki
presence.
HP 1
Brams is punished for it. That makes
こ
the
れは
step,
セーブか
makes
な
the noise on the gun switch. They now know another's potentially coming through towards that kind of catwalk side. Double stack towards the back of the site.
逆やろ
And Loki's going nowhere near this. It's
お
just
ある
a
あるあるあるあ
solo
る
mission
あるあ
for
る
now.
ここ取ったらある
Capture spike denied, and that's all she wrote for this round. And again, very kooky round so far.
Enemy remaining.
ナイス削り
It was, hopefully Korea will survive. I think he can get deep enough into spawn, get away from that. Loki finds a consolation at least. 1 HP
あ
left on, so
いや逆やろ
he'll
だから
respond back. Bring it to a 2-1.
はいを直せ
Back
さ
here comes through and finds some crucial damage again. These early rounds trying to find a little bit of momentum to build
Concentrate.
in terms of the economy. Lucky really Korea's able to escape away from that, but JD also fallen. It's a little bit worse for them. Let's see how that
Reto.
leaves them overall, because we know coming into this, it was what? 3 sheriffs and a Spectre here.
Oh, welcome to casting in
Ah,
hard
no.
mode there.
直った
Almost went no UI time. That would have been peachy. 1 to 2 though. Is the squad line fixed now? I'm scared. Are we good?
Is everything? I think everything's back to normal. You can
I
hear me
think it's
fine,
good.
right?
Yeah, we're good.
Brilliant.
We're fine. Okay,
し
Loki.
れっと直しやがったドド
You should run.
They'll hit and run. That's a nice one. Can back break this without any problems.
Yeah.
おおナイス
Gets completely cancelled out straight away.
Okay, well that was a little bit, you know, all for nothing. A little excited by that.
いや B 本命だよなさすがに
NIP not finding really much on the way in here.
ただここは守護神ローキーがいるから
Taking the time on the back towards CT. Having to, well, should have respected the smoke. Didn't. Got tagged for it. Now needs to be a little bit more on the ball here. Late in the day here, 25 seconds.
いや守護神ローキーがいるから大丈夫だろ
They don't have much space in this post plant. Loki has a little look. A bit of a mare on that one too. NIP
なんで
just had
そう
to
なる
hit
か
the
な
brakes for a second. They get given 2 free kills basically. Yeah, NIP
いや
loving
絶対有利だ
this.
って
This is
今
everything
バイ
you
タリティ
dreamed of when you were in those scenarios. You had nothing going for you and then everything. Now you're going to look at Sender and Brams. What do you have to bring to the plate here? You're locked into a bit of a tricky spot. That's a good step forward, though. Brams going to find the first one on towards Eccles. Tries to clear towards his deep cubby. No one's playing at the back of this. Brams now. Look how low NIP's HP is. Kriya's low, Rhyme's low. This is still doable. Rhyme
表示がバグってんの
playing
か
a dangerous game here. Sender comes in. He couldn't get the player. He needed
ああ
JD.
でっこいで
How do they live through that? Look at the HP on the two of them.
30 HP combined. NIP gonna tie things up here. That's a big round actually to get back on. We know there's a little bit of damage done previously.
Ah,
And
shit,
with the
that's not
lockdown, I
good.
guess, getting completely negated. See, Eccles now onto that Hunter's Fury.
やばいな
The
バイタ
Cosmic
リティ
Divide available also. Chihuahua creeping.
エコラウンドでなぜかローキーだけオペ買ってるけど
And on the side of Vitality, an operator and 4 sheriffs. Again,
うん、
Loki
なぜかオ
got
ペレ
this
ーターに
on
シェリ
next
フ買ってん
round.
だけど
Yeah.
I see.
Sorry, I just alt tab back into my ranked game. This is
Let's see what they
Has
see what they
Loki
do
left
with it,
voice
man.
chat. He's left voice chat. That would be the one scene.
All right, they've cleared wine.
Loki,
I don't think
頼むぞ。
they'll tag on anyone else with that, even though there are 2 holding close. Maybe the KJ, if anything. I doubt it.
これ
Loki.
ヒーローバイって言うんだよね一人だけ買
Killing
っ
on
て
over. You're the big man this round. If you're gonna get the big gun, you gotta be
Nice.
on it. Going in anti-flash Eccles, trying to avoid it. Doesn't get as much as he wanted. JD and Rhyme though.
あちゃ
Lobby just spamming away. Got nothing out of this as well, and that buy looks just
ーヒーローにはなれんかったわ
kind of useless at this point. You know, Vac and Brams, sure, they're still around. But this little set piece, this little setup, the hit was here. They were going towards the right place, but nothing out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. I mean, other than Eccles falling at the start, playing anti-flash as you identified. Vac will find Chihuahua though.
あち
Revealed
ゃ
there. Korea will seal the deal. 3 survive. Chihuahua got that ultimate online. JD almost back on towards another lockdown actually. Particularly here on a
Loki
set,
ウルト
how
か
easy it is to farm both orbs.
アルティメット溜まってるよな
Slow.
さすがに
Cosmic Divide still available. Now, again, going to assume Vitality going to be able to get a full purchase other than Loki.
ウルトだ
full
な。
armors, yeah, looking like full util as well. And decent ultimates. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown. Couple of big tools on the table here for Vitality. Let's see what they can do with it.
Go.
裏取れるぞ、これ。
Loki riding out the economy now.
あらあらあらあら。
On the blades, which are
あらあらあらあ
perfectly
ら
fine. Again, if
ない
you can create this ebb and flow to the economy
腹
around
手に
it,
裏
I
手に
actually
かかった
don't
わ。
mind it. As much as we memed about the last one, it's perfectly fine because he does have these to fall back on, but it is the same to be said on the other side. Chihuahua going for it as well, and already the site's taken.
Yeah, the opportunity, I guess, to play retake on the back of Sender's ultimate. Shalabi one off the showstopper, and that can be a big one in terms of a retake and knowing exactly where these players are going to position towards.
Chihuahua spots one on the way in, wants to punish it. They are on that. No letting that get away. More damage being chipped away at, but it's only Kriya who falls back. Chihuahua has to respect it too now as the Tommy comes in. And yeah, kind of a little clueless that Loki had made it through, but it's still Kriya to hold the back lines with JD. Sender right side times everything. Swing on it, lovely work from Vitality on the playback through. Yeah, it cost them an ult, but who cares at this point? You get the round, you get all the goodies to boot.
ローキいい仕事したわ。ナイフで。2キル取ってたね。
And just trying to run the clock down as well. And I love that little play there. Just the reactive use of the Cosmic Divide to then take that fight with Market.
いやいや、6キルしてるわ。頑張れ。
Really, really nice usage there. Unfortunately, NIP not able to get too much done on the back of it. I think, yeah, 3 ultimates invested, including the Blade Storm, actually, yeah, and coming back into this. Chihuahua not actually going to be able to afford full weapon. He's on the Spectre, but Hunter's Fury and Lockdown available once again for NIP. If Eccles will try and just get a tag early on here with the drone, maybe open things up.
ただでも接戦やね。
I said, Loki's money still fine. Gonna get the op out
こ
this
こは
time
ね、
around.
諸説あ
Blast
って
cannon,
ね
though, keep in mind. No armor to supplement
俺は
that
守り
up.
だと思ってるけど、
Killjoy ultimates galore. Nice
攻
little
めっ
flash
て
in
言
from
っ
the
てるプロもいる
KO.
し、守りって言ってるプロもいるから、
Couple of spots here.
めちゃくちゃバランスがいいマップっぽいんだよね、こ
Vitality
こ。
need to respect this and get themselves out. There it is. And back in we go. There was a little bit of room taken by NIP, but not a great deal. Keep in mind it just got them out towards tree basically at this point. Let's see what else they get going through now. Look at that jet as well. Worming their way around towards hell. NIP have finally got themselves a bit of room to play with here. Vitality just kind of chilling around tree. That's gonna be a whole lot of info. 2 only found. I thought they might get more out of that. Excuse me, my voice just
お
cracked.
ローキーの裏取りが
Me too. Oh, they might get more.
I haven't casted in like 2 weeks, and I just can't do it anymore.
あ、ほら、
apparently.
ローキー当たんないんだって。
Almost. Oh, ooh.
お、でも、
What is going on? Loki, you are a lucky, lucky boy. But
ラッキーボーイ言われとるやんけ。
second time, not so. And now down to Vac and Sender. Vac knows where the other is, gets Chewy as well. Chewy, that's Mitch's dog actually, not Chihuahua. And now there's the ult being popped. We said this was a potential. Sender, I don't think you can do much about this one. Great choice to try and find JD, but the time was very favorable towards NIP there. Good ult usage from Eccles.
Yeah, nice little setup. And yeah, I think the Hunter's Fury is always the contingency plan there with Eccles positioned so deep in A lobby. And actually, Loki had an opportunity to kind of rip that away from them, right? Before he went full horizontal.
あ、人数的にはバイタリティ有利に見えたけど
And
な。
ended up
どこで
getting
取られ
punished
たんだ
for it. NIP will strike back once again. And I feel in terms of the economy, it's so back and forth right now. Look, the Vitality now back down on Mashiko. Marshiko for good measure as well.
Mashiko. Mashiko. Oh, outstanding. To be fair, knowing how these rounds have gone, probably one for Vitality.
Yeah, yeah, they'll probably win this one, honestly.
It feels like a fever dream. This game's been a little mental so far. It's Loki.
オーブが欲
Not
しいん
afraid
だ
to
な。
make his presence noted. It is only JD here. I say only JD. He's been pretty solid after the first map. Mid being explored by
なかなか
Kriya.
タレットが壊せん
The
な。
stack is towards A. It's not a massive stack. It's 3 players, but it's enough that could be a problem. Rhymes dealt with the first. That sender removed. There are still two more. We've got Omen here, which is Brams, of course.
お、一人抜
Play
い
this
た。
out with his buddy. There goes his buddy. Shalabi's removed, and you're going to have Brams now feeling a little on his
あ、
own.
惜しい。
Oh, handled by NIP. This is comfy so far.
You see here, I'm going to try and get some more info here. Vac actually going to avoid that time being, and Eccles will freeze for the time
30
being.
seconds left.
I want to commit to the plant just yet. I think try and get some more information on the back of that. They will find
あ
it.
そこ抜けるんだ。
Spam
知らんか
comes
った
through
な。
Vac down to 56 HP now.
お
Okay,
うま
well, Vac will find JD, so
まだ設置したばっかだからワンチャンあるぞこれ。
more damage to be done. So statistically unlikely to get this retake.
Last player standing.
And now Loki. What are you going to do with this?
Oh.
Go on. Go on,
え、あるあるあるあるある
Hello. Hello.
ある。この体力ある。ワンチャンある。マジである。
Give it some. That was a lovely shot onto Rhyme. That, I mean, I'm surprised that Rhyme only took so little damage at this point.
え、あるあるある。左左左
Loki's
左
aim. It's got
逆
a。bit of time, but the angle. There was too many potentials, and eventually worked out to Chewy.
I don't want to see him buying an operator again. You're hitting shots like that with the Vandal. Leave it out. Spend half the money if you one shot in. Beautiful shots coming out of Loki there. A little more damage done, as I said. The retake beforehand was looking a little unlikely, but and that secondary objective achieved. And yeah, look at it. Korea down on pennies, so to say. The possibility of one weapon
バ
getting
ック
dropped
怖
across,
そうや
but
な。
again, no real buffer in terms of the economy here for NIP.
あ、チワワカメラちゃんと直ってる
How
わ
do。you feel about Chihuahua and his actual name in the kill feed, which is Chewy?
I feel like you almost have to say it the way that you almost just said it there, which is Chewy. Like you can't just say like
What did
Chewy.
you just say?
I mean, you said it first. You're like Chewy. Oh my gosh, I think I'm lagging again.
The tactical DC, I love it. Great choice. You just made production panic. I
Pull
hope
the
you know,
plug.
like, wait, what's happening? Just Ethernet cables out. 5-3, Vitality now. I want to see that. The thing when I watch these two teams, neither of them feel stable in these rounds. Like, look at the run that's actually gone on, though, right? It's like 3 rounds, 2 rounds, but these rounds have been so crazily played out. Now that's gonna at least stop Loki.
Oh.
Quickly, but it doesn't really stop him again.
おばちゃんっぽいよね。
Flash to follow, high flash towards the side. We'll give them the way out, but look at Loki, still just fine to take another with him. Rhymes now on his knees.
いや、抜かれてる
Is。there any more to be seen from this? The door's being closed. There is still one at the back of the site and wait and see what they can do.
あー、蘇生されちゃった。
Key position there in terms of getting Ryan back on his feet. Well, actually, find his third kill here. He's dipping for more. Gonna find
Back to back
Shalabi.
site.
Still here causing problems.
1対4
And
は
those
無理や
problems
ろ
have。now just suddenly become absolutely neutered. There was a second where maybe he could have found that right timing to get the play with the spike down, baby. Build off a bit. They had that nice little kind of like sandwich on the
It's
players, but Vac's gonna have to go superhuman at this point. Now the HP's low on Rhyme and Eccles, yes. But beyond that, you've still got JD with good utility to get past a spike on the other side. Vac knows that these odds are not favorable.
Just waiting for a peek here.
And even Rhyme, man. Rhyme's just not giving him anything. He's just buying time.
Yeah, he's gonna wait for a teammate to come back over. You see the paranoia building now for Vac. He's aware of the possibility they come to hunt him down, and again, this is just further punishment onto the economy of Vitality, which is already in tatters. And now Nip, they go 3 rounds up.
なんか透けとるよな。
Oh.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
なんかこれミスってるよ
I
な。
don't feel very well. I'm. You know what? You know exactly what this reminds me of as well, don't you?
え、このままやんの？あ、治った。
I don't know what's happening. Oh, I thought I was having a funny turn. Right, straight on the site. Chihuahua is in there like swimwear. Vac
大阪のおばちゃ
has
んやん。
no idea. None the wiser to what's just happened. Sights theirs. Cosmic Divide just kind of funneling and ferrying them through to the right place, and they're just being held back on the other side. It's very hard.
意外と他の実況見てても若くはないもんな。
He might have a little bit of a trickier time now, but he's still just fine there. Just on the other side. He's chomping at the bit, but Shalabi's got the angle towards Rhyme. Chihuahua is there playing out so perfectly, being such a nuisance constantly, disallowing any of that room to come back in. No easy trades, no spiraling away off that first pick towards Rhyme.
Yeah, what Loki can do with the blade storm on the way back in. He's been hitting some shots here. Chihuahua going to find Sender elsewhere, though. Eccles forced further and further outside of B main. He'll get the better of Loki. Shuts him down. JD will seal the deal.
これは
RP now. 4 rounds separating them from Vitality. Building up a little bit of momentum. And looking a lot more comfortable, even in these, you know, these kind of, I gotta say, uncharacteristic rounds in terms of NIP, right? Which are the Fast and the Furious, right? It's usually all about fact finding, all about sending out these probes, and here for NIP, it's looking like brute force, which is not something we've ever used to describe NIP.
No, it's weird, isn't it? And it's not. It's working right now for them. They're 7-3 up. They're looking solid. They're stringing it together. They stabilized up what was a really weird start to this game. I mean, some of these rounds were absolutely off the rails. It just felt very, very abnormal. But look at this creep up from Chihuahua, just taking so much space here. We helped out by Eccles.
でもスパイクは B なんだよな。
Was going to be helped out, but now gets a little reveal towards the side. Gets a little
A は
bit
釣りなんだよね。
backbreaking, but
こんだけやることやって。
Now Chihuahua, oh, he was hoping to stay slightly undetected. That's completely ruined that nice little spot he was hoping to maybe punish a rotation from. The Hypox, speaking about rotations, there was a heavy lean towards A then.
Was indeed, which I think was why there was so much emphasis on denying that information to the Owl drone. They did not want to.
いやーこれ噛み合うな。
NIP
あ、これでバレた。
leaned away from it. Rhyme now gonna clear a pathway again on the back of that knife not revealing anything on the other side of it. And looks like A is the end goal here. JD gonna reset back towards A main, potentially for the lockdown execute onto A site here, Lauren.
Oh, it could be a fantastic idea. We'll see how that works out for them. Rhyme looking to try and set up potentially. Eccles into play, gets just bodied by Shalabi from the right side there. Loki's going to find Rhyme, and now 10 seconds. The intentions were good, but the timing could be wrong because the utility's still in place. They weren't threatened enough to really kind of go through the utility. JD forced to try and get a spike plant. He's got 3 seconds. He has to get this done now. There is no time like the present. Spike is down, but look at what remains. A 3v2. Make it just one. Chihuahua with almost plate. It's a little too much to handle. I think that they left a little too late in the day for me there. Vitality will be able to get another on the board.
急いで。
Do you know what? There are so many different kind of tiny things to identify from that round. I mean, as well, Rhyme and Eccles both setting up. I think they've got an audio cue somewhere of where Vac is playing in anticipation of that Hunter's Fury to cancel the lockdown out, right? 25 seconds left, and they're both deep in market to challenge that Hunter's Fury. That's in spawn, by the way. And then the secondary layer to that is Vitality invest a player.
カメラの技術は日本のが上やな。
That's the craziest part. Nip have the perfect counter.
その選手ごとの視点を映してくれるからリプレイを。
To protect him. It'd be wonderful to watch that 10 seconds back again. That's actually big brain stuff there from both teams.
Nile on the knife.
Here.
People stack towards short. And the flash through.
Shalabi
gives him the fadeaway. Chihuahua not be able to stick around this time. A little bit of a fact finder towards middle. Doesn't get as much as maybe they wanted, but eyes on the spike here.
これは取れるんじゃねバイタリティ。7号なら全然あるな。
Deploying drone.
See here. NIP decide to do on the back of this. Looking at two potentially very different score lines here. Sender getting all this information. And
やばい。
once again, the
銃が見え
opportunity
る
to play retake with that lockdown. Now, Eccles got himself in a very, very precarious spot. But he can relay this information.
あ、バレた。
This could be huge for NIP.
One needs a little more.
Wait.
Couldn't convert.
That was
あ、ウルト止められ
bizarre,
た。
actually. The spike goes down, but man advantage here for Vitality in the retake. And make that two.
Yeah, Rhyme and JD not looking so healthy at the moment. JD trying to find the right time.
Yeah.
Vitality played that so well on the way back in. The timing was great, the spacing, the trades were effective. They never let any of those potential dangers come through. And the stabilization from Vitality has come in. I mean,
バックが安定してうまいな。
NIP. They actually were posting numbers. If you looked at the run of the rounds, they were great. But at this point, they have found some stability. They've given themselves enough of a buffer now to come back in. And we actually have a game on our hands. I was a bit worried this was going to be a runaway from NIP.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, again, it's always interesting to talk about. Obviously, the round score at the end. 7-5 is a very, very different opportunity than 8-4. That last round, it always... It seems so irrelevant sometimes, right? Especially when a team is building back in or extending their lead. But here again, it's pistol
さあ、
round,
ここ一
round
本大事だ
2
よ。
completely resets. As elsewhere, well, you're looking back towards obviously 9 rounds on the brink of double digits, but we have to see if Vitality can tie things up here. And IP straight out into the main. Bram set up. We'll find Korea initially. The trade is good, but that's
けど、木キャラキル取ったからでかいね、これ。あ、
Oh, it's perfect.
You can't escape it, can you?
ロッキー頑張れ。ロッキーお前にかかってる。
Damage early on, they knew where he
これは
was.
食ったらでかいぞ。
Now they are operating
ナイ
towards
ス
that A site. Loki with a jump just finds JD, but is going to be 3v2. So still
あるあるあるあるあ
times
る
for。
全然あ
Loki.
る。
Shilabi ahead. Door trying to be closed now.
相手2人体力ないから。
Quickly reopening on that avenue of approach. Chihuahua playing towards a little bit deeper side, almost by the catwalk. 2 up towards a tree, and they're
ショート
really
3か、これ。
interesting approach from Vitality to try and retake this.
あるあるある
territory.
あるある。
Well for one, he needs the follow-up.
あるあるあるある。
That's great towards Ryan. And now Eccles called upon. He knows where they both are.
ロキ
Isolates
ロキ
the first.
うえー、打ち勝っていく。
Vitality. I love that reaggress towards short.
It is that they don't want to sit back. They don't want to leave the opportunity there for NIP to build anything back in. They're decisive and proactive.
Yeah.
Reward them the pistol round in the second half here and an opportunity to
2 on
tie
4
things
から
up
取った
immediately.
ね。
And on the back of, I gotta say, the early round, NIP looking to get very aggressive over towards B lobby. Vitality respond perfectly.
当てたね。
7-6. Now we have a game on our hands. Eh?
えなんか一人死んでんだけど。
Yeah, with a classic,
ロキ
obviously.
ロキ死んでんだけど。
Well, I'm looking at where he got that kill. And it doesn't seem to make sense to me.
It was top mid with a classic.
He was top mid, wasn't he? Yeah. Like I'm not going mad.
Brilliant.
I mean, why would you ever upgrade your pistol ever? You know what I mean? You've got the best gun to start with. Fine. I mean, that's a little bit of a head scratcher for Vitality, but with this much ground gained, Glaby's fine here. See if he gets that fight at the right time. Yeah, gonna fade away, just pop out the nade. Keeps good space, doesn't overstep his mark. And again, young player coming into this, one of the first real glimpses of what he can bring. This is not an easy game to be playing into. This is not an easy opponent, as we're seeing now. JD's gonna find Brams. He's now been put to task to try and deal with that pressure coming in. He's done very well, actually finds JD, but then here comes the rest of the team. And Vitality do maintain with 2, but that was a light investment from NIP, if anything, and they still did a bit of damage.
So here, an early progress really towards these ultimates is what I start looking towards. It's around 3 and 4. I mean, with a couple of them now being upped in
こっ
terms
からやな。
look a round or 2 beyond that, but this first cycle, guess going to advantage really. Vac of decent progress on towards the Hunter's Fury. JD conversely 3 away from that lockdown. 3 light armors actually in favor of utility here for NIP. The side of Vitality, Sheriff and 2 Spectres to carry them through. What they can get done here again. Slow in approach, and I think early on, what we've seen, nearly with the punish there on the back of the knife, but that's important. That's a lot of information, Lauren. 3 different members spotted in terms of the utility invested and the double swing there. Vitality on the back of that will try and explore towards A main. I like this.
It's not a bad shout. Now they're gonna have Korea close by. Chihuahua towards heaven. Korea's timing could not have been better. That's dreamy stuff. Gonna find Loki back away, keep his life as well. Chihuahua has to be called on to try and take that attention away, because keep in mind Korea was low after that, but what a great bit of feeling of that internal clock working out. Now they hold numbers and they have the read on the play.
Oh, Chihuahua did actually have to pop a shot there, and it's actually, oh, look at that, they line up.
Yeah,
it's a firing
強いな。
squad. Send the last man standing. He'll show his hand, but the clock ticking away, and well, you can find a consolation kill before he falls. This round all but done. NIP will strike back. No bonus round for Vitality.
まあこっからやな。お互い武器が揃うから。
Decent setup there. I thought potentially Chihuahua could get punished here. Like I said, having to take the shot. It was the Phantom. I think a second teammate with a Vandal actually ended up shooting, so maybe actually masked his position conveniently. See here.
ここ、あれやね。落とした方が次ワンチャンエコだから。
NIP an opportunity to spread their wings a little bit.
ここ、どっちも大事だね。落とした方が多分、勢いでやられると思うわ。
Heavy lean towards this B main control. Knife comes through. Gonna detect at least 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bad, good info, and you can see them getting aggressive on it too. They want to isolate these two. They are fighting for this one. JD sticks around to try and confirm towards Shalabi, and he gets it. Now at this point, look at the flex on the rest of the map. Korea trying to thread the needle. Oh, he gets the surprise. He gets a drop on Loki. Try to get the follow-up as well towards that B sign, which is Brams, but Brams keeps
ただ木と索敵キャラ残ってるから。
a little further ahead, but Rhyme still got his number, and that leaves Brams with no support, nowhere to go. And a 1v2 with limited information, yeah, he knows that, okay, KO was somewhere around A, kind of near short, and I'll imagine JD's still over towards B, but losing position now. Oh, just makes it out of there, I think.
Slipped through the net, but this Killjoy is still in place to give away cover going out. Anything. Oh, the smoke actually covering it, but yeah, JD I think has got a fairly decent idea. Preemptively pop that nano swarm. Interestingly enough, not going to opt for going for the frag. He's going to try and get the plant through.
This is doable.
あ、ウルトがあるからワンチャンあるね。
It's on NIP. How do they play this back in? I know where he is. That's not the case. They made sure there was so few elements that could go wrong trying to play safety on the retake, and I don't blame him. There was danger in that.
And on the back of that, I mean, the kill from Rhyme, the defuse from
で、これ次バイタリティまたエコラウンドだからないな、さすがに。
Initial, again, I did tip it towards Vitality. The initial progress in that first ultimate cycle was in their favor. They do have 3 available now. NIP building back in on the back of 2-round victories for them. Really, if we see again, it's not going to be the 2 that you'd want to see in a round. Actually, no, sorry, excuse me. The showstopper is online. I say you look towards the blaze.
結局バイタリティ取れてるのピストルラウンドだけで。
Off the rip. Now see if
他取ってないからな。
You try and contest that. No, not when you got Shalabi double settling in. You don't want to contest that.
No, it kind of takes away that one, but hey, that's not bad from Eccles, just absolutely scything them down. They'll flash through the smoke, do they work on it? No, they just try and buy the time. lost that hit instantly, put it
いや
on the
ただ
back
こ
burner.
うローキーがワン
Loki
チャ
and
ン
Brams, you've just been mullered.
Rhyme immediately responding with that ultimate again. It completely throws the
いやエ
brakes
リア
on
も
that
取られて
push
んな
from Vitality. Trying
A
to
の
close
こ
the
こまで
distance,
取られ
trying
ちゃ
to
っ
get
てる
up
か
close
ら
and personal with these specters, potentially get
エ
that
リアも
Sosa
狭いん
going.
だよね
Loki will pop the Blade Storm, and again at this point, I mean, if you're going to write it off into this round, even if it's a 2v5, sure, throw it in. Well, going to find the first
おただ
and get the
Okay.
weapon upgrade. Rhyme very low HP, so
ある
still
で
doable here for Vitality. I mean, if they can,
Oh, but look at the positioning.
yeah,
man.
it's the A
いや
main
ただ
control that
ジェッ
concerns
トの位
me
置
most.
気づ
You're
けん
out
わ
backfilling
チワワ
A
の位
main
置は
here.
絶対
It's
気づけんから
disgusting crossfire with Heaven.
チワワに食われる
How
わこれ
deep
は
he's playing this. Like they have to really
あ
clear
お
it.
おお
He's got the timing right. He
お
can
互い
play this to like hearing when that spike goes down. So they feel like, okay, we've cleared wine,
Yeah.
cleared this. Okay, we've got a bit of safety. Right, gonna shut the door, and you know,
いや
closing
セッチョン
in.
聞いて顔出すな
Jaws
これ
theme
は
starts to play. Yeah, it's just gonna be a matter of time. Now Chihuahua does find Brams. This puts it all down to the Loki now
No.
in a 1v3.
なあ
Now, if Chihuahua just buys time, the rotation comes in.
ただ
He
武器
cannot
持ってるから
lose his life now.
ローキ
And Loki knows that. He's read that like a book. He understands the intention, but now the options are being limited. You can see the utility usage is great. Loki he knows it's been done. NIP composure is key. And Chihuahua holding fantastic territory.
噛み合ってチワワ食えたらワンチャンあ
Really
った
good. Again,
な
only removing one away, so coming back into this buy round, a couple of key ultimates online. Hunter's Fury to cancel out JD's lockdown, or the option to obviously open this round up here.
Hypok, our reporter in the field, has confirmed the other stream is on the way. It's in its next game. It's going that quick. Alliance kicking things off well over there. Big, look, I've been checking out some clips, I'm not gonna lie, in the breaks. Apparently God B had a little bit of a moment, so I'll go and watch that one back as well. But you know, I like to see that. I like the fact that we do have these both streams going on, but thank you for tuning in with us if you are, of course, in chat. Hello, if you're not, don't care, you didn't hear it, so it's fine.
Any VOD watchers?
Any VOD watchers?
Mostly just speaking to all of the coaches actually involved in the event. And then,
Yeah, pretty much.
how's VOD review
I mean,
going, guys?
Look, someone... Yeah, it's going well. Look, some like weird YouTube channel is gonna rip off half of this and just upload it anyway. Like, let's be honest. Like, is that not how everyone watches these games? 10-7 though. We have to talk about the double digits now being achieved by NIP. We've managed to find that stability once again. I look at Vitality to try and find a bit of a string of rounds. Put together a little bit of, not actually just a read, but an approach. And look at this hold as well. Coming out towards the side. Kriya sitting deep towards Wine. We also then have Chihuahua, not too far away. Rhyme going to be forced away from this, but he's going to have the good information. Shalabi's right there, tries to post it, doesn't quite find what he wants. Chihuahua quick on his feet and needs to just get it.
Chihuahua うめえ
Beautiful from Chihuahua. Shalabi though still doing damage on the site itself, but NIP are not too far away and this post plan won't be feeling safe. They haven't even got the spike down yet.
Loki finally plants it, but a man advantage firmly in favor. Okay, not for long. Brams will find 2 headshots there. There's just 2 members left, Kriya and Chihuahua, to try and recover this. And look at that.
Oh.
Absolutely flipping that round on his head, Lauren. Brams finding the 2
ローキーが
headshots seemingly out
い
of
つの間にかめっ
nowhere.
ちゃ倒して
I'll
た
be
な
honest, again, it happened off screen, but were they a little overzealous, I guess? Did they overstep the mark
これ
on
うめえ
Heaven?
なチワワ
I feel like that's... I don't use the term unlosable very often, but when you find that much value from inside A main, before the spike is even planted, everybody's getting pinged by the recon bolt. But that's one of those rounds where I just wish I had another 4 or 5 different cameras posted up so I can see exactly what went wrong there. Because I felt like that was... That must have been an insane flip from Vitality.
Yeah, and maybe a cause for some of these timeouts or this timeout, maybe something just to readdress, just keep that composure in the right place, because that's a frustrating one. Because as you said, the positions were great coming out. I mean, you had so much room, so much space that normally you dream of in post plants, right? It's surprising that it got turned on its head in the end. Credit to Vitality for doing it, of course, but that has forced NIP to call this tactical timeout to maybe address what they want to do. How's the economy looking? What do they want to do with this approach? Have they got a bit of a read they want to play with? It looks like Ops out for Chihuahua. Loki's got his. Brams, what have you got to play with here? Okay, he's gone for the light armor instead. Does have the rifle now and full utility kit. So, see what they try and play with on this approach. I mean, they've gone for the 3-play towards A this time around. And Chihuahua playing up towards Cat, so there has been a couple of late lurks towards middle. I don't think you can get away with just kind of walking down completely confidently, as you can see, checking as he goes, but mid presence to begin with does make it feel like it's to be that B piece, but they're leaning back towards middle. Chihuahua could be on for an absolute belter if they cross that corner. Timing's a factor though. And there comes the denial from Omen.
Count to 3.
Count to 3 and click. He's gone for a 6. He's gone for a 6 on that one. That's big brain stuff from Chihuahua. Just counted out, pulls the trigger. Oh, Loki a little too slow on that. That could have been his. JD was on his own. That could have been a big opportunity. And the only one to fight back so far is Brams.
And that recon actually not going to reveal Vak's position here, but Eccles wise to the fact that he could have pushed up. Diligent there on the reapproach. Sender finds Kriya on the way through though, and will leave them in a 2v3 here, but spike planted nonetheless. Sender lockdown invested. NIP trying to get ahead of the curve here and beat them to it, but we'll be forced back down short now, and an opportunity to set up in this post-plant hold. Actually, Rhyme going to get flushed out from the corner. Now, do they find one on the way back through from spawn? It's JD over there. The only one unnoted. No.
I guess they found him, but a little too late, right? Yeah. He's already made his appearance. Quick trade out for Brams, though. Good work. And he now knows roughly where 2 of them are. He knows one's towards the spike, of course, and one's keeping him busy on short. He's got to be clean. He's got to be quick, and he's got to try and get it.
Look at him. Doesn't even flinch. Ice cold in the clutch. That was beautiful. The bait on Rhyme there takes the first few steps. Doesn't even worry about the audio cues given away. Finds his first kill, and it's this is the turning point right here. He baits Rhyme in. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, これは強いわ。
What a round.
プリエイムが綺麗すぎるわ。
Love the player cams for that as well. We get to see that, you know, as you said, in that moment, didn't blink, didn't even crack a smile. The second afterwards, you get that little high five, you know, the fist bump from your buddy. You're like, all right, yeah, I did well. I did well. And now let's look at what that's done to the money. NIP feeling the pinch at this point, already down to the Chico coming through. A little more for Chihuahua, but not much to write home about. Already gonna see what he can do with it. I mean, it's a bit of a tall task. They're already in the sight, man. They're already getting that spike down. いや違う違うこれチワワの顔やろ
Yeah, Shalabi will find Rhyme here. Again, aim of the game for NIP. Damage, if anything. Make this repurchase as costly as possible, but looking like potentially only 1 kill, and it will be just that. Shalabi escapes for 2 HP.
追いついた
Looking a little Eccles-like. But
しかもエコちゃうこれ
Vitality drawing things up here. 10 apiece. And I gotta say it now, Vitality, they're the ones with the financial buffer.
Yep.
I have to take a quick look at whether or not we're off sync in terms of the ultimates, because I mean, I'm still not yet. JD still in that lockdown. Cosmic Divide available. Eccles and Rhyme building back in progress. Vac still with that Hunter's Fury, but Shalabi nearly back on another showstopper as well.
こっからがガチのイーブンの勝負だな
Trial this time leaning towards that B site. Maybe had an early glimpse, but seemed to have fallen away from it. There's enough utility that could have easily pushed him off as well. And he just has to.
ただキルジョイウルトあるからリテイクじゃないかな
Falls away. This is show presence towards B main, lean mid, and end A normally, or at least it's what it's kind of been like. It looks like it is again. This time it's Kriya towards short. Does have the backup as well from JD. Gonna hear this, and JD might want to try and, you know, help him be baited in a little here. Make some noise behind, maybe. Show a little bit of presence. This has to fall off from this already. So much danger coming in. Kriya's done well to find one. That's Shalabi gone. Could have done with a double on that. It's not. It's Sender who gets both, and that's removed huge amounts of presence. They could lean back towards B. It's completely scot-free, but for now it's a spike plant and 3 to deny. Chihuahua, Eccles, and JD, the last alive, 2 towards short, 1 towards heaven. Brams has that nasty little angle.
Lockdown available, but that Hunter's Fury is still there. Vac has been holding on to it. It's not even going to matter. Brams once again going to open things up. Chihuahua falls on heaven, and Jamie and Eccles now, they tuck their tails and they head out of there. Gonna hold on to these rifles because it's getting a little worrying if you're an NIP fan. Once again on the brink, double digits, trading rounds back and forth, and the economy is far from comfortable.
Yeah. Need some of that infamous, classic NIP magic. Maybe a rabbit out the hat at this point. It's Vitality. Look, I asked. I needed them to see them string rounds together to stabilize, and they have done. Off the back a little of Brams there in some of these instances, he's really found his footing. I mean, not just the clutch, but even just his value throughout these rounds has been certainly a step up, and we have the timeout coming through. Now, at this point, I feel as though it's got to be NIPs, but how much more can they do? 4 on the trot now for Vitality.
Yeah, and I said casualties along the way, but I gotta say it, Vitality have been in control for the last 4. Again, this is so that Mexican standoff once again of JD doesn't want to use the lockdown because Vac's not using the Hunter's Fury, and you can't lean on just saying, yeah, let's play retake A, right? Which is such a kind of a comfort play, right? Because you feel as if you can take a little more control, right? If you know that you're going to allow and leave that gap open for the enemy team, you can re-aggress elsewhere. But right now, I mean, Vitality able to find these opening dudes and more often than not, coming out on top of them. Creating space for themselves to come through, and you can't rely on that. It can't be the game plan for NIP to just say, yeah, let's play retake, guys. Don't worry about it. Because we're not seeing what we saw early on in this half, which was NIP being proactive. Like I said, uncharacteristic of them, but that is absent now.
Yeah, I want to see what they come up with. Oh, don't do a tactical into a technical. Who's done that?
Well, yeah, that's the trifecta, isn't it? Right, the overtime,
we've had it
the
all.
3-mapper, we got the tech timeout. All we're missing now is a legitimate hypot crash. That's all we're missing.
We had the mics turned off. What do you mean?
I can see we're very quickly approaching 6 p.m., which means it's probably about my bedtime, Lauren.
Oh.
My name is Hypoc.
I'm sure
and
we
I'm
can...
a caster.
Time out.
Do you do anything to go to bed faster, or?
Like an audio issue or two?
メカニカルじゃないから不具合じゃないと思うけどな。テクニカルだから。
I've been known. I do have a penchant for We've got an ETA of about a minute to go. Oh, we're going now, are we? Oh, we're back underway. There we go. No messing around. Production told me a minute. No, we're quicker. We're that good at this. We don't mess around here. Hopefully, whatever that issue is fixed up. We're all good to go. Speaking of fixed up, NIP trying to fix up some of their issues. Early lean towards the aggression. Fade away.
So, and this is the sort of round I was just talking about, right? Early on in the half, the play with the knife, the play on the back of the Sova, Dart, and the drone, but no lean away this time. And the same from Vitality. Typically in the early rounds, we saw them pivot straight towards A. Again, a lot of control can be garnered on the back of the Astra utility and the Killjoy utility. Deep alarm bot. They're going to get very early information here. Hasn't drawn the rotation out though. Vitality now, they're playing into it. They're trying to bait NIP into this false sense of security, Lauren.
Vitality 取ったらめっちゃでかいけどな。
Chihuahua. It's all on you, bud. The flood's about to come and he's heard the steps. He's going to try and back away, call for support, call for something. He needs help and he needs it. I don't know, 30 seconds ago, but Brams already removes one of the cavalry on the way. Eccles now forced out of position, but
え、
where
こ
are they
っ
off
から
to?
ローテ
Vitality go. All right then, we're heading at 20 seconds. Are they madmen? Hyper, what is this?
I mean, one kill, one key piece of damage, anything stops this in its tracks.
It's a bulldog. It's a bulldog and Kriya in their way. 10 seconds. They have to slow it down. 9. The spikes on the side. They can't deny it now.
Wow.
Shilabi gonna try and keep this one safe. That was played down to the
Don't believe
wire.
it.
完全に勢いづいてん
That's
な
the round that puts Vitality on series point.
Match point.
I mean, what started off as a pump, Lauren,
しかも多分これマネー的に
quickly
きつい
turned to the double pump, back to the triple pump, onto A site. Shalabi goes huge. Vitality are digging deep right now. NIP up on the ropes, nothing really to work with here. I mean, Spectres across the board. That lockdown that I feel like it's been there since Thursday.
Guys.
Still not able to
just
get it on
chilling out.
board.
No situation presenting they felt was appropriate, but you'll run out of time eventually. And I get it. With Vac sitting there, it's kind of the counter,
absolutely,
right?
yeah.
You're sitting there knowing
It's the standoff.
you're about to get, checkmated. But you got to try it at some point. You got to do something, otherwise you're both going to be completely neutered in that. Frustrating, I'm sure. But a 10 to 12, the buy coming in
で
for NIP
キルジョイ
is
のウルト
nothing
で
short
リ
of
テイクしようとして
frustrating as
も
well.
バックのウ
You're
ルトで
looking
壊
at
せるか
Spectres,
ら
Bulldogs, and anything they could
カウン
piece
ターのウル
together
トが
in
溜
the
まってんだよ
bargain bin.
ね
And on the attacking side, all the goodies. And it's going to be a burst towards A, it's got to be. There's nothing much else going on. Brams has already been found, though. What the hell just happened there? I have no idea. Do you know what, Hypok? You break that down in a second. Shelby could have just done so much damage. I don't think he knows how close he was. 3 players on the other side. Finally makes it through, just trying to play his life as well as he can. Spike to be planted. And now what do you do in this retake?
It's actually going to get invested finally. Hunter's Fury comes down in response,
There it is.
but look at this. The kills coming through, all in favor of Vitality now. Just Rhyme left standing.
Oh, Rhyme.
You can find Vac Senders on 19 HP. That
That's
nade's
not
あやべ
perfect.
最強
That's not bad at all. How much can they live through this, though? Rhyme still has to get involved. It's going to be... Oh, it's not going to be enough. Vac finds Rhyme and Vitality. Cross the
Vitality
line,
だったな
13 to
あのキいねえんだけど
Surviving with 19 HP in that corner.
喜んで抱
I thought that was perfect. I
抱
thought
き
that
つきに
was
行ってるわ
going to remove both of them. This was just a
Yeah.
pixel away there, but
よし
Vitality
やるかトイレだけ行ってくるわ
they're now big in this series. I gotta say,
Toilet行ってからやるわ
war of attrition between these two teams that
Yeah.
ultimately have gone the distance before. And I gotta say, it's a testament once again to see, the resilience of both teams. Close scoreline once again, 13-10, nothing to turn your nose up here, but it's Vitality that pipped them to the post.
And I mean, look, we can talk big or small picture. Big picture in my mind, yes, it's easier to plug and play. Your Fragger coming in,
yeah.
someone like the newer edition coming in, you can play those roles easier. An IGL's harder to kind of fill into that role if you're trying to do as such. Even if Akukos is still in the background trying to have that influence, it's a big change up. But once again, I wouldn't say it's a clean affair. I still haven't yet to feel like these players have hit that platform, Hypok. I still want to see these teams look that next tier up almost.
Yeah, I think the big concerns coming out of this become the composure, right? We've seen, I don't want to say elements of choking, but that you could make an argue on either side of the coin there for both teams. And when you come out of especially a 3-mapper and you say, well, either of them could have won that, it's not a comfortable feeling, especially when you come in into a team that's looked pretty deadly so far. Even in the series where they've struggled, they've still looked pretty lethal. So that's definitely a concern coming out of this. But take nothing away. The positives initially, at least from these two names within EU Valorant, right? Historically, we're one step closer, potentially one step closer.
Well, saying that, we have to look at the player of the match. Who do you feel has been the player to make the impact? You lot at home, give us your thoughts. Is it Sender, Vac, or Brams? Get your votes in. Get over to the socials. There you go. That's how you do it. Valorant or Val Esports _EU. Make it nice and easy for you just to, change up all the links, but it's nice and easy. Go get your votes in. Let us know your thoughts. I mean, Brams is certainly a contender considering that clutch that came in. That was something pretty good. But look, why should we talk you through it? Someone else who can will be the desk, who'll be talking you through everything we just saw, and also leading you up to the next match we have tonight. So guys, don't go too far away. We'll be back nice and soon for you.
ベストオブ3。あ、BO3 か。バイタリティと今のところはやるってこと？マジっすか？おいおいおいおい。
マジ。
寝とるやとる。
きついやろ。
ほんまか？わと。ちょっと待って、11時間やってんだけど。マジでやんの？裏でこことここはやってたってことかな。でここにマークなかったのあれか。違うわ。フリーですよってことか。勝った方が来ますって意味のマークだったんだな。へえ。ユリース、ケイチ。
To the closed qualifiers of the VCT Challengers. I'm your host Youngsu, and I'm now joined by Vac from Team Vitality for a quick post-match interview. Hi Vac, welcome back to the
インタビュー来た。
Now, congratulations.
怖え。
It looked like a very hard-fought victory from where we were sat. Talk me through just how tough that game was.
Actually, it was really close games, all of them, starting from Breeze, ending up on Ascent. I think NIP played really well, especially Chihuahua. They really surprised us because personally I didn't thought they are that good, but yeah, it was actually really close games. I think they played really well.
Yeah, you guys pulled through there in the end. I saw on the camera you were celebrating. It meant a lot to you guys. How relieved are you to be able to kind of stay alive for another match?
I mean, it's important, but there's another match, you know. So everything will be like clear after the next game, which we play against.
スポンサーアディダ
It's
ス。
like good to win, but it's also one more step to the final win, and then it goes for EMEA.
本当にスポーツだな。
Well, how much time have you guys had with Shalabi coming into this? And I guess how are you finding your role now with the addition of him on this roster?
We actually practiced with Shalabi for 2 days, I think, or 3 days. We tested a couple of players, and we thought Shalabi is the better choice than any others. And yeah, talking about the roles, I honestly I don't really care that much what I play. I feel comfortable with whatever I play. I think I can adapt fast to the agents that I play. I invest some time in it, and I think I just try my best. Because I was picking up solo that I played like for a week or two, and it was pretty new for me. So it wasn't hard. I don't think it's ever hard to me to learn the agent or like get used to it. But I just basically play around the team. If the team is not feeling comfortable, I just go pick whatever they're not comfortable with, and I'll take the comfortable role from them that is not comfortable for them. So basically, I just fill around and I just move to what they need.
Well, are we going to see you back on the duel list at all? Are there plans for that? Because, you know, with the addition of Shalabi, seeing him on the Sky as well and not playing the Jet or the Raze and seeing Loki kind of moving into more of those roles, does this mean that you're kind of permanently going to be a support now?
I don't think it's permanent. I think that what people feel, if they feel like they can play something else, I think there's always a chance for me going back on Jet or some kind of other duelist, but I just really do what's comfortable for them. I want the players to feel comfortable, so I just take whatever they're not comfortable with, and I just fill around. And as I said, nothing is permanent, and yeah, there will be changes on the agents, and yeah, I just fill basically.
Well, lastly, before I let you go, like you said, the
最
job
近
is
アディ
not
ダス
done.
の
You
T シャツ
have
が欲し
Team
くて
Heritage
さ
coming up. I believe
見
I
とっ
don't
たけ
think
ど
you
やっぱ
guys have
高い
faced each
な
other in an official
No.
Before. So how are you feeling for this? What are you
T シャツ
expecting?
1枚1
I'm
万
not
5000 ぐらい
expecting
だった
anything
わ
actually. I never expect anything. I just go into the match and we just play. It's how I see the games, how I like go into the games. Basically, no expectations. Whoever will play better, they will win, and hopefully it will be us.
Do you think they're going to be stronger than NIP? Because, you know, like you said before, you didn't expect NIP to be as strong.
Yeah. Actually, I think a lot depends on the Alorante. I think he's really good, and if he has
確か
good
ね
games, I think he
バ
can
イタ
really
リ
pull
ティ
out with the Heritage.
ねあれだった気がすんだよなゲーミングハウス公開しとったような気がすんだよなバイタリティじゃなかったかなああ、G2 だったな。G2 が、OMG もやってんだな。これ PUBG の中国のゲーミングハウスやな。
はい、ファミツアップのえかです。はい、今回はですね、上海にやってまいりました。今回ですね、PGI でもかなり活躍されたオーマイゴッド OMG さんのゲーミングハウスにやってまいりました。
スポンサーの量が半端ない。
かなり近未来的なゲーミングハウスらしく、男の人だったら誰しもちょっとロマンを感じてしまうような内装らしいので、チェックしていきたいと思います。はい、ということで OMG さんのゲーミングハウスにやってまいりました。はい、ください。かなり想像を超えるでかさですね。
日本はこういうチームがないからな。
選手たちが、あと社員の皆さんの手形ですかね。かなり大きいですね。はい、こちら案内していただくハンターさんですね。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
EO なんだな。
指紋認証からセキュリティカードじゃありません。指紋認証ですね。おおすごい、見てください。上 OMG って書いてます。
日本もなんか大企業がこんなん作ってほしいよな。
かなり近未来的なオフィスですね。
あれパソコンなの？
OMG さん専用コンピューター。ちなみにね、ずっと気になってたんですけど、サメが
サメ
5匹泳いでます。
因为中文有的就是英雄联盟的五杀，就跟谐音就是杀人的杀和鲨鱼的杀都是一个音色，然后所以就是用这个五杀代表能够在游戏里面能够获得五杀，因为一般在五杀游戏里面是很难获得的成就。
5つ殺し、5つのサメってことですね。で、5匹のサメを飼っているっていうことですね。かなりこだわってますね。はい。で、後ろがですね、なんですかね、
ファミ通だったらもっといい
サメの絵柄が OMG って真ん中に書いてるんですけども、この横に
レポーター呼べそうだけどな。まあ喋っとんな。
专门一些项目，就把每一个项目的这个 logo 贴在了老板的墙上。对。不是，就是所有的全公司所有员工以及队员的一些，比如签订合同、一些其他东西由人事来管，所以人事由我们3个人，因为全公司我们差不多100多个人，全都人事来管。
人事部過労で死ぬぞ俺。
結構ね、求人が多そうですよね。なんか OMG さんに入りたいっていう選手結構いるんじゃないですか。
因为像这种职能部门的人员，我们会很看重学历和工作经验。啊，像我们前面里面那位就是人事总监的人事经理，就是做的这位，他是上海外国语大学硕士毕业。因为我们旗下其实不光 Oh My God 就俱乐部旗下还有像做教育的以及做其他公司的相关的合作，其他关联公司的员工都由这边人事总监来管，其实他管要管3、4个公司。
ちなみに選手はどうやって入れるんですか？
那就要看他的天赋和游戏水准了。对，这个是我来把关的，我亲自会把关。但这里面其实部分的工作人员，因为还有大概有7、8个工作人员是在成都的。
こういうマーケティングの人たちもマウスもゲーミングマウスとかそういうの使ってたりするんですか？すごいなんかすごいところに
是那个，
はい。
就是会客室，就如果有来参观，我们会坐在这里休息。这些都是在 OMG 效力过的选手的照片。
すごい。みんな選手ですね。これパブ G の選手ですよね。すごい。でもこれですよね。やっぱりこのトロフィーの数。
这个就是今年刚拿了世界冠军的那个奖杯，就是这个。
PGI 取材行ったんですけど、それのトロフィーですね。これ見てこれ、すごい。黄金のサンヘル。
但是所有的冠军都抵不上那一个世界冠军啊。
なるほど。選手が4人いるからトロフィーというか金のフライパンが4つあるんですよね。そのうちの3つをここに飾ってるみたいですね。やっぱりこれが1位の証なんで、これに及ぶトロフィーはないということですね。
ほんと10年後には日本もこうなってんじゃねえの？
王朝有2支战队，所以一个战队一支军。魔术世界那个不是第1、第2梯队。
書いてますね。リーグオブレジェンド。
まだ始まってないな。
Great player today for Vitality.
Yeah, I think Brams really showed his experience in that situation. Now, NIP, they're out. We've been sort of painting this picture all day. This is elimination. They will not get a chance to compete for that spot in Berlin Masters. They will get another chance at Champions, however, the last chance qualifier. But Jess, what does this mean for this roster?
There's a lot of potential because when we were speaking about agents, we were speaking about roles, we were speaking about compositions. You spoke to Vitality just before in the interview about the fact that they aren't set in stone about roles, they aren't set in stone about agents. Whereas on the flip side, over in NIP, I felt confident that I knew who the duelist would be. I felt confident that I knew who the entry player would be or who the support player would be. I mean, there were players stepping up on the Cypher. We had Sentinel. For me, when I look at NIP, they look like a well-rounded roster. There is not a singular player in that roster that I would turn around and go, oh, I would replace him with this person, or I would move him onto this role or this agent. They felt good to watch on every single map. Yes, there were some slow starts, especially in the first map, and we were trying to get into their map pick to be able to walk away with a win. But I do think that they have a well-rounded roster, and a lot of people are concerned, even yourself, Yinsu, that they got themselves into the lower bracket. They just need to work out what it is when they get into the latter parts of a series, of a match, of a map, and why they can't seem to lock it out, and why they are constantly forcing these overtime positions, because they don't need to be in this kind of position with the well-rounded roster they have. Maybe the coaching staff is going to be the one that's going to have to sit back with them and go, hang on, the mentality is wrong. We don't know. We can't see that on the screen. And it could be as simple as that. Fingers crossed for NIP, because they have a really promising roster. And you said sometimes, not being able to qualify for the LAN can be career breaking. I disagree. I think they can go on to Masters, especially when we have one more chance for them coming up. So I expect to see them there, and I expect to see them do well.
Oh yeah, if there's any roster that's going to come back stronger, it's definitely going to be this one. But we are going to head to a break now. But Vitality and Team Heretics will be in action right after this.
次の日ってことか。いや、やるな。ああ。5分か。どうしよう。
やるんかい。
やるっぽいね。うん。コーチング動画見るか。ゴールド隊。ゴールド1のレイナ。
ということで、今日はゴールド1のゴロリさんから送っていただきました。ありがとうございます。早速ですが、改善したいところ、教えてほしいところが、打ち合いが弱い、味方を引っ張るようなデュエリストらしい決まりを勉強したい。設置後のポジション、全体的にダメなところをぜひ縛ってください。わかりました。一言コメントは、普段はキルジョイ多面戦でスキル取れないときいたたまれないのでデュエリストピックしないことが多いです。なるほど、ニャンキャツですね。わかりました。まあ、デュエリストの立ち回りがわからないので、まあ、デュエリストがピックできないということですね。まあ、これはもう完全な悪循環ですね。知らんけど。デュエリストがわからないので、デュエリストを一生使わないというタクティックです、ね。
この人は日本2位のチームのコーチだね。
ちょっとね、見ていきましょう。ちょっとこれは。ゴロリさん、マイク入ってますよ。注意ですよ。個人情報とか言わないように。なるほど、はい。はい、止めます。ですね。 おそらくこれはですね、A ロングをオーメンと一緒にというか覗いてあげた方がいいです、これは。まあ、これはランクマッチなんで、味方のオーメンが何したかよくわからないんですけど、さっきのピストルもそうだったんですけど、この A ロンにワンウェイスモーク投げて、普通に有利な状態で A ロン見てるんで、ワンウェイスモークせっかく入れてるんだったら A メイン見たいんで、普通に。で、オーメンの人と守ってる防衛ラインを合わせるという意味でも、これは2人で A ロンを見た方がいいと思います、開幕に。で、それが分かるタイミングはもうこれフリーズタイム中に分かるんで、この残り5秒くらいで普通に分かるんで、このオーメンが前に行きたいのか行きたくないのか、A ロン行って、まあ、一緒に戦ってあげるだけでいいと思います。で、結局 A ショートって開幕来ないんですよ、敵。A ロングは開始してから3秒後に敵と出会いますけど、A ショートは開幕してからミッドこう走りながら来ないと来れないんで、まあ、開幕まだ7秒とか8秒くらいかかるんですよね。仮に走ったとして。でも走ったとしたら足音全部聞こえるんで分かるんですよね、結局それよりも前に。これらしてくるなみたいな。A ショート走ってんなみたいな。だから別に A ショートって最初から別に見てる、警戒しておく必要もないんで、なんで一番最初に敵と出会う可能性がある A ロングで、まあ、オーメンの人がワンウェイスモーク入れて戦いたいっていう顔してるんだったら、まあそっちに混ざればいいかなと思います。
はい。キル取ってんじゃん、オーメンの人。
なるほど。スペクターはこれピストル構えてたから、目玉投げた後にピストル構えちゃいましたね、これね。
全員 A です。
全員 A です、ありがとうございます。なるほど、ニャンキャツ。いいんじゃないですか。何発いいんじゃないですか。なるほど、ニャンキャツですね。まあ、気になりポイントとしましては、
どういうことニャンキャツ。
武器チェーンでしょうか。目玉入れた後の武器チェーン。これで一回、ピストルを構えちゃったんで、ピストル構えて目玉入れると、目玉入れた後の武器チェーンが今まで構えてた武器になるので、これピストルになっちゃいましたね、これね。なんで、これは普通に、これを防止する、対策する方法は、基本的に目玉とかフラッシュを入れたら、メインウェポンのキーを入力する癖をつけることですね。全部のギャラ、フェニックスでも、スカイでも、オーメンのパラノイアでも全部、フラッシュ系のスキル入れたら、メインウェポンのキーを入力する癖をつけると、こういう事故はなくなるので、いいと思います。で、こういうのは先行入力が効くので、まあ、普通に目玉投げた瞬間にキー入力すれば大丈夫です。はい。じゃあね、次に行ってみましょう。なるほど。だからこれね、非常にもったいないですよね。だからね、これね、A メイン、結構多めの人がワンウェイ焚いてくれてるんで、これ A ロンくらいは正直情報を取りたいんですよね。これチラ見でいいんですよ。チラ見で相手が来てるか来てないかの情報だけ取って下がればいいんですよ、敵が来たら。最初からこの下がり目の位置にいると前の情報が取れないんで、単純にもったいないんですよね、これね、A メイン、結局スモーク入れてんのに。で、前の情報が分かると、味方が結構寄りやすくとかなったりするので、この状態で A メインの情報が取れてないと、相手が A メイン、取ってきてんのか取ってきてないのかわからないんで、これで A メインチラチラって見てて、相手が無理やり A メインスモーク抜けてくるようなもんなら普通に有利取れてるから倒して、相手がちゃんとスキル入れて取ってくるようになれば、もうそれだけで A メインの人数とかわかるんで、最低でも何人いるかとか。これは非常にね、機械損失の意味でもったいないですね、このプレイは。はい、正直、レイナに関しては逃げれるキャラクターなんで、ワンウェイスモークが別になくても、チラ見くらいはしてもいいかなと思います。まあでもこのスペクターが武器弱いんで、まあ次のバンダルとかヘッドショット一発の武器で、バンダルとかファントムでやるといいかなと思います。C4 キャリアが今 B メインをするのか気のせいか。ミッドに壁。これはリーコンボルトを警戒してますね。そこ A ショート見えますよ。すいません、A ショートはショートって言ってますよ。そこ A ショートから見られますよ。いや、スペクターでその距離で打ち合い勝てないですよ。相手バンダルですよ。俺の話聞いてました。もう、このラウンドはもう言わなくても分かりますよね。面白すぎる。何それWhat the fuck? 待って、ルンバでも飛んでんだけど。クロスフェア面白すぎんだろ。始まったなこれ、いわゆる伝説のジャパリパークマッチ。これ。まあ、このラウンドに関しましては普通にポジション移動ですね。やっぱり状況っていうのは、時間が経過するごとに変わっていきますので、その状況に応じて適切なポジションに入ればいいだけの話なんですよ。もうこの状況になって、オーメンの人が A ショート見ない時点で、もうここのポジションはもう使っちゃいけないポジションになったので、普通にヘブン下がるか、サイト裏に移動するか。ですね。まあこの場合だったら普通に A ショートを守りたいけどね、とは思いますけど、まあ、自分で A ショート行ってもいいしね。正直これに関しては A ショート、もし敵が A ショート来たら、普通に弱いポジションなんで、ポジションを変えるのが、まあ、最適だと思います。はい。 はい、次に行きましょう。いいですよ。これは俺の話聞いてますね。これは。いいですよ。オーメンの人スモーク入れて。で、相手なんか HE とか入れてきたから、A ロングさっき。なんかワインに HE とか入れたのかな。だから注意ですよ。ワインは入んない方がいいですよ。あ、いいですね。あ、いいですね。倒したかったー。2人、これラッシュ近いな、これ。下がってもいいよ。下がってもいいし、いや、それ、ボタンはどうでしょうね。ボタンは閉めなくても別にいいけど。すごくいいよ。寄りが早いね、皆さん。オーメンの人やばすぎでしょ、そのあなたのワープ。縛ってるから右ですね、エイムは。ミッドラーカーの可能性一応あるんで。ちょっとエイムの位置低いですね。てか、相手なんか遅くね。切り返してますね、これは。切り返してます。うわー、レイズの人、エイムロング一人で取った。こいつの心臓は、ヤクザレベル。これもほぼ B ですね。ミッドの氷の壁の裏にいる可能性もあります。そこにいる可能性もあります。一回チラ見でチェックしようぜ、そこ。ジャンプで誰かチェックしろや。CT ベースの人、ジャンプでミッドチェックしろや。ナイス。ワンモア。それは無敵じゃないよ。それ違うよ。ボタンが違うよ。武器構えて。いいよ。ナイスパラノイア。フォーンシュリー抜きすぎな。それもう枯れるよ、そろそろ。リロードして。いや、マーケットからリテイクしていこう。いや、マーケットからリテイクしよう。ナイス。わーお。ナイス。いや、これはね、アイスですね。これはいいんじゃないですか、これは。もう相手、そろそろやる気失ってますよ、これ。多分おそらくオーメンのスモークで止まったんじゃないかな、これ。相手のエラッシュ。結局これが開幕に A メインで情報を取る強みなんですよ。結局、ゴールド隊なんてもんは、結局ラッシュをしてくる可能性が非常に高いので、なんかシンプルな攻め方をしてくる相手に対して、こうやって A メインで情報を取るだけで、すぐ速攻でカウンターのスモークとかスキルを返せるんですよね、このオーメンの人みたいに。で、このスモークを速攻で返したことによって相手のラッシュが止まるんですよね、結局。まさにそれで典型的ですよ、これ。これでもうジェット確定、レイズ確定。で、足音がすごい鳴ってますと。で、オーメンの人スモーク返して、オーメンの人スモーク返して、で、このスモークでもう終わりですから、これでもう終わってますからね、この試合。このスモーク返したらもう終わり、勝ち。GGWP。なんなら B メインもプッシュしてるな。待って、これ B メインなんでプッシュしてんだ、これ。これ、ボイスコミュニケーションを取ってる可能性ありますね、これ普通に。他の人。A ラッシュっぽいからキルジョインとか B メイン、B プッシュして、で、ほぼ A 確定と。
なるほど。
For can Alorante show up, but also will Amilua, the now IGL on the squad, with Artis having kind of stepped off of Heretics for just a moment. We said inactive for medical reasons. Can he show up today as the IGL and on the solo?
Well, I mean, we spoke about the overtimes. Heretics like to go overtime
予想
here
が
as well
始ま
as
り
we
まし
saw
た。
against the finals, but we are going to head into Agent Select now. We've seen what Vitality have picked already earlier, so it's unlikely we're going to see any changes. Okay, I take that back. I take that back. I
Yinsu,
take
be quiet.
all of that
This
back.
is why you're the host, man, because we're not allowed to have you analyze
What the
anything. Okay, if you guys want to know what the craziness in Yinsu mind is right now, is that the fact that Team Vitality, for the most part, they'll bring a Jet, an Omen, a Sky, a Sova, and a Viper generally on this map. That's the
あれ
general gist
さっきと
of
メンツが
what's
全
going
然違う
on.
な。
And considering Heretics haven't locked anything in, it gives me a very big moment now
ソ
to
ー
point
バ
out,
で
okay, Loki,
オー
he's
メンだ
going
っ
to
た
bring
気が
back
した
the
けど。
Jet. We know he's been just harping on about that for the past 3,
あ、違う、
4
ソーバー
plus
バック
maps.
か。
And then you're looking over to Shalaby and you're like, okay, this man's going to bring the Sky back. He did that last time. It took him a whole half a map to get into Sky with the flashes. So now he's warmed up. He'll be fine. You know, we're not going to see anything different, but the difference here is Brams. We know he's the smoke specialist. He can do that with the Reyna. We haven't seen him take the Reyna on Breeze before. Maybe they're just feeling like a little bit of a change is what they're after, Yinsu.
The unusual piece is when you're looking at Breeze, you're not really thinking Killjoy immediately, but that's what Monster goes for pretty much all the time. It looks like when it comes to pure composition, Team Heretics have a certain one to go
てかさっきの一番左の解説の人もコメントしてるわ。
a Viper and the Killjoy, and it looks like they're gonna go for exactly the same setup as they played over the past week or so of competition. So I think they found their groove when it comes to Agent Select on Breeze. It's just how they interact and who can show up in those games.
I absolutely love this. I love this. Vac is like, nothing set in stone, you know? We might play the duelist, and Brams is like, okay, hold my omen. I'm going to come in. I'm going to show you guys what I can do. But 2 Reigners here, Jess. How much of this do you think is going to go down to Reigner?
You know what? Brams had a really, really slow start in his last series. If you guys missed out on that, when he started off really slow, but he ended up being the MVP of the entire series after his performance on map 2 and map 3. Map 1 was Breeze. So if he's going to come in and bring over the kind of impact that he had on map 2 and 3 of the last series, even to the point where last time they were on Breeze, Loki had to throw the operator over to Brams on the Omen because Loki couldn't hit any of his shots. So clearly the second in line for the operator in hand, the one that's going to do the damage, is clearly going to be Brams, MVP for a reason. Get the man on something aggressive. I
こっ
want to
ち
see
の方
him
が前
pop
評
off.
判いいんだな。
Yeah, I mean, Brands versus Alorante. This is the matchup we all love to see. Now, Team Vitality, they have played 3 maps already today, but can they keep their winning ways up against a Team Heretics? Pansy and Hypok will take you guys through Breeze.
I muted myself. Got him. I was just hopefully getting Hypok to finally cast for a little while on his own.
Look over in sheer panic to see if I'm muted as
まだ
well.
電波悪いな、こっち。
No, we're good today. We're good. Eventually, hopefully, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes down. But we do get Breeze to start with, which is always going to make me happy. I'm a big fan of Breeze anyway. I think it's a great map to be playing and to see people play now. You know, to see what the new looks are going to be like. Now, I've seen a fair amount of Vitality already today. I guess with that in mind, how do we then put them up against Heretics, who also have somewhat of a, you know, another player coming into the roster here? This is, none of these teams kind of, it's hard to kind of keep that mentality towards where we
い
expect
やー、
them
弱
to
っ
be
た
because
な。普通にゲームプレイしたかったけど。
Have you messed it up again?
ローキー応援したいわ。
Fantastic. This is great news. As it stands, we haven't got to really see these teams at their full strength yet. This is still somewhat new to an extent, right? Like, all of them had to get to this point, but it's hard to get that understanding of what they're coming in looking like against other pretty top-heavy, you know, tier 1 teams. So, we're jumping into this one. It will be Heretics on the defensive side and Vitality on the attacking side. It looks like everyone's at boot camp as much as they can be.
いや、もうここでバイタリティが負けたら、
It's hard to do that
プレイ
as
する
it
わ。
stands, but most teams trying to invest on building up that balance, and already a bit of a pinch towards that A site. You can see Emil the first to get a lot of attention over by Tribox, but actually comes out the victor towards Loki.
Yeah, actually, Shalabi will respond onto Alorante, and
Yeah,
Patsdick now coming online, but the trade's coming through back and forth now. Brams find himself in a 1v2 situation. Lowell the first spotted. Monster still a little bit absent from this.
これ体力的に大幅有利だと。
That 1v1. Paranoia now building. Monster makes his way up through double doors, but Bram's got an opportunity now. I think maybe even in earshot of that turret being placed, Lauren. At least now when he walks tube, he's going to hear it. He's going to know exactly where Monster is repositioned to.
Let's see now, that information will flow through. Let's see what Brams does with it, though. Could maybe take a fight there if he fancies, but timing is a factor. 26 seconds. And Ring a Rosie we go. Monster having to kind of gamble on where he may go.
綺麗にすれ違ってんな。真逆にいるわ。
H383 is going to be on this as well. 13 seconds, and Brams now needs to get a wiggle on. He's just going to have to hope that he's, you know, a little further ahead so we can get a clean plant down. He'll be safe behind the pillar. Yeah, lovely. And that should be
これで15秒ぐらい稼げるから。
somewhat okay. Monster's got a bit of a problem now. Presented. How on earth do I get back into this? I have no information. He's got loads of time to sit into a post plant.
だいぶ有利だぞ、これ。
How much time? And for now, Monster gets to try and work his way back through.
So he will get his turret back online as
設
well.
置音鳴らすまで絶対顔出さないし。
Clear out so many angles here. Turret will get invested on main, so at least he will get the information initially.
Wants to get to half.
Oh, he doesn't have to get the half.
Didn't get it halfway. Oh, that's devastating news for
顔出しちゃうんだ。
He's got it. The blob didn't bloom.
あ
Look at、it.
時間がないか。
Hypok.
うわー、0. 点何秒。
I thought he had it.
You brought your theory in, Hypok. You brought it in.
The blob didn't bloom.
Okay, we need to discuss this, right? So there's a thing going around, and it's not just us messing up our microphones. But Hypok, explain what you say.
Right.
Talk to me.
In a moment of desperation, when I tried to explain to, and this is the perfect example of the fact we're going to see the replay. Hopefully, we'll see. There are two blobs.
ああ、
and when
すげえ
one
な。
of them
ハーフ行かせんかったな。
balloons, That's when you can no longer get the. Watch it. There, see? That.
But you were wrong.
Well, this, yeah. I mean, I was off by what? How far off was I? Look at that.
Outstanding stuff. So yeah, if you're ever in a game and you get someone who sounds a lot like Hypoc under a different name, won't out you, and he starts talking about blobs blooming, welcome to our world. It's difficult out here, but the double walk down tube's a bit mad. And it's worked out. Palitek's found Brams and a bit of damage done as well off the back of that towards Shalabi too. So interesting approach being quite proactive. I mean, it was a close round, so why not get a couple of investments going? But interesting repurchase.
I'm glad I caught you off guard with that one, by the way. I was waiting for the opportunity to throw it on cast, but
No, I know. I was really proud of you.
okay. Vitality down to 3 now. Actually, we're all going to get invested here. Loki spotted with that recon. We've got to be careful here.
Yeah,
where to find Pat and Lowell. We have to find a lot of space up tube, actually, and Milwa still going unnoted here. Going to find both shots onto Vac. Just Monster. Last man standing once again. Unscoped at the wrong time. Sender finds his 4th. We'll close that one out. Vitality will find the second round. Good start here for Vitality. A little, I got to say, looking a lot more considered, really, in their approach. Which is interesting, really, and I know the Death started to touch on this composition change, but
ローキーがまだ0キルだ。
again, we can take what we want away from that Vac interview at least, but this is the sort of adjustment you want to see, anticipating what Heretics are going to do in terms of play style and the way they're going to want to play. I actually like the swap here to have this flex onto Rayma for Brams.
I'm down for it. I'm happy to see the Sky alongside. I'm always going to be a Sky fan, so Vitality get the tick in my book. They'll be looking to crunch towards B. That Killjoy's in a whole lot of trouble. Thought there might have been a bailout there by Valorant, but it's not to be. They're going to fall away from this good damage done initially. Looking to lean back towards B main, but there is still Monster here, but hey, welcome to having Rainer against you. Brams walks in, no problem for him. Spike now going to be going down, and these 3 so far away. These rifles feel redundant.
Absolutely right.
セーブかな?
So difficult again. Look at this setup here. Short of brute force, it's going to be so difficult to fight back on. Decent tag with a recon bolt, but already Loki manages to slip in behind. Actually, yeah, Milwa and Lowell considering the save now at this point. Get away, whether or not Loki's actually going to be able to find this kill, he doesn't know. Again, anything but a bonus. Anything else at bottom mid? Ooh, we'll find one the second. No, Back going to punish him. So a rifle removed and an upgrade there from the Marshal. So a big win actually, round 3. Let's see if Heretics have anything really to scrape together in this round, and it's things like this there's a big positive, right? You come off a draining series like the desk mentioned, but to come back in and look very, very, calm and collected, right? Even in terms of these high pressure scenarios here, and starting off on the attack as well. Again, it doesn't really leave you any breathing space, right, in terms of recovering from the previous series, but already making very, very good progress.
And it's good for them to come into this and just have a solid start, right? You talk about like the mental game. If you come in and you're already down, you're feeling like you got a slog on your hands. This is good. This keeps the momentum and the energy nice and high for Vitality.
これ落としたらまた武器揃わんな。
See that? Lean towards A. Now confirmed. Seeker's going out. Viper utility going in. They know everything's coming down this way. So what do they do with it? Flash going to go through. I don't think they found anyone close by, so they're at least somewhat certain there's no one in that little slice that's been created, but they're going to post up their newer edition. Shalaby's going to be left over there towards that A site, but it's Bram slicing through the middle, finding Lowell, and now going to cause problems. He will hold these rotations. There could have been a problem back for Alorante finding the same thing on the other side, but they've kind of run around him. Brams now elevates that problem, but look at this flank. This is a mad one for Monster. It's going to have to be big. It's going to be something beyond belief if he really wants to do damage. It isn't the gun to be doing it with, but I love that kind of, I guess, play back towards B, leaving, as said, Shalaby posted up towards that A site, and just catching the rotations and punishing with Brams being right between them, and Emil and Monster.
Placing swamp grenade.
No easy way back in, non-presenting opportunities. You can see these players sitting in very, very unfavorable situations. Monster did get a chance towards one, but not for long.
One enemy remaining.
Shalabi and Vac Emil are down to 5 HP here. This is the first two. We're gonna shut down, and Vitality, the wind in their sails. 4 rounds unanswered now, and again, you look at the scoreboard, and it's I mean, not much separated. This is just coming down to some very, very clean-cut rounds here.
One enemy remaining.
Looking for Heretics to switch things up a little bit here, trying to aggress in the mid-round. At least, because Vitality are playing very, very slow, very calm. Really, I mean, not giving Heretics any information to react upon here. Again, walk up B. Oh, I'm actually a much quicker look.
Yeah, Monsters this time going to be presenting a different challenge. Loki quickly trying to get towards the side, but he's playing that corner, that little cubby so well. Lal's got his back too, but it's Bram still alive. And if Brams is alive and kicking, there's still a problem to be potentially had. Shalaby's going to find Elorante, but it's still Monster playing the pillar so well. The flash comes in, he's ahead of it. No problem for him playing it so well. Monster finally gets that moment to strike. He'd been bullied until that point, but brilliant work there.
The pace change actually from Vitality favors Heretics. Embrace that chaos, allow Monster to thrive in it. Finds himself a 4K, holding down the B site. You could call it a double bonus from Vitality. Again, throw that one in there, but he's done so well here. Again, the cloud bursts actually give him a get out of jail free card.
Down B.
And that second guy didn't even notice it there. The spike actually falls on front side there. So again, finding that follow-up kill onto Vac as well, Lauren, means that round's all but done.
Oh, and I thought he was getting 2 then. I thought Sender was on for the second. Not to be, but there's Loki watching the fallback plan as well. Monster tries to get a little aggy again. Maybe feeling himself after the previous, but gets instantly swatted down. And this 4v3 feels pretty nasty. Look at Shalaby, just a little further ahead than before. If they hit the brakes for a second, and Lau goes walkabouts, that might open up a chance here. And there it is. Shalaby does find Lau. Very nicely done. Seek has now come through, going to find those last 2 players, knowing that crossing towards the site is safe. Emil trying to re-aggress towards middle. There's his Seeker. Gives away the game. And Patty Tech, he's going to be shot in the back if he's not careful.
Yeah,
Vitality looking pretty much revitalized at this point. I'm loving what they're bringing. It looks so well-rounded.
I mean, this is way more comfortable than the previous series from today, that's for sure. Definitely striking while the iron is hot, so to say. I was desperately looking actually just to see. See, it was obviously the first half Vitality on the defense versus NIP. They managed to scrape together 4. It was obviously on the attack that they were able to build back into that. Here, opening things up. Yeah. 1 scoreline, and speaking of opening things up, low key, find Patitek off the rip as soon as the barrier
完全に目覚ましたね。さっきも一番キル取ってた
Yeah, you
し。
see Lau uncomfortable. The pressure's starting to become pretty smothering. Flash close to make sure no one's playing the edge of the smoke. They're through.
ポテンシャルは高いんだろう
Nice
な。
plan. A beautiful approach on taking this site. And they're just so hyper aware of where they need to be and what's the next threat potential. And if Heretics don't find a way to disrupt this, why would they ever stop? Now the retake's not looking too bad though. Valorant at least got them off to the right step. Monsters follow up towards Shalaby, and now a 3v2. But look at the ultimates. Hypok, look at how much they have to play with if they need to. Vac's got his. Bram sure can pop his anytime. That doesn't really bother me. And yeah, he's just chilling. Why not? I mean, beyond that, yeah, Lau's got his and Monster's got his, but I want to see if they can find the way to use them. But look at Sender, sending it around the world. The timing's everything. His patience must be his virtue. Finds one, sits in deep now. Should allow his teammate to get the attention, which will be Vac as soon as that spike gets touched. Gonna just swing on out. Doesn't need to face. He does regardless. Vac's got it, and Vitality once again. The composure is perfect.
まあでもここ攻めマップやからな。
With the way these rounds are playing
まだわ
out,
からん。
all these tools, all of these, you know, secondary layers to the security that Vitality have in this post-plant scenario.
割とマジで圧倒的攻めマップっぽいから
The
な。
Empress, like you said, throw it in the mix if you want. Yeah, and Heretics gonna put the brakes on right now, trying to stop the bleeding, I guess. Even though it's not up on screen. I'm not a gambling man, but I'd say this is probably a Heretics timeout.
Gambit no good.
Well, would you look at that?
Oh, would you look at that? I do open up the question. So, if you're familiar with the likes of like Issa or some of the players from certain regions that obviously during the online era struggled a little because obviously ping's higher generally, right? And it's like, for me, I want to look at Shalabi when he gets to LAN, for example, what this guy can become, because he's already pretty nasty, right? As a roster addition, I really love what he's bringing. I think he's a great choice. We saw what he did at LAN when he went out to the, the Red Bull event, which was pretty solid. But, against the big boys. That's no disrespect to the teams that are out there. They were fine, but they weren't, you're not pushing the top 5 in the world, right? I want to see how this guy looks once he's up against the real deal on LAN as well. If this is, he's playing with training weights on right now, which is crazy to me. So we'll see how he fares going forward. But at a 6-1 scoreline, nothing to be worried about here. Looking comfortable in Heretics. What is the change? Something has to change.
It does, like I said, that only round victory they had was on the back of Vitality kind of breaking the mold. Trying to switch things up in terms of the tempo. All right, look at this space Brams is able to find. A monster. Wise to it initially, but okay, finally does get that kill now. And a 2-man advantage here early on for Heretics.
Maybe the switch up they needed. It's still Vac, Sender, and Shelby who can maybe do something. No ult for Shelby this time yet. Let's see what they do. Where are they heading back to? Maybe re-aggressing towards middle. Look to see if they could punish potentially Alorante if they go towards door. Be next on the chopping block. Oh, he's fine. Very stable. They seem aware of this. Sender and back now. Trying to take that time to cross. Not feeling so safe. And we haven't really seen much of a test towards A just yet. Let's see how they fare. Emil just fine on his test. However, Patchtech not looking so good on his. But at this point, you're down to Vac. This would be, a 1v basically 5 at this point. 20 seconds. Does have ult. No one should be presenting an easy kill here. And you can see the net being closed in. And this should be... Oh, Heretics, come on, let's get over the finish line.
Yeah, time out後
Finally get him
やら
down.
れたな。
4 still stand.
Again, that timeout, it's always good to see a team bounce straight back out with a round victory. Now, got to build on that. Again, chipping away at the economy. That one should leave Vitality still sitting. I mean, comfortable is an understatement. See what this means here. Still got the Viper's Pit, still got the Hunter's Fury. Shalabi one off those Seekers as well. The other side of things, lockdown available, Empress, Patchtech, that TP. Have to wait and see though. It's always interesting to look at. Again, you can lean away from one site and play the lockdown as a retake, but again, Breeze, a map that we've discussed previously, it's very difficult to do so just with the AoE of that ultimate. Can't really lean on that as the go-to. Alorante holding onto tube control. Bram's just staring down the other side of that smoke. Patchtech relaying that information on the back of that TP. Little fact finder sent out. They should be able to react based on it. Oh, as I say that. Oh no, it's not good. Look at that.
Nope.
The operator comes through. The owl drone tag comes through. The hunter's fury kill comes through. Brams finds Lowell. It's monster left standing. This is I mean, I hate to speak early, but this is looking like potentially Vitality running away with this half. Now, I'm considering the economy, the knock-on effect from this. It's not a pretty half-time score.
No, it's not, and certainly not going to fill you with confidence. You know, you're going to start feeling that pressure pretty early on. And as, you know, I think it was Tom and Mitch, as they normally do, cackling in the background, talking about this being a long series. You know, it may just be, but if Vitality keep this sort of pace up, I don't know.
ほぼ勝ちやな。あ、めっちゃ眠てえわ。うまっ。
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is, again, Vitality are just kind of doing the same thing over and over, right?
まあトイレ行ってバイタリティが一周したところで寝ようかな。
to be the ones to be proactive here.
トイレ行ってこよう。
Don't care.
They can't sit as deep as they are.
There has to be a change, right? Like that's I'm literally sat here waiting to see. Now we have that double stack coming through by elbow that could be interesting. Yeah, okay, they're pressuring middle. I like that. However, they just lost to Brams. I mean, it's oh god, Brams has just battered them. I mean, it's a good idea, right? The theory I don't mind. It's the execution. You still have to land your shots. That's still going to be the kind of, you know, bottom line to it. It's not just how you hit your shots, it's the concept behind it. But Vitality, all too aware that that could have been the switch up, all too aware, all happy to take it. And now keep in mind, they've been holding, I don't want to call it a default, it's just like a spread across the map. Loki just going to flex a little there, find Paddy Tech, just to try to dip back around through that door. And again, they've barely left their initial spawn, right? They've barely crossed that halfway marker on the map. They haven't made it through towards either side, and they've gone 3 picks. I get the aggression, it has to be correctly placed, because right now Vitality read that as the next level of adaptation, right? They were already expecting maybe a bit of aggression here and there as the counter. Oh, that's a freebie all day of the week. Loki takes that, no problem. And again, they're at the moment, it looks like Heretics are playing checkers and Vitality are playing chess. They're in a different realm to them. And as I said, the answer so far hasn't quite hit. But I haven't seen them too much with Emil. I haven't seen how far they've been able to kind of, you know, find that comfort for me. I haven't seen that much of Heretics. I'm dipping into some of the streams, seeing how they're looking. But at the moment, this is a bit of a blowout.
This isn't looking like them. I can say that much. From at least what I've seen, this is uncharacteristic. Maybe Vitality, I mean, coming away from that series earlier, had all the tools to say, yeah, well, let's roll with Breeze. Let's get straight back on the horse. Again, I mean, look at the purchase here. It's 8-2. And actually, it's a Mashiko. I was about to call it a Shiko. It's a Mashiko. It's a Mashiko.
See how the Mashiko does. Oh, there you go. Well, now, Valorant. I don't know why I always want to say it like that. I really don't know why. I have such a hard time every time I read that name to not say it like that. And I take this lightly because, well, we haven't really seen the Mushiko yet really find much form. Theoretically, of course, it's great. You tag and the other can do pretty much the same sort of damage and you can just kind of chip away at them. The chip damage eventually comes through, but we haven't seen too much yet. Bram's so much space and Monster's going to have the adjustment of his life. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe nice and easy because the barrel's bigger than expected. And Monster looking ready for the follow-up. Sender's now been found. It's looking gorgeous so far. Vac and Loki's like, well, my gun's meant to be bigger than yours. Why are you doing so well? He's got the low-fat version of it. Still doing nicely enough, but there you go. Loki kind of flexing what his can do. To just try and stay alive, to stay and live for those rotations. I mean, if he can pick one off, that wouldn't be bad.
Loki caught a headshot there on the way in. Vac taking some damage as well, so... Yeah, 2v2, and look at the health advantage.
But the rifles have come through, so that could be interesting. Now, they've got 20 seconds.
Oh, Loki,
if he just pushes this.
I mean, I love this. I love
BDP
this.
it. You're not going to win normally, are you? This is a nice angle. But is it good enough to get you 2? Look at the HP left. Back is barely... What? What is that, Panitek? He just floods on in like it's nothing, and now Alarante's like, well, I know someone was near, one's on the side, but where the hell's Loki gone? That's a 1v1. Oh, no way!
Oh my word.
It's a tilter.
The Shiko giveth, the Shiko taketh. That Yeah. That's gotta rattle you.
Mental's in the bin.
Yeah. That is not a round you should ever let slip through your fingers.
Because you're loving it at this point, right? You've seen this happen, like monsters popping off. We've got everything in the right place. We've got, like, you know, we've got the rifle upgrades, even in that 2v2 at the end. Paddytech just flies in, untradeable. You got to take a risk, but you want it to be tradable. There was nothing for it. Oh, it's got to be gutting for them. First real shot at it in quite some time, and falls by the wayside. Here comes Reyna, and there goes the other Reyna. Loki puts him to bed, tucks him in, little kiss on the forehead, night night. And the site's all theirs. Spike en route. There is still the Killjoy lingering around. Monster this time again. He can't escape it.
Viper's pick comes through. He's going to find the launcher. That's massive.
That's sick.
Can they recover?
See, Monster's he's been putting in OT right now. This guy is putting in work. Deserves a raise at this point, but it is just 3 of them. The HP's still looking good, and Loki, yeah, he is low HP, but Logan's Law still
これが圧倒的
applies.
スター選手なんだな。モンスターってのが。
Monster just waits.
マジで強い
He's
ね。
gonna hear the reloads. He knows they're close. That's still valuable, but the numbers still favoring Vitality here.
Emil can get Hunter's Fury though on the back of one more kill. That's a big tool. Shalabi going to take a lot of damage from the shock darts, but he will not fall. Flashback on unavailable for him. Sent out. Nobody actually swung away there, so I'm not sure if he actually got any information on the back of that one, Lauren.
Not really. Nothing you could build off of. It's going to take space here. Finds the isolated player on the site, and now we're down to the 2v2. Post-plant not so easy. As Emil still going to have to work for this. Gets just bodied. And Paddytech presented a hard task. Unfavorable positions for him to try and persuade, and there it is. Vac finds him, and Vitality again. The composure's there. They're so focused.
いいね。バック。
It is, and again, I know I was talking about round score earlier in terms of this half switch. That round there is the difference between potential and lost cause. Because double digits, it's just a matter of time, right? You wait for that first ultimate cycle to build through. I mean, unless Heretics just unbind S and walk for this half and just keep pushing. I don't see any scenario where Vitality don't
ハンドガンラウンドがめちゃくちゃ重要やな。
Everything's playing to their strength right now.
And I think, again, I don't want to take this away from Brams necessarily, but I also want to talk about the difference of just having a Reyna who's confident, just generally. If you have just like, I think Reyna can be applied to so many. Exactly. That's the year where you see it on Icebox, you see it on so many maps, and again, Brams showing you as to why. Gets in, gets away. You can do that. If you're having a player that's good for one, they're going to be good for the second. It's why I always love the idea of Scream being on it, right? Like, I actually love that concept. Never really came through in the same sort of way, but I love the idea. It is a 4v4. It's certainly not over yet for Heretics. I don't need to start speaking too much about bigger picture, but Brams has been having a series, which is great, or a map thus far. And now, let's see what they do with this. Still have to get past Brams. Like they do overwhelming numbers. Back now outgunned as well. They just take the straight up fights in this one. That's going to be a spike plant, though.
Spike planted.
Indeed. Cinder and Loki have to try and recover this one. As I say that, Cinder finds the first, the second. No way. Alarante's up close as well. He's going to get spotted out. He gets the headshot. What is this, Lauren?
How's this happened?
Loki.
How is Monster left with this?
What was that? Yep. Fair play, Loki.
カメラにファンサービスしてくれてるわ。
What on earth was that retake? I mean, yeah, we talked about rattlers, tilters. There's another one.
GG go next.
Yep, GG go next. I'm hitting F5. I'm typing /FF. I'm hitting my F5 key at this point.
Oh, the timeout is when everyone's a bit quiet and you're not quite coming up with the discussion you wanted. Nothing. What are you meant to do in this? As you said, you're just feeling winded watching it, aren't you? Because I thought, oh, this is it.
There's no contingency to any of these. What if somebody jumps out and peeks stairs?
There's no trade on it. There's no crossfire on it.
It's
just.
I love seeing rounds like that, but at the same time, I hate seeing rounds like that because it's just like, okay, write it off.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Right off the map, honestly.
Even when I was a player, this is going back years. This is when I was good at games.
About decades.
literally. You don't win 2v5s, 2v4s.
No.
You lose 4v2s, right? Like, you make those errors. That's the thing. You don't allow people... It's so hard to somehow get around that many potential crossfires, that many potential positions, to kind of somehow capitalize on unforced errors to that extent. I don't think you can.
But just coming before that, Laura, the biggest thing is Sender finds the headshot onto whoever that is on back triple, right? At that point, Alorante and whoever's on stairs, they both should just be watching nothing else than setting up that crossfire. Nothing.
100%. And it's frustrating. It's communication. When we talk fundamentals and things like that, it's that synergy you get.
Exactly.
And when you see teams with it and without it, it's hard to characterize sometimes. You're like,
でも
well,
前
what's the
評判だ
difference?
と
Because
こっ
they
ちっぽいん
just
だよ
have
な
those crossfires in place. They have that contingency, that next level to it, that
Loki?
next step to it. Right
Loki?
now, Loki's got every single step to this. 2 huge kills back to back, looking for his third. Come on, go for it. You're feeling yourself. Why not? You're on 11 to 2. Emil has to back away. Respect it. He can't get away from it. Shalaki wants in. He gets it done. Good work. And confidence builder for that man again. Keep in mind, newer addition to the roster. He's still trying to figure it out. Feel comfortable in this sort of level with these teammates. And he's slotting in well.
We're on map point already. It feels like we're barely out of the commercial break from the previous series.
I know.
Heretics, again, no real surprise. Not an awful lot in the bank. Spectres. No real progress towards Ultimates. I mean, Alorante 2 away from the Empress, but about it. Gonna be a fairly cut and dry round here in terms of Ultimates, actually, on the side of Vitality as well.
What's that headshot? It was a
both
passing
headshot
gift.
at each other. Yeah.
Brilliant. Gabby now trying to make what he can out of the Spectre. Bit of a sting on the corner of that. Alorante going to back away. You have is this 4v3. Spike en route. Slowly. Because of the space that Lao's managed to find it. But Sender seems all but aware. Oh yeah, he's definitely seen him now. And that could maybe throw a bit of a spanner in the works here for Heretics. Trying to make it through with less. 2 of them. Oh, marshaled up. Doing whatever they can. That was a little bit lazy from Brams just to trundle on in. Spike now down and a 2v3 begins. Now keep in mind Sender's low enough that this becomes a problem.
It does. Whether or not get another status on Vac, at least 10 seconds left on that recon. Now 29 HP, swinging through with a Spectre. It's about as easy as they come, and Sender will seal the deal. Monster falls, the fuse will come through. Vitality will close out 13-2 on Breeze, Lauren. That is...
圧勝やな。
I'm not sure if actually... Did I misread the script earlier? That was a little
はい、そう
one-sided.
に。一人だけ隔離されてるから共有できてね。
That, as you said, that felt instantaneous. That felt so quick, and I've got to say,
night and day, honestly, from what we saw earlier.
Absolutely, and for me, Heretics look cold. They look not warmed up. They don't look on yet. Maybe it's that map. Maybe they just
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it wasn't just we don't have the tactical approach. It was just the crossfires, the individuals. None of it looked pretty there. Now, credit to Vitality to come out the gates and just stomp it through, right? Like, I don't want to discredit them at all. They played it very well. But if I look at Heretics, I expected more of a fight than 2 rounds.
I mean, we were talking about kind of, I mean, that phrase you always come back to, right? Is repeatable success. And if it...
はいはい。
というわけで、はい。の状況に入ればいいだけの話なんですよ。もうこの状況になって、オーメンの人が A ショート見ない時点で、もうここのポジションはもう使っちゃいけないポジションになったので、普通にヘブンサこのスモークでもう終わりですから、これでもう終わって、見て情報取れたらもう全然武器差もあるんで、オーメンとレイナでマーケット取り返せば、まあいいかなと思います。結構マーケットを放置した状態で、CT と、まあ B、ブリムソーンのスモークちっちゃいからね、上からの見えんだよね。ここね、右上のここのルートね、これ見えんだよ、ブリムソーンのスモーク。ちっちゃいから。だからブリムソーン世界で一番弱いんだよね、アセント。タレット5はしいんじゃないですか？
A でオブ取ってます。
なるほど、なるほど。A 側に今度政治がいたのか。壁張って、土佐田なし。これは壁の裏いそうだな。はい、A セット。シンプルすぎねえか、攻め方が。からの、2王立ちして、1キルして無敵で逃げるやつだ、これ。リロードして、スモークで止まってますね、これ相手。まだですね。何かアクション、スキル入れたら多分来ますね、これ。はいはい、スモーク晴れたら目玉でチェックして、ビーコン壊して、ジャンプでチャラ見してもいい。チャラ見してもいい。ジャン、そうそう、ジャンピー、そう。で、これはもうちょっと入る。まあ、目玉で一回チャレンジしましょうか。一回チャレンジしよう。うわ、完全に止まってるな、これ。なんかスモークでめっちゃ止まるな、相手。どうやって入るんだ、これ、相手。フラッシュキャラないから。
やべ、弾がない。
みんな怖がってない？抜きすぎねっていうか、ちょっと待ってください。抜きすぎ、弾ないですよ、あなた。すみません、4発ですよ、あなた。俺の、これは、トグル弟さん登場でしょうか、これは。お前もしかして、まだ弾が残ってると思ってるんじゃないかね。これ俺こんなプレイ俺初めて見た。これ、キモリンさんでもやんないです。一生見ないぞ、こんなプレイ。まあいいや、次のラウンド行きましょう。もう抜きすぎです、これはもう。今のは抜きすぎです。笑い事だよ、笑い事。ファンと向かって、まあいろんなところに行くのはいいですね。これは非常にいいと思いますよ、いろんなところにレイナが行くのは。結局レイナめちゃくちゃフリーに動いて強いキャラなので、やはりそこは。これまた A じゃないですか、このまま。お、ミッドに、そうか。胴体にですよ、それエイム。エイムが少し低いぞ。胴体当てて、無敵で逃げて、目玉を入れて、カバカバカバカ、目玉だって。なんで俺の声が届かない。ちょっともう一回見てみますか、今の。まずエイムの位置が低いっすね、正直。ヘッドショットラインは覚えてもろって、このレイズの人、HA 面白すぎんだろ。もっとエイムはね、高いっすよ。これほら、これちょっと見てください、これ。もうこれね、首とか鎖骨狙ってますね、この相場は。最初のキルジョイも結構低いけどね、これね。ほら、もうね、エイムの位置がめっちゃ低いっす、これ。もうちょっとね、気をつけましょう、これは。ヘッドショット以外はもうミスショットだと思ってください。もう失敗したと思ってください。これ、ソファ倒したけど、胴体打ち合いやっちまったって反省してください、これはちょっと毎回。
はい、
こんなのね、反省しかないですよ、この打ち合いは。でこの後なんですけど、目玉ですね、この後速攻で。これ目玉の判断として、これ味方が打ち合ってる中で、こいつをカバーするために、レイズがやられた瞬間にトレードキル取れるためにも、目玉を入れてそこで木抜けしてトレードキルしてあげる。とにかく10発あれば問題ない。で、なおかつ味方がもうすでに打ち合っている。まあ、これだけかな、基本的に。で、この木抜けをすると、なんならこれ政治もいるから、これ木抜けするのそんなに悪くない。あと、相手の人数比考えたら、A ショートそんなに多くなさそうじゃん。てか、多分このね、キルジョイ短期がいてももう一人レベルなんで、だから目玉入れて木抜けして、このレイナズをカバーしてもいいと思います。ただ、これ一応敗北ルートとしては、普通に相手上手くて、A ロングの人がもうここで進行してきたら普通に背中から撃たれるんで、これをめちゃくちゃ完璧に読めてる場合、このレイズを見捨ててもいいと思います。これ目玉入れて、目玉が残ってるんだったら、もう絶対に木抜けしていい。なぜなら目玉残ってるんだったら A ロンからも撃てないし、A ショートからも倒されない。で、目玉がもしそこでぶっ壊されたら怖いから、そこはお任せしますって感じ。で、目玉1個入れて考えましょう。今度は B ロンの B メインのプッシュですね。これいいんじゃないでしょうか。いいものですね、これは。ヘッドショットラインは OK です。ヘッドショットラインは OK かな。俺だったらあと1ドットをタグする。1ドットおじさん。
A ブーボットを壊してる。
これね、別に走って下がろうと出してもいいです。キルジョイの人は残っといてもらっていいですか？ キルジョイの人残っといてもらっていいですか？あ、なるほど。これ相手の性質を完全に読んでますね。いや、こんなん 100% いいですよ。問います。ミニマップをちょっと見てほしかったんですけど、レイズの人はこれミッドプッシュして A 前行ってるんで、これミッドの可能性ほぼないです、これ。一応ワンチャンあるのは、この B リンクにクソキャンパーがいて、そいつがこうミッドに上がってくるっていう可能性だけなんですけど、正直ね、多分そういう相手じゃないんだよね。てか、ちょっと、ミッド見れてないですよ、ジャンプで。A ショット上がってんのか？ A ショット上がっても同じことですよ、結局。ミニマップ見るタイミングがないんだけど、正直。ここはもうミニマップ見れないんだけど、このスイッチ押すときに、ミニマップ見てほしいんですよね。こういうなんかミニマップが見れる安全の時にちゃんとミニマップ見て状況判断できれば、正直、ミッド進行がほぼない可能性は全然読めると思うんですよね。このレイズがミッドプッシュしてるから。っていう話。レイズのプッシュいかつすぎるよね、なんか。で、このミッドのジャンプピークは、まあこれ単純にミスってますね。これは、まあこれは練習してもろて。これ全然できてないですね、これね。はい、まあいいです。で、ウルト OK です。このウルトのタイミングが OK です。ここはウルトを使うべきだと思います。
あ、
え？このレイズの人は空爆の H を入れたから、
記者してて。
いやでも、からのしんど。
レイズ強すぎでしょ。
匂いますね。ちょっと今気になりポイントありましたね、でもね。不正なファントムを使っている。ちょっと低かったか、やはりヘッドショットライン。俺も低いと思った。低いんですよね、ヘッドショットラインが。低いです、これはもう。これはね、なんでしょうね。もう大体全部鎖骨狙ってる気がするよ、でもやっぱり。鎖骨を狙う癖がある気がしますね、やはり。このレイズの人の自然ちょっと見ましょう。ちょっとこれは。からの。なるほど、もう一回見ようか。普通だな、でも別に。さっきのファントム、不正なファントムだったんだな。NASA が開発した全自動照準器搭載ファントム。そう、さっきのファントム多分そうだったんだよ。で、このバンダルは、そこら辺の八百屋で買ったバンダルだから、そういう機能ついてなかった。次に行きましょう。
始まるか？
目玉いらねえ。
まだだな。
サプライズバトルだろ俺らがやるのは。また胴体打ち。またプッシュしてる、このレイズの人。怖くねえのか、自分の死が。あ、めっちゃ釣れてる、いいぞ。入れない HE よ。あ、入れちゃった。入れたら自分のその目バレますよ。まあいいけどさ。すいません、レイスの人孤立しましたけど。これどういう状況？これでも、ハイミットの可能性あるよね。これどういうコミュニケーション？はい。目玉が足りねえな。はい。何このモーション？目抜き当たってたってこと？面白い。何これ？
ナイス。
ちょっと申しますね。気になりポイントはまずこの最初の目玉ですね。ちなみにこの目玉入れたら勝負してるのバレバレなんで、相手絶対警戒してジャンプピークとかになるんで、情報だけ相手に与えてるだけなんで、これに関しては目玉入れないで普通にガン見て覗いた方が相手がとことこ顔出してくる可能性高いんで、目玉はいらないっていう話あります。今度は下がるんですけど、レイズの人がミッドプッシュしてるんで、これもミニマップ見てほしいですね、正直。どういう状況なのか。この2回目のリピークの目玉は OK。この目玉は全然いいです。で、これはどういうコミュニケーションとか情報が伝達されたかわかんないんですけど、ここで下がると普通にレイズの人が孤立するんで、まあ、普通にここはミッド2で抑えるだけでいいと思います。レイナは戦ってもすぐ逃げれるんで、普通にこういう危ないところでも全然戦えるキャラクターなんで、まあ、普通にここはレイズとレイナでミッドを2人で見てあげればまあいいかなと思います。味方がちょっと孤立しちゃうんで、普通にまあミニマップを見て、味方が孤立しないように2人で抑えておくといいと思います。で、あとやっぱりね、まあ、結局巡り巡ってこうやって目玉があったらいいんですよ。目玉あったらこれもっと戦いやすいですからね、結局。タレットが反応してるうちに目玉入れてピークしてもいいし、まあ、このスモークなくなった後に目玉入れてピークとかできますから、まあ、結局ね、目玉はね、一番最初にあんなにね、無駄に使っちゃうとね、やっぱり後々効いてきますから。
ナイスワン。
そこは全体的にいいのではないでしょうか。では次、始まりました。ジャンピング、はそれ当てますか？ まあミスったけどね、普通にジャンプピーク。まあ、このラウンドはジャンプピークミスですね。はい。ジャンプピークってそもそもこれ、地面で見た後にジャンプしてこう逃げてません？これ違いますね。ジャンプピークって壁から出る前からジャンプして、で頂点で見て、でまた戻るっていう動きなんですよ。こういう動き、こういうマウスカーソルの動き、こういう動き、こういう動きをするのがジャンプピークなんですけど、
俺もそろそろ覚えんとな。
走ってこう逃げてません？逃げた瞬間こうジャンプで逃げようとしません？これそもそも違いますねこれ。ジャンプピークに関しましては私が昔動画を出してますので、そちらをね確認していただいて、はい、今一度で練習していただくといいと思います。次に行きましょ
う。ジャンプピーク見るか。はい。
はい、どうもこんにちは。アブソリュートジュピターのコーチのジュニアです。今日はジャンプピークという技についてご紹介したいと思います。ストレーフジャンプはこういう90度の曲がりカードをマウスと移動キーを押すとこう素早く曲がれるというものをご紹介したと思うんですけれども、これをうまく使うとかなりリスクの少ないチラ見ができるようになります。やり方なんですけれども、単純にストレーフジャンプをこういう曲がりカードでこうやるだけですね。今ここに政治が1人見えるんですけども、こうやるとこの C ロンガー全体が見えて敵が何人いるか、敵がいるのかいないのか分かりますよね。これがジャンプピークという技になります。で、これは普通にこうやってチラ見するよりも、前回お話ししたようにヒットストップが空中中はかからないので、これでチラ見するよりも
そういうことなんだ。
ほぼリスクなくチェックすることができます。このジャンプピークなんですけれども、バロラントにはもう一つのやり方があります。それがですね、ライオットのゲームの開発者の一人であるボルケーノさんが一番最初にこのゲームが出た時に配信で見せびらかしたので、私は勝手にボルケーノジャンプピークと呼んでるんですけれども、ボルケーノジャンプピーク今もうやってますけれども、これです。これが一番早いです。まず視点が動いてないですよね、これ。普通にストレーフジャンプやると、こうなるんですけれども、ボルケーノジャンプピークはこれでチェックできます。で、これのやり方なんですけれども、覗きたい壁に対して45度の角度で、W キーで侵入して、で、ジャンプして、A と S キーを両方押してください。だから、WWWWAS みたいな。これ。WWWWAS、これが一番早いです。これができたら、もうほぼノーリスクで覗くことができます。チラ見するときの注意点なんですけれども、壁からこう覗く前からジャンプしてください。地上でチラ見してからジャンプピークとかで逃げてる人もがたまにいるんですけれども、これちょっと違くて、壁から出る前の空中でジャンプ始めて、で、空中で覗くって感じですかね。これをちょっと、気をつけてやってみてください。で、このジャンプピークの効果的な場所っていうのが、こういう C ロングとかみたいな縦に長い場所、そしてなおかつ壁抜きがしづらい場所ですね。こういった場所がジャンプピークがかなり有効な場所になります。で、あと相手がオペレーターいるかどうかチェックしたい時とかもかなり有効です。例えばこれ攻め側だったら、これ相手がどこにいるか分かんないじゃないですか。ここにいるのかここにいるのかここにいるのか、そもそもオペレーター持ってるのかどうかすら分かんない。そういう時はもう一回こうやってジャンプピークしたら一瞬で分かります。今ここにも政治がいたなみたいな。敵が何の武器構えてるかもこれ一瞬で分かるんですよ、これ。プロレベルになると。なので、オペレーターおるなみたいなとかもできます。で、あと、ヘブンだったらミッドとかも壁抜きちょっと怖いですけど、一応ジャンプピークで一応チェックすることができます。これ開幕だけですけどね、これちょっと。敵がここら辺とかいるときにジャンプピークしたら死んじゃいますけど。で、逆にこういうところは壁抜きですぐやられちゃうので、こういうところはあんまりね、ジャンプピークしない方がいいですね。エーロンもこれも壁抜きしづらいんで、一つありかなと。このショートも、ここも壁抜き結構知らないので、これ一回チェックしても、いいかもしれないですね。基本的にはこういうロングと呼ばれるようなポジションをジャンプピークでチェックすると、ほぼノーリスクでできるかどうかわかるので、いろいろ試して有効な時と有効なじゃない時あるので、経験を積んでいただければなと思います。というわけで、
続き見るか。
はいですね。まず、
シェリフを落とせます。
シェリフを落とせます。味方のためにこれブルドッグにした？これもしかして。これは良くないですね。まず、味方にシェリフを落とすことによって自分がブルドッグになるんだったら、味方にはシェリフは落とさんでという点が一つ。レイナのファントムの方が強いから、それは。で、シェリフは自分で変える、そもそも。あっちが。そもそも、ランクマッチは、味方を信用しちゃいけません。自己防衛。これ普通に800円残りだったら、そのままシェリフ上げてもいいんですけど、味方に何か武器を渡すために自分の武器が弱くなるのは、これはね、一番やってはいけません、これは。これ非常に良くないです、このプレイは。これ世界で最悪です、これ。 これは世界で最悪です。これは絶対ファントムの方がいい。これ次のラウンド、ちなみにこれ調整バイ、これもしかして調整バイ、まあ、ハーフバイトとしたら、じゃあライトシールドにしましょう。ライトシールドしたら次3700円入るんで、3700円あれば次もファントムとライトシールド買えるんで、ファントムライトシールドにしときましょう。じゃあこのラウンドはとりあえず。あ、違うか。あ、いいのか。それでいい。それでいい。そうだよね。5000円持ってる人いるからさ、5000円持ってるオーメンの人はもっと買っていいんだよね。だって次のラウンド最終ラウンドだよ。これ算数って言うんですけど、これはまた。これ12ラウンドで終わるんで、で、今7対3で11ラウンド目なんで、ラスト前ラウンドなんですよ。これ A ラッシュです、ちなみに。俺の話聞いてる、これ A ラッシュですよ。まあ、ミッドチェックしてもいいし、この車線で見といてもいいかな。まあ、別にこのポジションでもいいです。ちょっとヘッドストラインが高いかな。
気をつけて。
目玉入れましょう。A ショットも注意。ただ、どうせこいつら A ショットラーカーとかいないと思います。目玉入れてあげましょう。目玉入れてあげ。あれ、キルジョイントウルト置かないんか。まあいいけど。あ、その箱の裏にいますね。その緑箱の裏にいますよ。ナイスですね。いや、素晴らしい、素晴らしい。いや、これは素晴らしいですね。いや、素晴らしいですね。これは。いろいろありましたけど。素晴らしいラウンドですね。これは。いいんじゃないでしょうか。賞金も食べました。あ、中国語ありがとうございます。で絶対この2人中国人で回してる。あ、そこありがとうございます。なんてなんて言ってんだ笑いすぎだろ。ずーっと入ってますけど、あなた VC。VC 入りっぱなしですよ。あ、ちゃんと待った。偉い。偉い。あ、ジャンピーク。ジャンピークありがとうございます。絶対この2人デュオで回してるだろ。ほら、もう動きが一緒なんだもん。でもオーブ拾わないね、A の。これ B のオーブ拾ってんのかなこれでも B じゃないこれ普通に B だよ、これ。これなんで B かっていうと、ちょっと問いますね。これなんで B かっていうと、これすごく単純な話で、さっきのラウンド A セットして、ボッコボコに止められたんですよ。A の印象が悪すぎるんで、単純に A もう無理だから B に行こうって考えてます。もう単純にこれだけです。もうなんか幼稚園児レベルの発想なんですけど、2回連続で A っていう話じゃないんですよ、これ。実は。これちょっと、もう後出しじゃんけんみたいですけど、実際そういうもんで。で、もう一個あるのは、政治のミントの壁が結構、情報として結構良くて、これがある限り、B ハサミはないだろうと。開幕の動きを見ても、開幕にミッドにブリムストーンのスモークとか、リーコンボルとか来ないんですよね、このゲームって結構。ほとんどのラウンドで。それが来てないってことは相手もミッドも取ってる可能性も少ないし、そもそもこいつらあんまりミッド取らないんですよ、敵。ってことは相手は結構本当に A をみんなでワイワイ行くか B をワイワイ行くかっていうこの結構2択の作戦の可能性が結構高いじゃないですか今までのラウンド。直前のラウンドが A みんなで行ってボコボコで止められたんで、B 次じゃあ行ってみましょうって話になってます。はい、なんで最初の5秒間待って5秒10秒待って結構何もなかったら待ってゲートにスモーク来てるわ嘘つきました。割と A と B どっちか一気に来る可能性が高いなって話です。ほんで、こん時、正味ちょっと問題なのは、このセイジとレイズっていうラッシュを止めれるキャラクターが2人とも一緒に A サイトに動いちゃったことによって、B がめちゃくちゃ手薄になっちゃうんですよね。これが結構割と問題で、レイナ自身では何も解決できない問題ではあります。はい。ただ、一応そのぶっ込みの可能性が高いって考えると、一応レイナができる動きは、マーケット行って、頑張って B 守るかって感じかな。でもこれは B リテイクでもいいのか。B リテイクでもいいね。オッケーオッケーいいでしょう。B リテイクしましょう。キルジョイのウルトもあるし。で、これマーケット行きましょう。そう。いいですよ。いいですよ。これハイミットいいんだこれ。いいですよ、でも。いいですよ。プラントせえな、相手な。倒して。リコイルがちょっとピスタチオですね。このリコイルは非常に。
リコイルがピスタチオらしいわ。
強くない？パーティータイム蘇生して、ウルトありますよ、政治の人。目玉入れて、終わり。なるほど。リコイルが良くないですね、やはり。
始まってんじゃん。
From that map one for her. Like I said, for me, it's
これバイタリティが勝ってくれるから、それ見て寝ようかな。
The worrying thing is, I mean, that 13-1 versus Wave on Icebox is looking pretty tasty right now in terms of coming into a map 2 if you're Vitality, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
Wave aren't
Brams as well
slouches.
ran away from that. Like that was, it was 17 and 7. He ended up on a 14-round game.
Oof. Okay. And we get to see Shalaby on Sage, which should be a nice little addition. See what else he can do. Already a perfect start towards Monster. And I've got to say it, Heretics, you need the pistol. You really need the pistol under your belt. Shake it off.
お、ローキー強いじゃん。
Well, as it stands, it's a 2v2. Now, back sight. Maybe Patatek the first challenge. Gorgeous shot again, Vac. That's nastiness.
34 HP.
Oh, Valorant, this isn't nice. I like Breeze might have him at this point. Now noted, gets it halfway. They're not even stopping. Zero respect shown, and why should they? They've not had any reason to respect them yet. An instant defuse comes in. Not for a second did they even consider anything other than that.
And again, happy to just play rounds like that, right? The pressure piles onto Heretics here, and if Vitality want to, yes, if the pistol's anything to go by, Vitality want to just stack up and play numbers, play trades. I mean, hell, call it a scrim, call it a deathmatch lobby at this point. It relies on Heretics to kind of, like I said, you know, break the mold almost, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Chico back in round 2 with Heretics. And pile the pressure back onto Vitality here and make a response.
Scanning ahead.
You can see how deep Vitality are sitting on this. A lot of attention towards middle, and that's not particularly the main storyline I'm considering here. It's the fact that most of the angles they're going to be left with will be pretty beneficial, but they have left B pretty open. They're maybe not expecting anyone to go walkabouts yet. Now they have to now pay some mind towards it, but again, you want to keep this within a range that you want to be working with. Ooh, is this a big fold towards CT? I like that idea. A heavy aggressive lean down towards CT actually might give them a bit more of a chance. I think that's actually perfect. This is the best way to do it. I mean, you're, again, operating with less, you've got to make these kind of weird and fruity plays, and it's worked really, really well. It's given them a perfect shot back into this, and now the retake through middle is actually pretty difficult. They still have a rifle, though. Brams is your danger man here. And sticking the defuse would also be pretty dangerous, I guess. You could argue, oh god, are they stopping? Okay, they finally stopped. But by now it's kind of, yeah, it's not looking so good. And just a knife through the smoke if needed. Brams gets it anyway, but Vitality get this one under the belt. 3 alive, the rifle's still up, which is the imperative part. The round on the board, but I like the concept from Heretics there.
The dude, yeah, but again, it's, I mean, you talk about Sage being one of those key stakeholders in Icebox in particular. You see there, the walls end up crossing. Gives them the opportunity to come through. Again, I've loved how just Icebox has developed over time, right? We see these slight variations to set pieces and plant spots, and how ultimately it was kind of molded and shaped by this post-plant meta, and how we've now drifted away from the default Sage wall down tubes, right? Where actually the most important piece of utility in my eyes, alongside the Viper wall, is that Sage wall on Icebox. So good to see teams remain diligent in terms of its usage. There's another perfect example of it. This round, Vitality, 2 Sheriffs. Marshall, the 1 rifle actually on the hand of Brams. Expect him to maybe play anchor, so to say. Sender actually swinging out here, and 3 players of Heretics there to greet him.
Oof. That's a nice shot from Brams, though. And here we go. The 4v4 begins, and the map control is kind of curious, right? It's they haven't got much step towards the sides just yet. They haven't really started to begin that work. Now we see that lean back towards B, but again, look at how this is being held. They're not particularly playing super attentive. Yes, Sender's already down, but look at where he died. But that aside, they haven't been playing proactively directly on the side. They've been playing either in middle a little more, playing from the back lines, which is fine. We'll see how it works out this game. This should be one for Heretics. Let's see how this works out for themselves. Spike is going to plant it now. Valorante's lost his head. Chalaby's got that. Spike now down, post-plant 3v4. Almost said 3, but no, it is. All 4 still up, and Brams is still the one my mind goes to. Working back on the flank, that's a big scalp to be claiming for Monster. Huge work.
Big win. Heretics now got to hold the line against the next wave, I guess, to come through. Snakebite goes out, but that wall's still available here. The alarm bot going to give away that information. Actually, yeah, the nano swarm going to finish things off. And again, 3 fall. The damage done by Vitality. Again, a little bit of a throwaway in terms of the economy there. 2 sheriffs and the marshal, like I said, coming into that. But already that's going to put the stops on any attempt to build some momentum back into this for Heretics. And really, it becomes very fragile now. They lose this round. It's a hard reset for them. And Loki's got the operator. And hey, somebody that doesn't often get a lot of praise, he had an insane map 1 performance. He was quiet in the first series of the day.
Yeah.
But that performance on Breeze last map, that's something to write home about. And it's we've not had many chances to say that about Loki.
No, that is true. Quite interesting. Speaking of multitasking, Jonas in chat apparently needs to have a shower. He's been sweating away on the old lineups. That's what he's saying, at least. Not sure if that's the case. But good to know. You know, obviously join the Discord. Get all the lineups yourself. All the goodies. At this point, it's a pause. It's a hold for a second. See if they can maybe dwindle some of that utility down. Work it away. Catch any over-rotation, any aggression. None's really being presented. You're not getting much for free this time around. Loki being given a second to work as well. Just kind of eyeing up towards middle. Not much more beyond that, though. There. 3 at the back of A waiting as well for this hit to come in. Brams gets first contact, at least towards the Owl drone. 1 comes back in. Alorante up towards the short side of it as Brams playing towards site itself, and he's going to be kept safe at least for now. This is actually quite a nice angle to play from. Yeah, Brams is going to dominate this. He's just got a wall to play with, and they keep walking through the perfect green screen background. He's put on whatever he wants on it. Beautiful work from Brams.
さっきまで木キャラやってた人と思えんな。
4K out there, and it's the scenario you want to put a Reyna that's hitting in. Those corners, those angles that go unchecked. In the chaos of this execution, the first 2, they line up for him. Amu and Pat fall. Alorante tries desperately to trade that one, and the last all but a formality at that point. Brilliant round from Brams. Like I said, pretty much resets Heretics in the economy. Alorante actually with a hero rifle here. He's got the Blade Storm.
1人だけヒーローバイしてんな。
His operator not shooting straight this time around, but a 1-for-1. Between Pat and Sender, at least.
This stack towards B long. They've got the first, like, cool, we've got Sender. That's probably about right. There's still so many players, and now, of course, there's the res. Tries to get a bit of a punish on it. Not going to happen. Recovery had. And any of that little bit of maybe potential danger they could have worked with has just been quelled, just completely demolished. The Spike's now under enemy control. Loki knows where they're going to filter through from. Even saw the cape. Too many targets, though. Gets punished for the greed. The Mill going to get that.
違う方に目がいっちゃったな今。
Again, at this point, round victory unlikely. Further damage. That's what we look for. And nothing given away. Vitality.
いや、バイタリティ普通に強えな。
We'll push forward here. So you should be able to get a decent purchase to get her back in. Now, I'm more interested to look at actually the ultimate cycle going on. Revive invested, and again, in a round like that, I'm fine with it in terms of the purchase that came out with Heretics and the fact that Vitality invested just to maintain, obviously, maximum economy rate. That one weapon back up.
Right here.
She's down to 1,500, but I mean, the only ultimate not available for Heretics is that res for LoL. So, again, a little ahead of the curve, I'd say, in terms of only being on round 6 here. Lots of tools available for Heretics to make something happen here. Because I need a response now, considering it was, what, 8-1, 9-1 on Breeze, and the first half of that map really ran away from them. It was almost unwinnable for them. Shalapi's just found so much space, and now the pressure builds. They're ready to suffocate this B site execution, Lauren.
Yeah, Brams is in the back, and he's going to see 2, maybe 3 players there. He knows exactly what's up. Second one shows a little bit more intent, but he's playing in Shalaby as well, but actually loses his life to Lao. So now, Shalaby going to post up on this just to catch if they do try and retreat. There's 45 seconds, they certainly could.
No way.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Shalaby now knows what's up. If they're trying to maybe do some damage, look at that, wall goes up. He's having none of it. Saying, nah, you gotta go through the slow, you gotta go through the wall. I wanna see all of this, actually. Screw it, let's take the fight. You wanna face me right now? I wouldn't be. Shalaby just chips away at them, falls away. And he's done enough damage now to cost them a great deal. If they have to re-clear all of this area, they do get the res, but now 20 seconds. Look at that time being bought. The man just hit pause like Bernard's watch, and already Vac, though, has to now deal with this re-aggress coming towards the site. 12 seconds now. Any utility could deny it. Hell, a Classic could deny it if they really want to go for it. And there, Spike is down. Sender's found Lau now, but Sender trying to work around the ultimate. Valorant on the backside of it. Loki on top. 7 bullets to play with for now. Loki still looking, spams away. Almost had a bit of a connection on it, but sees nothing towards long, looking for these post plants, but they're all in the ultimate for now.
Indeed, Valorant going to get tagged up just a little bit. Sender going to walk into the backside of this ultimate. Pat still holding that. Time ticking away. The snake bites come through now. One more kill. Pat will fall. Actually, Shalaby, I was going to say,
さすがにウルト切ったから無理か。
Nobody survives on the side of Heretics. Valorant will get away. Heretics put their second on the board. It was scrappy, but we got there in the end. Ultimate's invested, obviously the Viper's bit and the revive, but I love this attempt to just suffocate this execution. It's unfortunate, I think Brams oversteps the mark slightly. They read that perfectly after the first kill. Shalaby obviously waits out that revive. He knows that that's the plan. He knows they have to end up on B site to make use of the time.
Good work from Heretics. They could do with a couple of game changes, but Brams is feeling real aggy today. Why not? You get in the run of things, gonna take down Valorant, back away. It's where Reyna thrives, this environment, this map, this site, and these angles. And already that's just gonna instantly cut you down. You've lost out on Jet, you've lost out on your gateway in, and now what do you do falling back from this?
Yeah, taken away. And you got to say, one of the key players in a round like this. Heretics will at least hold the line for the time being. Shalaby spotted out. Now Brams once again in this position, and he goes unchecked. Doesn't manage to get the dismiss away. I think actually just dips in for a little more information, but man advantage for Vitality here. 30 seconds left, and again, Heretics looking to establish some form of comfort before they commit to this spike plant.
I don't know how much is going to be afforded to them, as much as they may want it. No one's presenting the opportunity. You're going to have to try and garner it yourself. Monster going to invest the ult, but Back's lost his life in the meantime. Shalaby still holding backside. He's got 7 seconds to make his mind up as to what he wants to do with this. Spike is down, so he has to adhere to the new tone of the round. And Sender sitting patiently behind, and now he waits to see what Patek and Lau can do. Tries to get aggressive. Shalaby read it like a book. Has absolutely not what he's trying to sell. And Lau, the 1v3. What you got for me here today? Absolutely nothing. Shalaby's having a good game so far. Nice to see him as well, showing the value he brings on Sage.
Again, just staying a little longer than maybe Heretics were expecting. Gets in that 1 kill, and again, it completely tips the balance in Vitality's favor. 5-2 the scoreline now, and dare I say, I think that's another economic reset here for Heretics. And we'll call a tactical. We'll see what comes of it.
So, Heretics, I don't know how much depth they have to go to here. I'm looking at the squad. The adjustments are difficult. I mean, looking at the rounds, it's a little sporadic thus far. What have we found? Ah, bounces at the back. Do you remember after parties after events, Hypoc? Do you remember those?
No, I never got invited
Same.
to those.
Me neither. Mel, the observer, told me about them. I've never been. Do you think they have it for crew only?
Yeah.
Those little bounces at the door are keeping the talent out. I hate calling myself talent.
the-
It feels
keep
horrible. That's what they meant to call us.
The rabid animals at bay. Yes.
Truly, just swarming hotel lobbies like, you know, locusts. It's great. 5-2. Oh god, those first after parties are going to be horrific, aren't they? Absolute scenes. Is this a Shiko? It's looking real like it.
It's looking pretty Chico, yeah.
Yeah. It's looking pretty Shiko. I like that. That's quite funny. However, they have recovered a rifle. Normally, if you get a pick, they've actually managed to cost 2 players at this point, and I have no idea how Palitek is getting away with this. Whether it be stubbornness from Vitality to just not relent, but they do eventually take him down. That is going to remove at least the rifles away and somewhat keep them safe. But now these steps are being heard. Vac's going to hear all of this.
Well, here, and again, there's nobody else behind it, so Loki able to swing back towards rafters. Back now, holding on. Emil, yeah, wise to the possibility, but Vac's able to slip on by. This could be disastrous for him. He's going to hear this recon go off, yeah? Knows exactly where that player is.
You can completely circumnavigate him.
Yep.
Just look towards that spike plant. You can see Vac calling out all the information. He sees another. This is all just painting the picture. He now knows where they are, where they're not. But the timing, he's completely banking on the fact that Sova doesn't just crest around. This is great stuff. What's he waiting on? There it is. There's the go symbol. Whatever it may be, Vac finds Alorante. Now he knows there's going to be 2 more towards the side. At least 1 more. Maybe, yeah, he sees both of them now.
Yeah,
He doesn't need it. He knows where the last player was. But Emil's done something quite interesting. But the plant, he can't do anything about it. He's just going to have to watch as the defuse comes in. Gets himself an offshore, but the round, it will be, again, Vitality's. Vac just played that perfectly.
Vac literally just took the reins on that round. Again, the information noted, the fact that he just sits here, and like you said, this whole time, he's relaying all this information. He's like, guys, move up, move closer. I got 2. I'm good for 2 right here. The fact that he comes through and still, even in scrappy fashion, picks up Lowell and Monster there. And again, Amil's the one, Hunter's Fury is kind of the last chance for them to convert that, right? If they can buy enough time on site. Viper's Pit invested. B lane now. The door is closed.
I want to see what Palitek does. He clearly found a gap before that he's looking to maybe exploit again. A bit of a pressure point, maybe. Oh, but Loki's filled that void already. Gonna find Lau for it. Alorante's just accepted fate. And that little avenue maybe they thought they'd found in that previous round has been very quickly denied.
You gotta say it again. Vitality making all the right noises. And building that gap a little further and further. Vac gonna send out just the information ultimate, but doesn't look like any tags came through, so nothing on the back of it.
That's not bad though. This is the first time we actually might see a real solid attempt in a couple of rounds. Vac doesn't care. Vac literally does not give. He was on it. He was on for it. He's feeling himself, and why not? The last round, he felt just untouchable.
Here.
Now Sender and Loki, and not much step towards this and being shut in on. Emil's got this timing down pat. Lovely work. And there's Sender found. Recovery for Heretics, but again, I want to see a string of rounds. I don't care about the sporadic ones anymore, if I'm honest, Hypoc. I want to see at least that ability to string them together now.
Well, yeah, and I want to see them build on those kind of tiny successes we see throughout these rounds that they are turning around. I want to see it as like, find something, create your own gap, and then start to abuse it, because, like I said, these one-offs aren't going to cut it. Look at that timeline. And the worst thing is, when you go like that, you trade back and forth, the economy's not in your favor. You're getting reset 3 times already in this half.
Yeah.
It's potentially could be another.
It certainly could be. That's a scary part. But the money's obviously not perfect for Vitality either. Looking at Vac, obviously that's crystal clear. Brams doesn't have armor. You know, Loki's, he's got light, but I'm not so worried about a glass cannon, for example. And it looks like this mid piece again.
Poison's off. Poison orb emitting.
Rams has sending a few warning shots in there. Heretics actually find that pick and they're gonna stroll on through all the way through kitchen here. Sender in position to potentially stop this. Good for the first.
Be nice. Wow.
Nothing else to find though.
Oh no. Oh, Brams. A mill making it hard to work against. And these two, again, if you're Loki, it's like how many times do you want to keep committing with the op? How many times do you want this potentially to be ripped away from you? First step was pretty much the last. As soon as he got towards that danger close area, Patatek removes him from it. And Shalaby, this position, again, maybe one, but the post plants are good. They're in good enough spots. They don't have to give anything away in a 4v1. I said I wanted to string arounds. This could be the start of something. Up the over we go. Lol says no. So no worries, they're 4 now on the board. And as said, string arounds, string together, try and build the money up. 3 alive, so the rifles will be able to be repurchased, hopefully all filtered through. I do want to see what Vitality's money's going to look like at this point, because they're already kind of a little in the rough there. Vac was only on the Bulldog.
Yeah, you're right. It's again a big one to close off, and looking at Vitality again with the nature of how these rounds have gone. Even here, 2-round advantage, but financially not looking too comfortable. Revive available, Bladestorm available, so again something to get going. Again, whether or not we see them make a desperation push to get that first blood, even if they trade, get somebody back on their feet. Loki got the Bladestorm, you can throw that into a save round like this. There's still an opportunity, should they choose.
Someone shot him.
Excuse me?
Little dude.
Oh, you've never seen that one?
Oh, because normally people shoot him. And he's not
No,
there.
not usually that one.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he's usually the one that's always still there.
Ah. Maybe it's my toxic teammates that always shoot him.
As one.
You're so cute.
It's me. I'm the toxic teammate.
It is I. It is I, the War Owl. At this point, though, Sheriff's out. Do have the ult from Loki, but rhythm's been found for Heretics. They found a little bit of room to work with. A little bit of something. I was questioning those mid pieces before, but they seem to have made it work in the gun rounds, but I doubt you really want to be leaning towards that in these buys, especially against who knows what's lingering around these close quarter angles. So, Shelby being one of those players, you can see them maybe exploring other options, potentially a B here. Let's have a look to see what they go for.
They creep closer and closer. Actually, Loki gonna get more than he bargained for there on that peak, but able to slip away. Sender now going to be noted on the back of the Owl drone. We'll see now if Heretics opt. They do indeed. They're going to drift straight towards A. Trying to isolate Brams. But again, this window of opportunity is rapidly closing with this rotation coming through. Brams again puts himself in that one and done, Lauren. He didn't see the head. He didn't see the head of Monster.
Oh, but Monster's certainly seen him. Alorente enjoying takedown Brams, and yeah, Loki still finds Patatek, and there's still a bit of hold on, there's a whole lot of danger here. Vac's still alive, and so is Loki, and they're on the site. Monster surrounded.
Like this.
Oh, this is unbearable to watch. He knows where he is, Loki. That's just cruelty at its finest.
Last round before
Okay.
the switch.
Oh, you know what? Potentially with a save round like that, Lauren, and the Res and the Bladestorm, they might be able to get something out of this. Wouldn't that be crazy?
You will not kill my ally.
Oh.
Yeah.
Spike
Wouldn't that just be crazy? That's, I mean, talk about tilters from map 1. And actually, that's the most inanimate Loki's facial expression has been all day after a 4K like that. But again, a pivotal round. We could be looking at a completely different second half here. With that 1 round difference now, potentially 7-5 scoreline here. At least Vitality post their 7th. And they make it 8.
Loki's going for the double dip. That's dangerous. He does spot out another. It'd be a 1-for-1 trade out. I'm not sure if I love that almost over aggression, but hey, maybe there's a plan. Maybe there's a method to the madness. For now, they have to evacuate the site, and that's about all there is to it.
The problem being, I mean, potentially one of those revives available, but it's very difficult. It would require Heretics leaning completely off the site in this post plan, and I doubt that's going to happen.
Around it. I'm surprised he stuck around for that. Back is going to punish him all day long. Pinged out, seen, no problem. That's 1 on site. Checks down. I don't know if he got the quite bit of vision on the second towards Monster. I think he does. Sender knows where he's at. Already going to lean towards it. The 2v2 now. It's now Paditek's in danger. Oh, it's just a paper box at that point. Spammed through, no problem. 8 going to be on the board for Vitality. This is easy stuff for them now.
And bear in mind, we were looking at, I mean, it was 4-6 Vitality on an eco, and you're like, oh, yeah, maybe they're in 6-6, right? 2 completely different positions to be in. Again, the pistol, the round 2, Vitality are on double digits potentially here. The pistol and the round 2 for Heretics, they still have another 2 rounds to claw back. That eco round has completely changed the dynamic of this map now.
Certainly has. I think I'll start running the classic iPod.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I love a frenzy.
I doubt. Yeah, I was gonna say.
You know I love a frenzy.
I doubt this will last longer than 3 hours.
And the double walk down middle, like that. Very quick from Heretics here. Will be Brams their first test. Not ready for that angle from Alorante, taking the wider swing on it. Now they fall away, so good early control. You can fall back and maybe look towards B, maybe reinforce that side of the map.
Okay, 1 more to find on site, and it's Monster. He will respond. Alorante for the 3rd. And there you go. Another 3rd there. So a convincing pistol round win, but again, I mean, until at least we get the round 2 conversion here, the pressure's still on Heretics, right? It's especially considering the rounds that Vitality were able to flip, not only in the first half here, but in the previous map, back in their favor. Purchase aside. They force back in.
They're
so
buying.
It's, yeah, I mean, the only difference here is the light armor. Look at the weapons. 2 Bulldogs, 3 Spectres.
Pretty comparable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not bad. Okay.
I mean, I'd take those odds.
Yeah, absolutely, why not? Taking a fair crack of damage to begin with, though. Paditek going to soften them up as best he can. Call for support, call for rotation. It's all on his shoulders for now. The rotation's coming in, but it's a way off yet. And they're not really holding back at this point. They're going to have to respect the Viper wall going up. Plant going to come in. Chalabi going to be in control of that. And now we're into a post-plant. Oh, that's a gift you're never going to turn down. Paditek going to get that one towards Brams. I want to see if Loki gets the timing right. Bit risky if he was going to commit to that long way around, but temptation certainly knocking. Oh, he has no idea. Loki.
Good for the first. They're still not turning around. Nobody's turning around.
Someone pay in mind. How is he getting away with not being noted? I have literally no idea how he got away with that. Now Sender.
The timing's wrong on the utility, I think.
Oh, can he deny? No. Whew. Oh, I thought he got the diffuser for a second. Then I was like, hold on, this could change if he was able to dip around, but no.
I mean, just quick. Again, I love this. I love this force, and there's a number of reasons, right? You got to assume that there aren't going to be too many rifles floating around in the Heretics camp, right? So why not run at B? Let's put the Sage wall down. That's going to be very difficult to break with the Spectres once it reinforces, right? So I love this approach. One criticism: Sender, I think, invests way ahead of when it needs to happen in terms of those snake bites.
Yeah.
It doesn't allow it to play out on site, unfortunately. And again, unless there's something that happens there that kind of forced his hand, I feel like that was very, very winnable for Vitality.
It was a bit of an opportunity. This will set them back now money-wise, unless they get like a mad one. You know, we'll see. But Heretics, right place, potentially the right time. Monster gonna deny one side of the approach, and Patatek gets to live at this point. Yeah, nice isolation from Monster, able to find two here. Brams and Shelby both now dealt with. Patatek can still control this. He can still feed that information. Don't worry, guys. I've got the side cross. No one's up just yet. You're all good to go. Just stay as you are. No opportunities really presenting much for Vitality here. Now some might be on the way. Let's see if they can get any damage on it. You can see Emil has to respect it. Finally, they're able to get that information as to where these players reside, and they did a good bit of chunk damage, chip damage, say, to Emil, but then caught him on the cross back. And Patatek, a little lower than ideal, but it's the next step for Vitality. This could be the hardest. Actually pressuring them into maybe a player disadvantage, or at least an even trade would be impressive. Patatek, careful now. 10 HP, bud. You're playing this real close to that wire.
Yeah, the pressure building. Lowell will respond. Vac falls on site.
Player standing.
It just comes down to Sender now. Sheriff in hand. The Decay going to take away a lot of his HP, and Patatek will clean it up. Heretics, one round away. Tying things up on map 2. And a comfortable win. 4 survive. The sorts of things that you want to see when you're building back in a comeback like this. See, but Vitality now back on their full purchase. Decent ultimate progress. Sender not far off the Viper's bit. Loki one off the Blade Storm, which, you know, even if he falls in this round, will have something to ride through on the next. Ability to save at least. Patatek pressured off that early angle. Valorant actually catches the recon ping there. Perfectly timed there on the peak. Sender will fall. No res available. Vitality continue as 4.
It's been such a brilliant piece to look at, that walk down middle. Brams, this is